you know, a weekend, basically. And talks about how it is. And he did one on Houston, Texas recently, which is interesting. Like, really interesting. So I don't know. It's worth looking into. It just requires people to change their mind about things. Anyway, I'm going to quit babbling about bicycles now. And press enter. I mean, there's definitely a bicycle, like, literally sitting right there. So, this is your first year living where you don't need a car and it's lovely. Really? Well, I'm happy for you, dude. Chat room, just for formality's sake, if you want to say hi, VOD watchers, or hi, YouTube, you can do that. We're going to dive into some dwarfs now, though. So this is Sunbirths. If you last saw the population above 200, well, I got bad news. You know, it's kind of fun, cold-blooded. My city has this plan where by 2030, 80% of the streets in the inner center are going to have protected bike lanes. So either a bike lane behind a sidewalk, next to a sidewalk, or on the road with a barrier. And I can't wait. Well, the best part is my older neighbor, Mike, who drives a pickup, and his wife owns a massive Jeep, constantly is complaining about how the roads are getting thinner, and I'm like, sitting there thinking to myself, going, chain smoking, drinking, and you're 65 and you cough profusely. I don't think you're gonna have a driver's license much longer, so you better figure out how to use the bus soon. Anyway, yeah, no, it's horrible that they're making the roads nice, all thin, right? Definitely. Turning is hard now, dude. Oh, it's so bad. If you go one lane over, you know, you can just on the wider road that doesn't even have a bike lane, the road where you're supposed to be. Your e-bike back out? It's just cold as shit here. What's cold as shit? Like what temperatures? As long as it's not raining or snowing, it's not bad on a bike, in my opinion. Job lost or destroyed. What? I've got some jobs I need to sort, I think. All right, so. Things are fucked. In this fort. Are still on the road here? That's weird. It's probably because there's chunks that don't have protect. I don't know exactly where you're talking about, cold-blooded, so. Things are fucked, yeah. Things are bad. So what happened was we got a Forgotten Beast, right? And it was the worst kind of Forgotten Beast. It was made of salt, which wasn't that bad. We were able to kill it pretty quickly, but it had deadly dust. And the deadly dust was one of, if not the worst syndrome. Which is constant, humongous amounts of bleeding. Now, this is an issue. Let's see if I can find some. There's some down here. There it is. Now, this is an issue because there's snow everywhere. You're in Texas, though, so you're out all year. Gotcha. You're a road warrior? Do you carry a baseball bat? Because then you're truly a road warrior. The problem with this stuff is it mixes with snow. Now, normally, what I would do in a situation like this is I'd lose 2/3 of my military, which happened. Most of my military died, including the captain of the guard. And I even had a little trench dug in case they needed showers. Most of the soldiers initially survived, but they started out here like, no, actually, I am very distracted this morning. This game's not incredible, but if you can get it on sale for $5, it's great. It's totally not a modern Road Rash, really, but it's attempting to be that, and it's pretty okay. It's pretty okay. It's pretty okay. It's just like post-apocalyptic America, motorcycles, and baseball bats, the video game. Also machetes. It's pretty fun. Anyway, the thing that I was going to say is what ended up happening is I lost 2/3 of my military, and then they started bleeding. Communists, go. Gonna go pick up groceries, you goddamn communist. As a socialist, I support this message. What happened was it spread. And initially it was fine, right? I saw a bunch of my dwarves run to the well and give themselves baths, clean their armor. Some of them didn't. Oh, really? The rotten skin syndromes, they don't get scarring if it's dealt with quick enough. Rotten skin isn't that bad, Igor Dumbro. The one that just makes them, like, start, what's the word? Exploding into, like, miasma? Which is, I guess, basically just what's it called? I can't remember. Blanking on it. Leprosy. It's basically leprosy, right? That one's pretty rough, but it's not impossible to fix. Anyway, so what ended up happening was there was a bunch of dwarves that still had it on their gear, which isn't bad because eventually they'll go and clean. But the initial 12 or so that had died, and I was like, well, okay, we'll be fine. So I went back to constructing outdoors. Anyway, I was building our cannons, and what happened was very unfortunate. They walked outside and got snowed on. When they walked outside and got snowed on, it took the remaining bits of all of the extract that was on the dwarves' clothing / armor, which wasn't many dwarves, it was only a couple of dwarves, but it was enough, and it mixed with the snow in the top floor of the construction I was building, and it froze. When it froze, if you walk through it, it spreads, and it spreads infinitely. So, that entire structure, if you walked into it, you were guaranteed dead. Guaranteed. Some of it made it as far out as down here, which I've actually got walled off now. There's a pile right there. See that small pile of Stigil's Forgotten Beast extract? Once it becomes a pile, if you walk through it, you are guaranteed to get it on you. It's like snow, and you track it around and spread it. Now I'm in an ad again. Anyway, I guess we can go back to talking about, like, motorcycles and cars now, because I'm stuck in an ad, so I have to, like, pause the Dwarf Fortress blabbles. But yeah, essentially it was like the thing. So you might notice that the cannons are missing. You might. It's radioactive fallout? Yeah. Yeah. What's even better is it's invisible. You see? There's two here. This is from the bottom cavern layer. So I'm going to open up a clip right now. I'm going to go to my Twitch channel. I'm going to I'm going to click on the circle, and I'm going to click on this. Well, actually, I'm just going to go to the VOD from yesterday. It's easier. Videos. VODs. I can prep this in the background. So, if you replace the tiles, would you get rid of the spread? Yes. But I have to replace the tiles one at a time. No dwarf can step on it. No other dwarf can walk through it. So I've removed some of them by placing walls on top of them. I've removed some of them by, well, I've looked into removing some of them by dumping stuff on them. But, like, there's some here. There's a pile of white sand and a dusting of it. There's some here, a small pile. So if a dwarf walks out this door, they're dead. If a dwarf walks out this door, they're dead. If a dwarf walks down here and along this walkway and into the fortress, they're probably gonna die. One dwarf actually just died. I think it was Vobok. Because they just walked along this because I left this doorway unlocked. But if only one dwarf walks out and the only job they have is clean, they can walk out here and clean it up and then walk back inside. So what I need to do is I need to very slowly expand burrows after disabling all jobs except for cleaning and slowly clean the fort. Okay? That's what we're going to need to do. I'm also, before I do that, I'm going to make soap. A lot of soap, because we don't actually have any soap in the fort. So first order of operation, soap. Second order of operation, very slowly clean things. And we gave up on this. We gave up on my construction. So I did the absolutely logical dwarfy thing, which is I burrowed underneath it, big old square underneath it, built a pillar, and did this. So I'm muted, obviously. Let's just move forward by a very tiny amount. And move there. And we did that. So that's what we did yesterday. I'm actually going to take this whole VOD, because this was like, that's me quick saving. I'm actually going to take this whole VOD from yesterday, and I'm going to cut it together into a highlight. This is going to take a while. I'll get it done over the weekend. I'm going to cut it together into a highlight from the point of the infection starting, it coming back, it getting 1,000 times worse, and me doing this. Because the benefit is the dwarves in the fort, even though there is snow in the fort, if there is contaminants on their clothing or on them, that's not on their skin, it won't get spread around the ground because none of the snow in the fort is deep enough to cause that to be an issue, with the exception of up here. So actually, I should probably lock these doors. With the exception of up here. So as long as it doesn't say a pile of snow, the dwarves can walk through it, and if they do happen to have any of it on their bodies, it won't spread around. So we can thank my steel floor grates with lava in them for literally saving the fort. This area up here could be dangerous as well. But from what I can tell, nobody's really... The dwarves don't really use this door at all anyway, and the burrow doesn't allow them to walk along this way. There is a dwarf out here right now. I'm not sure exactly where you're heading. This dwarf is cleaning. So if we actually watch this dwarf, are you going to go clean up a pile of gnarly stuff? That or you're just stuck. Nope, you literally just finished cleaning stuff up. So I don't... They may have just cleaned up a pile of it. That or they're cleaning up like the loamy sand, which is right there. Small pile of loamy sand. And also dwarven wine. They may be cleaning that up because sand got spread literally everywhere when I did the cave-in. So if I even just like pan around, I guarantee you I'll find some of it. Some of the contaminants just out here. This platinum pillar was a pile of it that I just built a pillar on top of. Whoop, there's some. Right there. Dusting. So that should be safe and won't kill a dwarf if they step on it. But that's this fortress. That's where we're at. Shady Shopkeep, what's up? So, because obviously I lost a lot of my military, I'm going to read through the named dwarves in this fort. We can name dwarves, or we can just wait for migrants, whatever you guys prefer. We do actually have a Solstivus' demon scholar in the fortress. And of course, we've gotten more weapon things and whatnot. And I think I know how I want to end this fort now. After caving that in, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up this entire fortress to self-destruct. I'm still going to try and rebuild cannons because this is actually a better area now to build cannons once we slowly get this area clean because it's going to take a while. This is a better area to build cannons. How goes the small melting problem? Oh, there's no melting problem. What are you talking about? Fort's not melting, just the dwarves. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to rig this entire fortress to cave in. Once I built my cannons. Dig too deeply and greedily. And then collapse the fort into lava. Because I think that would be a pretty rad ending. So, let's read some dwarves. And if you don't hear your name, assume you are dead. A devilish potato, Aether Null, aimless alpha, Alcord the second, Ashatolan, Baku the Goblin, Bastet, Big Bang A1, Blazing Iceberg the second, Bolaman the second, Brain Fist, Cosmic Surfer, Dominoc, Dr. Special 420, Dr. Funk, Elfie in Fragrance, GM70, Holy Finn, Hot Rod Ricky, Elfie, I went back, yeah, Elfie, Ice Hockey Player, Jam Jalopy, Jetpack Tuxedo, Cormacker, Kyo Doka, Leander, and Le Musketeer, Lord Ubda, Lucas Bat, Ludi Rang, Lyagushka, Maladine, and Martin II, as well as Moreb and Nasty Ninja, Porslet, and Prismatic Flux, Rare Candy Old School RuneScape, Really Swifty, Smitchell, Stonecoat, Stormwolf, and Tellin Artho II. The Great Udolph, who lost one of her arms in a cave-in, Tygozar, and Tyrandes the King, who's not impressed. Vicky Trickety and Vikingo, as well as Recognize, White Pony One, and Zatrak. And I have to read some words, so hold up. Also, those are some beautiful photos. You took those photos? Is that in Canada? Those photos? The track looks familiar. Well, obviously it looks familiar, but I'm trying to figure out what track it is. Well, I was at that race. Should have said hi. Anyway, I'll be there next year too. Already have tickets. Me and one of my mods. Anyway, I'm going to read the word stories now. Just gonna scroll up until I see where I last wrote. Ah, there we are. Just as it should be. Thus snoring will wake me up. Wake you up from the darkness. They are near. Lifting shit for reasons better than boredom. Durgity and powerfully. Horse twerk on Thursdays in between training tarantulas thoroughly. Such madness can evaluate. I can't read that word for some reason today. Stress by fuzzy tennis players. Prehensile. Paturity? Plaint Padawans perspicuously. Persimmons. Persimmon pips. What the fuck, guys? Allspice Perfumes, Post Fumes presents Palette Nonsense. Multitudinous Moose roam religiously via back. Okay. Yeah, rad photos, dude. Those are lovely. Thanks for sharing. All right. So that's the current status. We also lost some of the giant kitties, which is sad. Also, Darius, you used to be rich. Congratulations, man. Here's the thing. Moods actually haven't been that bad, all things considered. Like, actually, we also have an artifact being made right now, so let's follow that. So if dwarves randomly die and there's blood everywhere, it's safe to assume that they got contaminants on them. So what I'm thinking I'm going to do is we're going to wait for this strange mood to play out. But first, I'm going to queue up. Okay, we got meals going. Let's do brew drinks from plant. And let's just say 500. And I'm going to go over to one of these. And I'm going to say brew drink from fruit repeat. And brew drink from fruit repeat. Because I never know how much fruit I have. And I always have way more plant. let's go back to that strange mood. And while this strange mood plays out, we'll let them brew up a bunch of booze. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to pause literally every single job that I can. And we're going to just clean the fort for a bit. Wait, what? Thought of trying to raise up 2 to 3x of them? Raise 2 to 3x of what? Unlurk? You start talking again. But welcome back. And also, shoutouts to the 40 people watching on YouTube. As always, if you want to help with the YouTube side of things, the easiest way to do that is simply by leaving a like on the stream. Yeah, I don't have a formal unlurk command. I always thought that was kind of silly. Always found that to be kind of silly. In fact, I think lurk commands are kind of silly. It's like, if you want to lurk, just say BRB or whatever. Do what you gotta do. People just like to use them, so I made a command for it. It's also kind of an old Twitch thing. I don't know how relevant that stuff is in modern day. Oh, also, because people kept talking about it, I figured out how the Steam profile and like points shops work and bought the Dwarfy background. It's party time already. These dwarves really like to party. Considering how horrible things are, they really like their parties. And it's always the same song that they play. Always the same song. It's always the Oceanic Spray, which is a sacred group dance, originating in the Insightful Handles, which is our faction. The form guides the dancers during improvised performances, and the dance is accompanied by the fins of drinking, as the dancers act out the story of Gonglith, or Moisa, which is the most popular god in this fortress. The dancers perform a loosely mingled and moving to their music's thoth rhythm. I need to buy a thoth or build a thoth or something. It's a musical instrument. The passive dance is punctuated by independent body movement. And also this fortress gets this weird hitching lag where it drops down to like 20 frames a second. I'm not sure what's causing that. I have some suspicions, but I don't have any, like, accurate reasoning. It's a little annoying, but it's not game-breaking, so we're getting by. But I think that my current goal is to try and have this fortress done by tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then by early next week. Oh, also, how do you guys feel about some Christmas Eve cut? People were asking me when I'm going to stream some cut again. About some Christmas Eve cut. All right, so let's get this fortress cleaned up. My dungeon master needs an office. Well, we'll get you a study eventually. Need steel low boots, and backpacks. Well, I can't actually make low boots right now. People are going to have to go to prison. It is what it is. All right, let's back to you. Follow you. Okay, so you've begun your mysterious construction. You got bronze bars, tapered baguette cut yellow zircons. Okay, well, you began it. You made it. It's a bronze mace, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. Didn't we like literally just get another mace? Quedmus? Ooh. It's not a that's a pretty good way to go with it. Quedmus, thank you. You just titled my stream for The 24th. All craft starship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round limestone cabochons and decorated with tower cap and llama wool and encircled with bands of oval gabbro cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of yellow zircon and tower cap. On the item is an image of Lionboard, the elf, and Tilling, the glacier titan in bronze. Tilling is striking down Omo Lionboard. The artwork relates to the killing of that elf on the glacier by the glacier titan in the ambiguous glacier in 50. We've seen that image on artifacts before. It must be like a famous like proverb or tale at this point. Like, you know, don't go outside or the glacier titan will get you kind of thing. Like a way of warning children or something. My dwarves didn't beat the ever-living shit out of my prisoners, I would skip doing the orders. Usually in this fort, prisoners just die. So there's that. It's this one. Yeah, the brass mace also has an image of it. This one. Which is in here somewhere. One of these. Nope, that's my pig iron mace. One of these is brass, I swear. Unless I never put it onto a pedestal, which I should figure out if I didn't. Oh, nope, I didn't. Okay, well, also should do that. Not like it'll get stolen when it's right next to my military, but still should do that. No, why would it be fixed? It's an intended mechanic, some custodian. If you don't want your captain of the guard to kill your dwarves with beatings, have a really weak captain of the guard and don't train them in the military. And don't do what I'm doing, which is making the captain of the guard in charge of your military, which I don't always do. Usually I try and make sure that the beatings aren't lethal. But this particular fortress, lethal beatings. Let's go. They're just very enthusiastic about the slap fights. Yeah, give them a weak weapon is a good way to do it. Wooden weapons are good for that sort of thing. Or just, although I find that usually even if they have a wooden weapon, they just punch them anyway. And even if they have a strong weapon, they just punch them anyway. Like, I find it very rare that they ever actually try to not kill. If they're strong enough to kill, they'll just kill them, right? So if you want to, let's just cut all my pink jades. If you want to, like, have dwarves that don't just die, you kind of just have to have a very weak captain of the guard. Is there a way to just cut off dwarfs' arms so the beating will be less lethal? Not consistently. But I respect the enthusiasm. I mean, you could put him in a minecart and throw him at a wall, but you're more likely to just kill the dwarf in the process. Generally, you just want to find a dwarf that has the weak statement here. Because, like, if you look at, like, the description here, sometimes it'll say weak. Also, if they have poor empathy, you know, they're not gonna care as much if they do kill them. Frail, that's one. That'd work. Like this dwarf, anxious and frail. Although this dwarf would hate the job because they have a developed sense of empathy, right? This dwarf would actually probably be a good doctor. Is a nervous wreck. So, you know. Also, shoutouts to the giant badger, which is the most recent addition to our petting zoo. See? Giant badger. Who experienced trauma at some point. Speaking of petting zoo, I'm going to break all of your hearts and eat half of our koalas. I'm going to keep one breeding pair of adults. And eat some of the children as well. Just because I don't eat them. Actually, believe it or not, you have to take a very heavy amount of psych evaluations in Canada to be a police officer, to the point where, yeah, you need to have a developed sense of empathy. To the point where my cousin tried to become a police officer and they didn't let him because of that. What? Not yet. Koala leather coats are going to be very, very cozy. Well, that's sad. Dwarf is dying of a hunger strike. Well, that's unfortunate. Still weird to you that wooden damage. Well, see, here's the thing. You may have been punched by a human. You've never been punched by a dwarf. And if you've been punched by an actual dwarf in real life, then I take my word back. But, like... Okay, so I'm going to go to tasks. Okay, what do we have? We got all the stuff happening that I just queued up. Got it. Got those jobs happening at the jeweler's shops. And all the normal planting seeds, which we want to keep doing. All right, we're going to go to labor. I'm going to go to mining. There are no mining jobs right now, so that's fine. Wood cutting's fine. We can leave that on. That's also fine. We can leave that on. That's already off. Nobody does this. Well, actually, yeah. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Nobody does this. Oh, we can leave orderlies on, actually. We might need that. And I'm going to add a new detail, which is literally just going to be cleaning. Done. And everybody does this. And actually, should I add anything to this? Let's do refuse hauling. Burial in case. Water hauling. Push and hauling vehicles. Okay. You know what? Actually, I'll just leave all hauling on because that's probably not a bad idea. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to double check to make sure nobody's outside. Pull this lever. We are early winter, so we've already traded. I'm going to pull this lever. I think I put lever hauling into there. Yeah, I did. That or the children will do it. I usually make my forts into a mountain home. Usually do. Need to wait for that bridge to close. There it goes. And that bridge is already shut. Okay. Now, there's a few other back doors I have. Just make sure that they're all locked. That one's locked, which isn't a back door technically. That one's locked. And I'm going to turn off the burrow. Or, well, it is currently off. Turn off the burrow for the children, too. We're going to jump down here. We're going to unpause the game for a bit. I'm just going to kind of let the dwarves do their thing. We're going to socialize. We're going to take care of stuff. And we're just going to let them put stuff away for a little bit. I'm going to go to this, and I'm going to see. Okay, this seems to be... They seem to be finally putting empty buckets down here. Hopefully, this whole process works. So you're going to give water. You're going to fill up a bucket. Another thing I'm going to need to do is I'm going to need to build a new hospital. I'm going to need to move my hospital. Does the bucket freeze before you get there to the hospital? That's what I need to find out. Or to the prison, I guess, in this case. Okay. No, it doesn't. Now, how much water stays in that bucket? So do they just dump a bucket in front of them? And then it just freezes eventually? Like, that one's got ice in it. Anyway, they just brought you food, so... Still sad about stolen bucket. Man. Down here, this is my lava reservoir for my metal crafting, which right now isn't running. And the reason it isn't running is because the lava is currently pouring into here. This is going to fill all the way up to this level. So it's going to be all the way up to here. All of this is going to fill up eventually. We're going to see it fill up, which is good because there's actually a bunch of contaminants in here. So we need to wait for that as well. But let's find a dwarf who's cleaning. Doesn't look like anybody's cleaning. We're all just storing items, which is fine. Cleaning is a pretty low priority thing anyway. And then what I'm going to do is we're going to go up to here. I'm going to scroll down. I think I should just put a stockpile area right here. Mining is still on. So I'm going to dig out a big chunk like right here. And I'm just going to put a big old stockpile right here. It's not going to look super pretty, but we need it. And I need it somewhere kind of central. I think this is just going to be for apparel and clothing. Here's your water. Hope you can reach in time. It's so dark, isn't it? Yeah. But the problem is then the buckets are unusable after they've got ice in them. That's the actual problem. One of my cows have given birth. I'm also going to go to labor, standing orders, chores. Kids do have cleaning on. Okay. Would it turn into water again? Yes. Yes. I think what I actually need to do is just move all of my cells from right here. Yeah, see, it's ice. What this one? Yeah, see, it's ice. I think what I actually need to do is just remove these prison cells and just move entirely down to here. Because those cells just aren't working. I think I'm actually just going to do that. Because it's generally not an issue down here. But what happens up there is they just freeze. And for that same reason, I also need to move my hospital. But I repent. Well, that's good. They'll also be in prison for 30 days. So, how's crime been in Sunbirths? Oh, great. Great. Lots of it. Tons of it. It's been awesome. Good times. Plenty of people and reoccurring characters that keep showing up. Most notably, probably Ked. Ked has been a lot of fun. I'm in an ad again, so I'll just go through this a little bit. Apparently, Montecore committed a crime before he died. But anyway, Ape, pulley groped, is a lady necromancer, and her husband, Ked, is like 100 years old and keeps showing up and trying to convince my dwarves to steal stuff. He's convinced 2 of them to try. We've arrested him 3 times, and we've beaten all of his teeth out, so he has no teeth left, but he keeps showing up. And he always claims to be a poet, except he stands out pretty obviously because he has a full suit of armor and a pike. Which is pretty great. Are you through it, some custodian? For whatever it's worth, I took 30 seconds off of the ads every ad break. So it was 2 minutes of ads. It's now down to 1:30, which is the minimum number of ads I can run, which is below Twitch's recommended, which means I get less pay. But like, I got tired of the 2 minutes. It was too long. Too much of a break time. Because I do like pause for them, right? A lot of people don't. I see badger, mushroom in my YouTube chat, and I just want to say that's an old meme. Thank you. All right, back to digging. So right now we're really just waiting for this to fill up. That's the current thing that we are waiting for. We are waiting for that to fill up. Bindal gets it. Bindal gets it. The Legend of Your Fort was a Titan who died by falling into a brook and freezing to death. Oh, that's awesome. Now it's on your badger brain. Oh, there you go. The insanity of Newgrounds. Yep. Wasn't as weird as albino black sheep, but was a good kind of insanity. I think I can turn off auto collect webs. I do have quite a bit of cloth right now. I think I have auto collect webs off, but I do have this collect webs job. I'm just going to disable it. I know I have a Forgotten Beast that has been automatically collecting webs. I'm just going to remove that because it's a non-concern currently. Llama get stuck in your head? Up your butt with a coconut lives rent-free in my brain for some reason. I'm not sure why. That sounds familiar. Meezer? I don't think we'll ever fully, truly return to the absurdity era of the internet, but it's probably for the best. If I'm being honest. The one good thing about the mass death is now there's all kinds of free bedrooms. Tons of open bedrooms. Tons of them. Even. Does anybody still need... Okay, well, at least we do still, in fact, need quite a few memorials. Send plant cloth, collect 10 webs, needs that. Okay, hold on. We still auto-collecting webs? Automatically weave all thread, use any cloth. Oh, yeah, we are. Turn that off. Slaughter any marked animal. Automate kitchen, automate tannery. Yeah, we can turn that off. And remove all the empty bedrooms because you don't need them anymore? Why is that a Dutch thing, specifically? I might... What about going the opposite of that and doing it the What Remains of Edith Finch kind of way, where instead of removing the bedroom because you don't need it anymore, you simply build another room when you don't need the bedroom anymore and wall off the old one. So the Forgotten Beasts are currently locked off in the caverns because of my retraining of my military. We do need to reclaim it. This one is Aspad, Ushu, and it is an enormous skinless raccoon. It's a danger trash panda. It has 3 long hanging tails and it belches and croaks. That checks out. And it has poisonous gas, which also checks out. It is the Hollow Deceiver of Evil. It has 7 notable kills, and it's killed 5 other things. And it's moving real fast. I mean, why would you need to claim anything in Dwarf Fortress? Did you just kill a Forgotten Beast? Wow. You just killed Sinhells. And that thing had webs, too. Literally bit it. And then scratched it, which bruised its brain. It's about to go kill a bunch of cavern creatures, isn't it? Well, I mean, someone has to clean these up for me, so thank you. Frankly, I mean, it's doing us a favor at this point. But it is seriously injured after that last one. That elk bird did a number on it. That's all cut open. How do you catch Forgotten Beasts? With doors or drawbridges. This one, I kited into here and then locked the doors. I blocked that door, dug this route, let it into here, and did that, and then, you know, locked the door behind it and walled it in. Locked this door, locked that door with this wall already here. Pulled the bridge, sealed it up. Good time. Few for clown defense? Well, figure out a method. And when you figure one out, let me know. Half the fun of Dwarf Fortress is not copying other people's designs and, you know, finding something cool to do. Did it just go into an empty hull? Nope. No, I mean, if you look here, there's another wall here. Right? I had this already fortified and the drawbridge already built. There's this door that went here. There was a door here. So when it came around this corner, I paused the game and locked both doors. Moving the game forward one turn at a time by pressing period. Or one tick at a time, not turn. So it's technically an infinite silk generator, although there is some weird issues with it. Like, the game doesn't let you trade Forgotten Beast silk for some reason. I don't know why that is. But yes, silk for days. If not years. I've got a dwarf throwing a tantrum. Did you just commit crimes? No. Also, congrats to the winners on those investments. Oh, we do. Unib. Isn't this dwarf, that dwarf very depressed right now? So I do have a new captain of the guard, who is Cormacker, who actually works at Hooded Horse, fun fact, who's currently socializing, who's a master judge of intent, which makes him very, very good at his job. He's also very musical, which is why he's such a good judge of intent. He sings songs about the people he beats to death, I guess. We will let you in. All right, so let's get a soap industry up and running. We've dug out this, so before we can do that, we just need to get this made into a clothing stockpile. So chat room, I got a question. You guys ready for the holidays? I asked this question yesterday, and most people were like, no. But are you ready for the holidays? With peppermint scent? Sure, definitely not giant koala fat scent. What is ready? Ready is what you think is ready. It's under finished goods, right? Let's say legwear, handwear, headwear. Let's put toys down here so the kids have something to do. Yeah, that should be everything. Anything else I really need to put in here? Just no metal, so I don't put armor into here. And bins can go in there too. Yep, that dwarf was found dead. Captain of the guard got him. Or the captain of the guard squad got him. One of the two. So now we watch this become a very full stockpile very quickly. I thought that you and the spouse were the goblins and the cats were the gremlins, but I don't know. Or the kobolds. Like they think they can communicate, but they can't. It's moving day. I mean, we gotta get, so for clarity, we had 234 dwarves yesterday. Then we went down to 148. Now we're back up to 177. There's a lot of unclaimed clothing in this fort. Like a lot of it. It needs to be removed from bedrooms. It needs to be placed down there. It needs to be gotten rid of. And that's a process, right? Getting rid of old clothing. Like a lot of these bedrooms are, especially these unclaimed ones, like these cabinets just get drained when they leave. So it's a process of refilling everything. I mean, don't let me make character assumptions about you, right? Most of these dwarves are just performing dances. And you know what? Honestly, I don't blame them. But this stuff should all just get moved slowly. I just saw that dwarf removing stuff from that room. How come the dwarves went down to 180? Do I have to explain it a third time or a fourth time? Chat room, give Martin over in the YouTube chat a very brief descriptor of why the dwarf count dropped so much. Thank you, Suited. Very accurate. Dwarves died, fun, Ebola. Yep. Forgotten Beast, deadly dust, got contaminated in smoke, made you explode into piles of blood. Nothing we could do. It completely infected the entire shotgun structure, so I caved it into lava. And there's still piles of it outside in places, like down here, as an example. The dusting of this stuff will kill you, or it will kill you if it gets onto your clothes, but it's not super likely unless you're covered in snow. Whereas this, if you walk across this little walkway here, you die. You're dead. Done. Goodbye. Peace. I did actually cut it into a 5-hour VOD and a 6-hour VOD, and I'm going to cut the 6-hour VOD down for the YouTube channel, but that's going to be a long edit that won't pay me any money, so. Is there any way to weaponize it? I mean, I could probably, if I was getting regularly sieged, which I'm not, I could probably have made one of those hallways into a side entrance into the fort and funneled enemies through it. I would have lost a lot of dwarves in the process. I don't think it would have been worth it. There's a lot of things that people are like, can you weaponize that? Absolutely, you can weaponize that. Is it worth the time, effort, or trouble? Not for me, maybe for you. If you want to do that sort of thing, by all means, go nuts. I'm hard pass. Because I know the amount of destruction it can do on your own dwarves. Because all you need is like a party of migrants to walk through the wrong thing, and then suddenly you have 18 dwarves dead. So, totally up to you. I wouldn't do it. You need to research dwarven hazmat suits. Yeah, well. It's another game. Different video game. Also, chat room, I realize we're getting close to the holidays, so maybe Twitch is slowing down in busyness, but a little bit of a slow start today, especially on the YouTube side of things. So if you guys want to go help out the YouTube channel, Twitch chat, you can do that by simply going and lurking in the YouTube stream, or alternatively going over there, lurking, and leaving a like. I'm going to post a link to it in a second. There's a link. Of course, I'd prefer that you stick around on the Twitch side of things. Yeah, that ended an hour and 20 minutes ago, Darius. That was done this morning. I assume it ended at the time it started, which was 10 a.m. You had a few bits left? Yeah. Stormwolf is throwing a tantrum. Well, there goes that. I have a feeling that means this dwarf is going to die then. The one nice thing about the execution guards, even though it kind of sucks for all the dwarves that just get offed, the second a dwarf becomes a problem, they're dead. Which is kind of a benefit. Also, I've got a bunch of dwarves in hospital. Oh, I see. You probably just... Oh boy, here we go again. So that just caused a pretty big fight. I mean, look at this combat log. That was one tantrum. Wow. Also, Unib's body's just sitting there. Am I out of coffins? Wow, I think I am. Not quite. Wow. They don't get marked if they're all the way out here, so let's get rid of these. It was a lot less densely filled before that happened. Unib may not have been a member of my fortress. I'm just gonna assume that you weren't. Toss your corpse in the garbage. Yeah, I really need to get this hospital out of the ice. This is not working. This is not working. All right, let's get all the jobs turned back on. Let's just delete this custom detail. I don't need it anymore. Yep. Everybody. 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 Fishing. Yep. 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 Okay. Fortunately, like, from what I can tell, all of the contaminants from here is now gone. Yeah, it's, like, all gone. It's not really a maze of death. It's just this one little area. But kind of looks like that. We're going to build another one anyway. These are like crypts, essentially. Fill them all with coffins and they become full of bodies with time. The longer the fort runs, the more bodies, the more coffins. Maybe make that into a tomb for somebody at some point, but let's also erase these corners just to make it look a little nicer. Works better on phone for background audio. I do think the YouTube mobile app is better than the Twitch app, but I think the general experience of watching a stream on Twitch is better than the general experience of watching a stream on YouTube. Also, generally, I prefer if people watch me on Twitch, too. Because like I always say, Twitch pays my bills, YouTube pays my phone bill. Which is a bit of an exaggeration. It's more like YouTube pays most of my bills, or some of my bills, but Twitch is the vast majority of my income. It's much better on a computer. Yes. Twitch is more of a desktop experience. Stormwolf throwing another tantrum? Really? Can you, like, calm down? Let's start placing more coffins, because I'm assuming I still have more. Yep, turns out I do. Look at that. Fancy that! There's a lot... Okay, I blame Google for that. And there's actually a reason for this. Google paid off a lot of people to be the exclusive video app for a lot of smart TV brands. Same with like Roku. Twitch used to have a Roku app. Stormwolf has passed away after that second tantrum. Unfortunate. But probably for the best. While I understand, like, anyway, like Twitch used to have a Roku app, which was pretty good. And also used to have some apps for smart TVs. And then they all disappeared. For a very long time. Because YouTube and Google paid for the exclusive. A Twitch TV app sucks, the mobile Android one. That's just because you're using the phone app on Android. But a lot of, like, these, like, bigger brands that have, like, their own, what's it called? Their own OSs, or like their own branches of Android, I guess. They're all they were paid to get rid of exclusivity, and a lot of those deals have expired now. But at the same time, Twitch is now on the back foot catching up, which sucks. But, you know, is what it is. That can definitely happen with YouTube. If you pause it, you'll get behind. It's not behind. It's like maybe 30 seconds behind because YouTube sucks. Width of a dwarf is bigger than of elves, is your guess? Same size. Wait, what was the question? They have some sort of canonical indicator for dwarves' average heights. I know that you used to be able to literally look at your dwarves' height and weight in Dwarf Therapist, which was the only thing I liked about Dwarf Therapist. I know that Tekid did some math and found out that the average military dwarf is the average weight and density of average black bear. But much shorter. So your average, like, legendary, indefatigable military dwarf is approximately the weight and density of a black bear. They are bricks, dude. They ain't built, they bricks. They are little monsters. They're massive dudes. They show up and break your face. Gotcha. Yeah, those are some of the features that are good for YouTube. But the thing is, and this is like Twitch's excuse for never having those features, which I think it's because their player isn't as good in some ways. Because the YouTube player is like quite literally the best video player in existence, right? But it makes it easier for that to happen, which means not everybody's guaranteed to be watching at the same time, which makes it worse for the streamer and worse for the community as a live experience. Makes it better as a watching after the fact experience or a lurking experience because you can skip around easier. You had bears in your army that ended up beheading goblins during raids? Beheading? That's intense. Pile of snow, we've become a llama. How's this doing? Still filling. It's gonna take a while. Man, I really want to go out there and do that, but I'm scared. Just like scanning the different areas for contamination. I want there to be as little contamination as possible by the time I go out there again. Because even some of these boulders were contaminated when I was skimming through it after stream last night. And before someone points it out, yes, I'm well aware that there's a DF hack that could clean up all those contaminants. I don't want to do that. That's no fun. Metalsmith's been found dead? Oh. Yep, this is why the prison should be down here and not up there. Are you full of ice? Bucket. Okay, you are full of water. Are you just beaten? I think so. Oops, did I just resize my screen? Shit, I just resized my screen. I'm going to restart the game real quick. I'm gonna save and quit and restart because I just resized my screen and I will never get it pixel perfect again and it'll drive me nuts. I also should actually flip a setting back because I think I forgot to when I made my settings video. Hold on. Let me set it so that it's not resizable. My goblins instantly surrendered. I mean, like, giant animals and war-trained animals can be very effective to a point, but a squad of highly trained dwarves will always be better. Where is it? Window is resizable. It takes effect on main start. No, I don't want the window to be resizable. Let's restart this. They're very replaceable. Yeah, I mean, they aren't bad. Like, I don't mind war animals as long as they do not have to graze. Because I cannot be asked whatsoever to manage grazing pastures for war animals. I'm just not going to do it. It's just not going to happen. Like, I don't care. It is... Actually, hold on a second. Everything down here is forbidden, right? Okay, good. I just do not care whatsoever. It's just not something that I'm willing to do. Just period. So let's do that. Dunk, 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 dunk. We'll also throw some more up here. And I can expand this. Because your captain of the guard needs a certain number of chains. Let's see. Actually, let's wait for these to get built. I don't think they'll count until they're built, but let's double check. 30 out of 17. There we go. So I need 17 chains total. But 30 will help. It's kind of fitting that my cop squad is called the Cold Citadel. Like, this is one of my police dwarves. It's like, one of my dwarves, one of my dwarves, one of my dwarves, one of my dwarves. Most of their kills are my own dwarves. No, we named that. I will often use names that the dwarves come up with. Bastet, I found your ear. Do you need it? It looks eerily similar to the one that you used to have. All right, I'm going to move my hospital. I'm going to move my hospital. I'm thinking down here. Yeah, I'm thinking down here, just in this spot right here. And we also need to do soap. So let's get soap started. So for soap, I kind of want to do that in its own space. Is there a space up here I could use that's not used for anything right now? Maybe. I mean, that's clothing. Down beneath clothing, I was going to do leather works, but I never got around to it. I could do soap there, but actually, no, I shouldn't do the soap in the... Because I need lye... And lye melts, so... Or lye freezes, so I need to do soap in an area where it won't freeze. A little Rembrandt in the fort? Wait, what? What, the ear that's sitting there? Is that what it is? Why, because I make bad puns, Bastet? Come on, at least, like, challenge me to have a better sense of humor. Also, hope you're doing well today, Soul Shinery. How's things? And Official Rams. Hello. Van Gogh. That is definitely an artist. Yeah, I think I'll make a little soap making station in here. What are those grates filled with green underneath the statues? Grates filled with green. Oh, these? The green glass windows. These are bags full of sand. And I've been making green glass windows and also blocks. In fact, I was just thinking about how it would be cool if I could get a heated floor for an area, but I think probably actually the better way to do this would be to put the hospital here. Yeah, because I need the hospital to not let stuff freeze in it. So you want a heated floor at home? Yeah, I don't know if you want literal molten rock flowing under your feet, but Yeah, that could work. I can construct in that. Something else that I think might be a little bit of fun is I want to do a short stream on Christmas Day. I think I might do some version 47 adventure mode on Christmas Day. I think that's the plan for Christmas Day. It's a question of the distance to the molten rock under your feet. Okay, do you want it centimeters beneath your feet? Bastet, I could do a stream of me sleeping, and you'd probably watch. I appreciate the kindness, but it's a given at this point. Make the hospital out of green. Well, let's do green glass floors for the hospital, not walls. That's just creepy. I mean, so saying, I'll watch. It's for, like, comparison's sake. I prefer it to be miles. What's a mile? You mean like that character from Spider-Man? I think you mean kilometers, sir. Please don't drain ice into my hospital tank. And this is going to be the area that we are going to run. This is going to be my glob and fat into soap conversion space. No, he said miles. Frog for Hire said miles, so I was bouncing off of what Frog for Hire said, not referring to moles. BBL. You know, it's funny. I know that Europe does Christmas holiday stuff on the 24th, or large portions of Europe does anyway. Whereas, like, Canada, US, and a lot of other countries, it's the 25th. My family is mostly European, so growing up, it was always the 24th. Always the 24th. We always did Christmas stuff on the 24th, and we kind of had like a little bonus thing on Christmas Day where Santa filled up our stockings for us, and then we would, you know, go to other family members' houses and do things over at other family members' houses. And then aside from that, all of Christmas stuff was always on the 24th. At this point, I'll be honest with you guys, I don't celebrate Christmas. I go over to my parents' house, and sometimes my sisters show up, and maybe an aunt shows up, and then we have dinner. And it's either on the 24th or the 25th, whenever we are the most free. I don't see my dad's side of the family anymore, which is like militantly 25th is the Christmas day. So I don't see them as often anymore. Ever since the pandemic, really. And now that my grandma on that side passed away, it's like there's nobody organizing it anymore. And most of the adults just don't want to do it. And then the younger generation, like myself, doesn't give a shit. Doesn't want to. So it's like this weird kind of combination of like, I think at this point, at least for me, until somebody has kids in my family, which I don't think is going to happen anytime soon, Christmas is done. Really. Crazy time is 24th in Sweden. Yeah. Again. Chat, can we keep count of how many times they party? This is party 2. Yeah, it was a rough year, Martin. Lost both my grandmas this year, so. You know, it's funny. For years, or not for years, but for most of this year, I've kind of felt that this is the best year of my life, financially, career-wise, business-wise, but mental health-wise, and family tragedy-wise, this was far and away the worst year of my life. Gypsum plaster disappearing. Gypsum plaster melts. Or gypsum powder can melt. It'll also get mixed in with sand, so it could vanish into sand. And it's used in the hospital. So if you're importing a bunch, are you getting injuries? They use it as casts in the hospital. Like, that's its passive use. So if you're getting a lot of injuries, it's literally the main use for gypsum plasters. It's made into casts. So if you go to your hospital zone, powder for casts. I don't have any gypsum and I haven't imported any. You can just set this number to 0. So make sure it's not going into the wrong stock. Make sure it's not going into a sand stockpile, and make sure it's going into your hospital. Why isn't there a yearly festival in Dwarf Fortress? Because it's up to the player to organize a yearly festival in Dwarf Fortress. If you want a yearly festival, make a festival zone, come up with what you do, come up with what jobs are allowed, and where the dwarves do it, and have a festival. It's a game about role-playing. Speaking of games about role-playing, bunch of dogs, and one of my giant dingoes died. Rest in peace. Poor bugger. Of old age. And a turkey died. Somebody's pet turkey. Someone's pet dog died. And one of my giant koalas died of old age. Because they die on the 1st of spring. What was I saying? A game that I need to dive into heavily next year is Songs of Six. Once I'm done with the Caves of Cud run that I'm currently doing, Songs of Six is the next game that we're going to dive into. And whenever it hits 1.0, Odd Realm will happen next year. Because Odd Realm's hitting 1.0 next year. Please don't roleplay a bunch of dead dogs. Chat would be very quiet. Just want to clarify that. I like it when chat's active. And when it's, just silence that's kind of sad. Makes my job a lot harder, actually. It's kind of funny. Twitch's CEO was talking about this recently because they were doing the patch notes for the month, and he did kind of like this little babble about him getting partner at the end, and he's just like, I know like it's become a joke and everybody's congratulating him. He's like, but don't congratulate me. I had it super easy, which was interesting because like there's been this running joke for a little bit now, like about the person who denied the CEO of Twitch partner right the day before TwitchCon, because he got denied Twitch partner the day before TwitchCon, which is very funny because he just barely didn't qualify. So that person did their job, which is perfect. But like it was just like resonating through like I guess mainstream Twitch circles, like you got partner, and everybody's like sending him his congratulations, and he's like literally like, don't congratulate me, I have it easy. He's like, most of you have it way harder than me, which is nice to see. It's nice to see people say stuff like that. Because growing on this site and, making a living on this site is difficult as all hell, so. Right down to the fact that you need to have people watching so that people will start watching. Stuff like that. Please don't roleplay dead dogs. Well, okay, so a bunch of dogs just died of old age. Because that happens sometimes. And as that happened, somebody quoted me in chat saying, because what I was saying right before was, please don't, or speaking of role-playing, a bunch of dead dogs, because I was talking about role-playing, and Dwarf Fortress being a game about role-playing, not necessarily a game about, like, the game feeding you mechanics that do the role-playing for you. Anyway, a bunch of dead dogs died, and I was like, speaking of role-playing, let's change the subject entirely, a bunch of dead dogs. And that was right when you came in. So that's why you came into that. Sorry. Not even, like, in the last 30 minutes. Small Shinery. And that's why Twitch isn't for kids. Especially this stream. It's a very confusing thing to come into. Chat room, I have a question, just kind of for everybody. Have you ever come into my... have you ever, like, tuned into my stream and the first thing I say isn't kind of weird out of context? Because I feel like that's just my stream, just in general. Like, regardless of what's going on, when you tune into my stream, I'm going to be in the middle of saying something kind of weird. Cannot bring such an instance to mind. Really? It's an expectation for that to happen. See? Somebody gets it. I did butcher a bunch of giant koalas, yes. Martin made a Twitch finally. Hi. Congratulations on making a Twitch. And welcome over from the YouTube. Table. Wait, I got iron tables. Let's make 23 traction benches. I'm going to make the old hospital into another doctor's guild. Let's make 20. 20 traction benches. How many beds do I have? They're all built. How much wood do I have? Plenty. Okay, beds. Let's make 40 beds. And then all of this is going to be moved out of here. So I'm actually going to just straight up delete this zone. And then this is a doctor's guild, I think. Yeah, I'm going to make bone doctors, or actually I could half and half. Let's do I will probably also remove most of these beds from here eventually, but we'll do half and half. Bone doctor and stitches, so sutures. Guild hall. Bone. Bone. Bone carver. Bone doctor. And over here will be... No, not a hospital. Dang it. An automatic. Yeah, I need dwarves that are better at giving stitches. You're still lurking here too? Well, that's optimal. Thank you. Hey, Piranha Pearl. Follow up on what you were saying. You have a hard time seeing Songs of Six as something more than a mechanical city builder? Sure, certainly. I mean, that's what it is. But then again, you're talking to a dude who can actively get stories. If you're talking about it like not being a story builder, I get it. But you're talking to a person who can get stories out of SimCity. So, I mean, yeah, you're right. But also it's a, like, faction war game. So, I don't know. Not too hard. Yeah, black... I like Goblin Cap the most, I think, and Bloodthorn, but Black Caps also do look really nice. I really like the wood textures, actually, in this game. Is your Gobbo still alive? Yes. Still dancing, still meditating, still has no friends. Meanwhile, Reg the Weaponsmith has created Zotshodur, a tin pick, and offers it to the Frosty Beards. I'm just going to plop it into here, and then we'll take a look at it. Oh, we got a ghost. I forgot to place those. All right, microcline. Microcline. Yep. And that's it. Let's jump to that. Hello, Shinery. Thanks for chucking a gift at Martin. Now you get ad-free viewing and emotes for the next 30 days. Appreciate you. This is a tin pick. Our craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushion cut pink jades and encircled with bands of tin, radiant cut pink jades, and cushion microcline cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of tower cap and koala leather. And giant koala leather, and microcline. On the item is an image of Lorbam, Wall Hatchet. Wall Hatchet's a good name. And on the item is the dwarves and dwarves in giant koala leather. Lorbam Wall Hatchet is surrounded by the dwarves. The arc relates the ascension of the dwarf Lorbam to the position of queen of the insightful handles. 95. That was the queen before the queen that we had. Caravan has arrived. So I have to turn both of these on. And I have to be very careful about outdoor areas. Like, extremely careful. To the point where I think I'm gonna just do this. I just do not want them going out here. At all. At all. At all. Taking this quarantine seriously here. That. Those. And I think that should be everything. And now, go up to here. I can open this. Quite literally, yeah. Also, speaking of, double check. Sure, nothing up here is allowed. Actually gonna remove all of this up here. I don't want them tracking that snow down into here. Okay. I'm probably not gonna need to trade much more than my tunics. Or than much more than the used clothes. Actually, you know what? I'm just going to trade all of the clothes. That isn't forbidden. Because while yes, can't sell Forgotten Beast silk stuff, which sucks. Do not like that. I want them to fix that one day. Yeah, most of the stuff that's unclaimed and accessible is you know, used and on the floor anyway. Won't sell the steel gauntlets though, those are staying with us. About adventure mode menu stuff? Yep, there's a video. It's also on the Discord. The most important part about that is the most important part of that entire thing is the fact that there's pictures of the dogs, the Zach's puppies. So, you know, it's the most important part. You can see some photos of Sunbun, Nunu, Jojo. Very two-syllable names. I mean, I'm just saying. See? Jojo, Uma, or Una, Sunbun, and Jojo, Una, Sun, Bun, and Sam. Sun, Bun, and Sam. Yes. Selection of dogs. The last time I spoke with Zach, he said that all of his dogs are permanent puppies. It doesn't matter how old they are. Everybody assumes they're puppies. Which I think is very true. I would assume that they're puppies too. A pink jade crown? I didn't know you can make those. Apparently you can make gem crowns. Hello. All right, humans can come in and trade. Just like all humans are kids, right, Custodian? I have a dwarf bun crown. Definitely bought by one of my visitors that I beat to death at some point. Probably a goblin, likely. Just make sure that all of the dwarves are assigned to this. Except for the children. Are you asking what they're for? Because there are no pressure plates here. So if you're seeing pressure plates, you're thinking you're seeing pressure plates, but you're not seeing pressure plates. And traps? Those aren't pressure plates. Those are cage traps. They're to stop wild animals from getting into the fort. These are all visitors coming into the fort. Yeah, no, pressure plates don't have the little dots around the edge. They're very clearly cage traps. Admittedly, they look almost identical, so... So now you get up here and we trade. Mark all. Oh, this is an elf merchant. Never mind. Hold on. I thought these were humans. I misread. That almost got very, very bad. Okay, well, this is fine. Let's do big deal. I think cave spider stuff's okay. It's just not leather, that is. Reindeer leather. Okay, so not reindeer leather. Let's just... This should be fine. Fingers crossed. Even if I screw up trading with them once, it's okay. They won't hate me. I think I've selected any leather. Reindeer leather, tunic. Should be good. Oh, that blows. No animals. Fine. I need to give them some more things, though. I just have to make sure there's nothing with, like, made from animals. I apparently have a lot of jaguar leather pants. Yeah, that's enough value. There we go. Yay, they traded. Sweet. All right, well, we'll have to trade better with humans next time. Other than fabric, what are they good for? Fruits that you can't easily get. Sometimes they bring sunberries and things. And believe it or not, having rare fruits and fruit variety drastically increases the happiness of your dwarves. They very much appreciate food variety. Let's do stairs up for here. These stairs up, we can just do, I don't know, just Gabbro so it matches. This can go right here. Diplomat's upset with me. I mean, you'll have to live. Ghost was put to rest. Whenever I hear that sound now, I think, oh god, there's more infection. No, it's just a ghost being memorialized properly, which is good. You know what I am really worried about with adventure mode? I like how I said that right as an ad starts. What I'm genuinely really worried about for adventure mode is that they're talking about how adventure mode is going to have full keyboard support. I don't think that that means that fortress mode is getting full keyboard support at the same time. I know that they want to bring full keyboard support back to fortress mode. I just don't think that's going to happen at the same time as adventure mode releasing. And I have this weird feeling that there are some people who think that them talking about keyboard support for adventure mode means both, based on reading some comments. I'm really worried about that. Kid Fox has to be really careful and clear with the marketing on that, if that's the case. So I know a lot of streamers that are part of advertising and marketing agencies. And I can't say the name of it because it's not public yet. But another one just shut down. This is the, like, fourth I've heard about in the last year. By last year, I mean, like, the last 3 months. I kind of worry about streamers that depend on sponsorship income that source all of their sponsorships through a third-party marketing agency, considering how many of them have shut down. People will always assume things. Yeah, especially when it comes to video games. I mean, I know that, I don't know if this has happened yet, but there's a GDC talk that the Kid Fox community manager, Alexandra, did. And I could search for exactly what the title of it was. Find the actual name of the talk that she did. I have to scroll down a little bit. On a social media platform previously referred to as Twitter. I don't know if it's public yet, which is, because I know that they released those talks, but it's literally just like risks of marketing or risks of being open about development or something. Because like Dwarf Fortress posts like monthly updates on what they're working on, like, or bi-weekly even, when in reality, like all games are always working on things. But if you post super, super, super frequently about what you're working on without actually patching the game, being open in development, which is what a lot of people want, turns out a lot of people on the internet just get really mad at you. Which I think is interesting. Forgotten Beast, Niglusu Tomulusu Uki. Oogie has come. A giant one-eyed Quetzal. What's a Quetzal? I feel like every time this creature pops up, I Google it. Quetzal. What's a Quetzal? Burb. Okay. Burb. It has large mandibles and it belches and croaks. Its lemon feathers are patchy. Beware its poison bite, which means I can probably get in my fort. Yeah, bird. And yep, it can fly. Oh, well, it found another beast. Let's see who wins. Got a beast battle. Back soon. Alrighty. So this guy, who's currently heavy bleeding, did kill one Forgotten Beast and a bunch of random crap in the fort, but is appearing to be having a very hard time actually hitting the thing, because our birdie here isn't bleeding at all. In fact, I don't even think it's taking hits. It is getting caught in the boiling extract, which this guy is outputting. So now he's bleeding, which is, I guess, good for us. Meaning you probably also have a... I wonder if it's... Are you hitting him? Okay, I know he's biting him. So I don't know if it's the extract causing bleeding or if it's the attacks that are causing bleeding. They're both on top of each other. They're both bleeding heavily. Sfid's right third toe and left front paw have flown off, and he's dead. Birdie is still bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding and bleeding. Heavy bleeding. Might still die. Maybe not. Okay, nope. He made it. But Birdie won. So now, Birdie could attack us. I think it's time to test my Mark Dwarfs. Because it's going to hit us. It's just a matter of time. I don't particularly want to open the door. If I can avoid it. It is decently far away. I could dig over to it. Oh, no. Oh, it's moving. Can they get infections? Oh, yeah, no, they can die of all the same things that... Oh, it lost its ability to fly. I don't need to worry about it. We can leave it. It can't fly. It was de-winged, I suppose. Diagnosis required, yes. Can't stand or fly. I mean, it can crawl. That's not... It's still mobile. But we can just leave it there. Whew, well, that's good for us. Debirded, yes. The bird has debirded. What's the real... it's a goblin name. It's a pretty common goblin name, too. What? Why is... Why is there an elven horse just walking this way? Maybe they're leaving, I guess. I'm just gonna forbid these two doors and turn my, my burrows off. Horse has animals to trade. Oh, maybe. No mods. Holu. Plain vanilla, with the exception of DF hack. And if you want to see my DF hack settings, there's a video on my YouTube channel about that. Partying again? Kind of looks like it. Maybe not. Still singing, though. Uh-oh. Cavern Dwellers. Burby has found Cavern Dwellers. Is now fighting with Cavern Dwellers. It's bleeding very heavily. Very heavily. Because they are on level with it. Continuing to fight with the bird people. And invisible things that I can't see because they're still stealth. Well, at least it's cleaning up the caves for us just... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Never mind, it's gained its ability to fly back. Damn it, you didn't fully lose your wings. You had one job. They are cave swallow people. All right, fine. I will send my military back down here then. Because it can 100% fly into here. It took the bird people's wings? I very much doubt that. Yeah, they do also heal, but they get permanent injuries if they don't go to a hospital, right? My wings are yours. Your flight is mine. Just the flapping wings of... Yeah, the funny thing is the cave swallowmen are generally riding giant olms and giant toads and giant crocodiles, or just cave crocodiles. And because of this, they don't fly because their mounts don't fly. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Does anybody want a dwarf? You can say pick me. But you have to brave the potentially cursed snow. Lightning Roger is a High Master Presser and an expert Gelder. That's actually going to be quite a useful job here. Always is in love with somebody and develops positive feelings. Is bashful and has a calm demeanor. Could be considered rude. Doesn't cling tightly to ideas. Is open to changing his mind and doesn't often feel lustful. He is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and tends to think before acting. He has little interest in joking around, and he can handle stress. He has a greedy streak, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and does not care about friendship. You do not have any family, but you do worship the most popular god, and you're a member of the most popular religion, so you can go party all day, every day, and you'll be fine. Although we do need to wait for the... Wait, what? Why are you standing there? You could just walk in for it. What? Or if it's like paralyzed. Oh, there we go. Wait, hold on. Did you just like... Okay. So... is encircled with bands of round schist cabochons. Whose pants are these? It's an image of a hoary marmot. Pretty quality male shirt. The rendition of the West Banners, a superiorly designed image of spears. It's the image of the insightful handles of dwarven civilization. It is made from lavender jade. Well, it didn't come from you or you. So somebody died before they got here? Or died on the edge of the map. One of the two. It could have been like a traitor or something. I don't know. Weird. Stupid moles. Lives an orderly life, organized and neat, and rarely develops negative feelings towards things. Finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and is somewhat quarrelsome. And is bothered by this since she values friendship. She has a noticeable lack of perseverance, enjoys the company of others, and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Doesn't often feel envious of others and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She tries to do things correctly each time, and she's brave in the face of imminent danger and does not cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing her mind and does not reveal personal information. And she needs to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of raising a family and personally finds and greatly respects those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Worships Immastasomathethudmen, which is a god I'm not familiar with, and you have a developed sense of empathy. You value decorum. And you're a member of the Frosty Beards and no religions. Next up, we have this brewer. What, Bastet? You will take this one. That's not up to you to decide. It goes in order of they arrive. Some custodian. Just be happy I'm giving you one to begin with. He is very slow to anger and does not find most jokes humorous. He is a perfectionist and is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. Does not find most jokes humorous and is a perfectionist. Is greatly moved by art and natural beauty. Is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and is trusting. He is quite ambitious and I lost my spot. Where was I? He is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future. He is quite ambitious and he isn't particularly curious about the world. He tends to be passive in discussions and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He likes a little excitement now and then and is stubborn and not particularly interested in what others think of him. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. What's up, Aimless Alpha? You survived the calamity. He dreams of crafting a master quirk someday and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. You do have a wife and you worship the most popular god in the world and you're a member of the most popular religion. Goddamn normie. Meanwhile, your wife is... we'll just go with Ramsey because the official I don't think is necessary. But if you want me to put the official at the beginning of your name, we'll do that. You worship Pum Waspenang and are a member of a different religion than your hubby. What's up, Unity's Helm? She is very comfortable around others that are different from herself, and she is a friendly individual, and she tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she likes a little excitement now and then. Occasionally overindulges and isn't particularly ambitious. She has little interest in joking around, and she is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She sometimes can act with little determination and confidence, and she likes to brawl, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. She thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and she acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally doesn't and finds romance distasteful and doesn't care about nature one way or another. She's tolerant but a flatterer. Hates romance. Next up, we have a lie maker. This lie maker is tight. Tight 90, specifically. Glass half empty is dead. Pick me if I'm dead. This dwarf is extremely confident in situations requiring his skills. He's given to flights of fancy to the point of distraction, is quick to anger, and is not particularly curious about the world. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, can sometimes act without deliberation, and is quite polite, has a greedy streak, occasionally overindulges, and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Remember, there's a forgotten beast in the basement. He tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Confident in situations requiring his skills. Charging at a baddie, if you have a lot of skills, you will complete the thing first. You're more likely to take jobs. I think that's the two things it affects. Is you're more likely to take jobs, and you're confident. So if there's something scary happening, you're less likely to stop, basically. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, values hard work, values a harmonious existence, is somewhat put off by trade and commerce, and does not particularly value the tooth. You worship as, and that's it. Next up. This is an armorer. Napalm. Sideburns. As far as what happened here, aimless. I will be making a highlight video of the whole calamity, but it's gonna take me a while. I could have done it last night, or I could have done the video that I put up this morning. Which honestly, more people are gonna watch a news video about adventure mode than the scary forgotten beast. So, you know, it is what it is. Unfortunate. I mean, this is like the third time I've had to inform people on in the last 6 months that Tarn's cat has died. Yes, yesterday's VOD was bloody. Sure. All right, let's get back to it. Yeah, I hope Tarn gets a new cat at some point, but he doesn't see. I feel like when a pet passes away, it's like not easy for everybody to just dive back in. I stopped an older for a bit over 10 years yesterday after breaching the hidden fuzz stuff and surviving the first wave barely, and nearly the entire military got hit by the nastiest syndrome you've ever had. It caused brain rot. They just dropped dead. That sounds like, what's it called? Paralyzation that paralyzes their lungs and they can't breathe and they die. This is from YouTube chat. But, like, I think that's what that would be, Ren. Also, Ren, you died of not brain rot, but bleeding. Rapid surprise, all orifices bleeding. Anyway, this is Napalm Sideburns, and she has a profound sense of duty, although this can conflict with her sense of difference in all this can conflict with her sense of independence, and she is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture, and she tends to think before acting. She tries to keep her things orderly and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments. She is quite polite, and she is moved by art and natural beauty. She is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is quite polite. She's quite polite. Why do I keep reading that one line repeatedly? She's moved by her natural beauty, and she's troubled by this, and she dislikes the natural world, and she likes to keep her things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. My eyes aren't working today. I apologize. She personally values independence and does not care about fairness. How brave are you? Independent, low stamina, intolerant. Join the military. You sound like an excellent cop. Although you're not actually joining the cop squad. You're joining the other squad. But next. Vodka. Glass. Is this the second or the first one? Hold on. A member of the Still Silk. Huh. You've got lots of cousins in the fort. Lucas Patton. Alexander was your cousin. And with Cathode. So much death. He's very stubborn and doesn't seek out excitement. You grieve your friend? Yeah. He is... Anyway. He is very stubborn and doesn't seek out excitement. He generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he often feels discouraged, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and he has a sense of duty. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he tends to do things correctly. He tries to do things correctly each time, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. He is quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and he could be considered rude. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. For an example, could be considered rude, is much more likely to get into fights and arguments with dwarves and cause negative moods for dwarves that don't like arguments. Or positive moods for those who do like arguments. Personally values eloquence and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Doesn't really value merrymaking and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and dreams of raising a family. Well, how cute. You have 2 lovers and no kids. So good luck on that raising a family thing there. Speaking of lovers, this isn't your lover, but this is another dwarf and going up. Ever played as goblins? Yes, they're just dwarves that don't need alcohol, so boring dwarves that are green or gray sometimes. Why does everybody want to play as goblins? Dwarves are the only developed race. Like, what? Scrolling up, okay. Glass, half, empty, 3. I think this is the 3rd one, correct me if I'm wrong, Glass. Goblin these nuts. I mean, you can say that regardless. She dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, and she is conflicted by this for more than one reason, and she doesn't seek out excitement. She tends to be more, She is conflicted by this as she feels intellectually that life should be more tumultuous. She is assertive and she does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive sentiments. She tends to think before acting and generally finds herself to be quite hopeful about the future. She has a calm demeanor and is grateful when others help her out, and she tries to return favors, and she has a greedy streak, and she tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others. She enjoys the company of others and is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. Speaks in monotone when she's annoyed and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I mean, fair enough, Arkloid, but raccoon men are like a quarter the size of a dwarf and very, very weak. So, good luck. Personally values eloquence and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. And dreams of raising a family. And says she's doing well. You don't remember? Here, let me check. Two. Wait, hold on. Let's double check, actually. No. Okay. No, you're good. It is the 2nd. I think you had 2 in the last fort. Dwarf walks in and immediately dropped it. Do you see this, chat? See who this is? This is one of my dwarves that vanished 6 years ago. All of your... This is one of the original 7, actually, that I sent out on a mission that never came back. These are the original 7 dwarves. Baka Glass was one of those dwarves, apparently. Who died before he got back. That's why there's all that clothing there. They also have different clothing than I sent them out with. Forgotten Beast tooth bracelet? Where's your armor? You were sent out with steel armor. I'm curious. We're gonna interrogate this dwarf. Big Bang's also back, apparently. Or coming back. Yeah, there you are. I can remove you from this squad. And just put you into this squad. Legendary Swords Dwarf. Not even rusty. Huh. I'm naming this one Wait What, because that's how I feel right now. Wait What takes no pleasure in her talents and appearance and forms strong emotional bonds with others at times to her detriment. She likes to present herself boldly, even if it would offend the average sense of modesty, and she is assertive. She has an active sense of humor, and she does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and she's conflicted by this, and she values artwork and its creation. She generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and she tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She has an active imagination. She is very humble, and she tends to be swayed by emotional appeals. She has a greedy streak, and she is a little tight with resources when working on projects. Dreams of mastering a skill, and personally values decorum, dignity, and proper behavior. Has developed sense of empathy and is not vain but creative. Also, your husband's coming. There's other Baka glass. So Baka, I just gave you a dwarf. I'm going to rename that dwarf that I just gave you. What do you want me to rename it to? Aimless Alpha, welcome back for a second month. Am I crazy, or did you like just subscribe the other day? I might just be crazy. But thank you. Welcome back. What'd you miss? Some of my soldiers are coming back. Actually, even better. Baka, who do you want me to give this dwarf to? Although you're just going to tell me to name it like, I don't know, Brad Pitt or something. Chad, I need a funny name for this dwarf. Because I think Baka might be AFK. Also, we're in an ad right now anyway, so it's fine. Brad Pitt? Beard Pitt? Joe Mama. That's pretty funny. I like Brad Pitt. But with one T. Brad Pitta? All right, so we're also going to interrogate Baka. Because where did you go? Your lover, Arcmaster, is dead. Who died here, I think? Yeah. That's sad. Man, back to see his lover. Passed away. An Elkbird earring? Elkbird nail earring. Anyway, I can remove you from the Cold Slayers. I mean, these are all legendary swords dwarves, so. Can you name a forgotten beast? You can nickname it, but no. Unnamed dwarf? I mean, the only thing I names are dwarves, basically. Dwarves, or well, more accurately, the things that I name in the fortress are citizens. So if it's a citizen, I'll name it. I've come home to my love. Oh, no. Yeah, right. They brought a reindeer for some reason. I guess they understand it's the holidays. And a dog. Stint Dad brought their pet dog. This is Arab, who's married to Big Afro Dwarf. Also, just as a reminder, I've worked my way through all the people who asked for dwarves. If more people want dwarves, just give me a shout. Novice Axe Dwarf? Nope, you weren't part of a squad. bad with words and stubborn. Eh. I don't speak anime. Plump. Or furry, for that matter. Deaf gun. It's deaf a gun. You've got poor empathy and you disdains. That's not something I will never understand. Why would you hate skills? I hate skills. You want the dwarf with afro? Okay. You've got tons of family in the fortress, including an older brother who's still alive, which is good. He is assertive and tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, is trusting, often cheerful, can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand, is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, which means he'll live longer. He is pleased by his own appearance and talents and is quick to anger, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, often snaps his fingers when he's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. This dwarf also dreams of raising a family and personally doesn't respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife, finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and does not care about art one way or another, and doesn't really value merrymaking. This dwarf is weird. You hate everything. Okay. Carry on. We're Afro dwarf. They're big-haired dwarf. Big-haired dwarf is now Mini Big Boss, and we'll do a Silver Falcon next. Mini. Big hair. Mini Big Hair is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible. He accepts favors without developing a sense of obligation. He prefers to act as the current situation demands. He does not often feel envious of others and has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. He is often cheerful and does not act with compassion. He is stubborn and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. When he becomes exasperated, he begins to speak deliberately. Needs alcohol to get through the working day like a dwarf, and personally disregards tradition and dreams of mastering a crafter work someday. He has his wife here as well. And his dad is one of our scholars. Next up, here, you know what? Silver Falcon, you can be this dwarf's dad. He has 10 children? Holy shit. His wife isn't even here. Silver Falcon. Silver Falcon does not generally think before acting, is prone to strong feelings of jealousy, and prefers to be alone. Well, he's supposed to be pissed. Doesn't handle stress well and has a greedy streak. He likes a little excitement now and then, and he is quite ambitious. He tries to keep things orderly and is stubborn and tries to do things correctly each time. He tends to consider what others think of him and tenses up when he's nervous. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Although, actually, I will say that this dwarf is not a permanent member of this fortress. They're just a visitor. Actually, hold on. Let me just double check that they're not like a temporary visitor and they're a permanent visitor. Okay, that's actually a guest, a temporary guest. You might ask to join. If you're okay with being a guest that may or may not become a member of the fort, let me know. Otherwise, I'll give you a different one. That's Def Gun. Let's wait. Here's another one. Das Tots. You may visit again. All right. Does the angry personality in a dwarf cause them to want to steal more often? If a dwarf doesn't value the law, the dwarf is more likely to break the law. I don't know if I might actually play this world all the way up until adventure mode because it's pretty young and it's been fun so far. And like, we're all the way down at this end of the fort, like, of this end of the world, like, all the way up here, stuff's gonna be completely different, so. I was just gonna look for something in this world real quick. That's an interesting little, the jungle of poetry. Good jungle. All I'm looking for is I kind of want to do a volcano on ice, but that's the only one. Well, that's a shame. Okay, so Big Bang also returned. during this. So I'm going to remove you from this. Better you returned on a previous one. Well, that's a good jungle, which is why it might be neat. Because, like, this fortress is getting close to the peak of it, right? Oh, also, if anybody wants to witness the giant cave-in, if you go to the DF save sharing room, this is... Uh-oh, right, I forgot. I have a setting set right now where you guys can't actually see Discord if I show it. This right here is the save file for this fortress right as I'm doing the massive cave-in. So if you want to see a massive cave-in happen in Dwarf Fortress, go download that save file and just press play and jump into the most recent save. Because it's right as, like, my half the fortress is collapsing, which is fun. All right. What was I doing? Meetings are done for the day. Yay! Also, that seems to be everybody. Well, I mean, it's this whole thing caving in. Because I plopped the save right as the game was, or right as it was caving in, so. Okay, so let's see. Have we interrogated any of them yet? Stukos the Demon Scholar. No. Okay, so have these interrogations started? Yes. Let's check the status of this forgotten... Uh-oh. Wrong beast. So you're all the way down here and seriously injured. Okay, so let's go to those new dwarves and just select everybody. And type in child. Move them all from this one because they get their own burrow. Yes, we caved the whole thing in because it was so full of deadly dust powder that would kill us. I didn't even want to try deconstructing it. Okay, so I'm going to turn the burrow on. Because I just realized I've got dwarves running outside, I think. Yeah, I do. I have to be careful where they step, because if they go to the wrong place, like, as an example, this whole area, like, they were walking along this wall right here. I had, like, 5 dwarves die on this drawbridge, because they walked across that one pile and immediately died. So, you have to be very careful. Let's just open that door down in the basement. Let's let this creature in. Mark's dwarves are up there where they need to be. Rest of the dwarves are down there where they need to be. Now we wait for the door to open. Actually, you know what? Let's send the non-Mark's dwarves up here. And I also... Something else I need to do? Let's just go here and go war! Wait, no, wrong thing. War! Okay, who's not... Who's a word dog who's not assigned? Who's a word kitty who's not assigned? You're not assigned. All right. Let's type in sword. Okay. Mill. Militia captain. Okay. Bastet. You get a big kitty. Kumil. You get a big kitty. Errol. You get a big kitty. Bastet, you get a war dog. Bastet, you get a war dog. Bastet, you get a war dog. Kumil, you get a war dog. Kumil, you get a war dog. And Kumil, you get a war dog. Then I'm going to scroll down here. We're going to war train 2 of these. I could you know, I'm going to war train the elephants, but I'm not going to assign them to anybody. And we'll just use them as cavern defense, because if any Forgotten Beasts get in there, they'll just get fucking mauled by an elephant. Which is not bad, actually. Like, that's a pretty good outcome for us. I've got more kitties growing up and a billion puppies. We're going to slaughter that reindeer calf and most of these puppies. Yeah. Okay. At least if you're in the military, you get a war dog. That isn't smart, Dwarf. I really should tell them to not claim used ammunition, but got what you needed, looks like. You've just joined a conflict. Forgotten Beast is fighting with a Hammerlord. Hammerlord bashes the Forgotten Beast in the lower body with her Warhammer. Ah, it's already up in here. That was fast. I was like, well, it's going to take a minute. Turns out not. All right, let's station you guys and you guys all down here. Push through it. It is bleeding heavily and winded. The Hammerlord is coated with its spray. Hopefully it's not too bad. And the creature is dead. Looks like you were the only one who got covered with it, and also it looks like you killed it. Yeah, you did. Etur the Hammerlord, the sprayed holiness of hammers. Killed it. And I'm going to take these 2 squads that are stationed and send them home. Hello, all mind control. Make sure that this dwarf makes it back in. Did not make it back in. Well, pull the lever slower this time, or next time. It was a bird, sorry. It was a bird that had a deadly gas. But it seems like we're okay. I'm gonna see if I can cook it. I'm going to expand this burrow into here. Oopsies. Butcher an animal, promote. There you go. Wait. Merchants have embarked on their journey. That should get it butchered. This one. I am very worried that this dwarf is going to do something stupid. Like, you know, go die or whatever. But fortunately, all the burrows are on, so no one should be running out into the caverns. It's I-Core, so that's fine. Hello, UGDPY. How are you? Happy almost holidays. Or, it's time to get Christmas shopping done. Or, thank Christ I don't celebrate. Whatever the outcome may be. That's all just I-Core, that's fine. Now you head back inside. Have fun at coding class. Just remember when you're coding, you're high class. All right, I'm going to just do this thing because of how I've been treating these caverns ever since the calamity, which is forbid all this shit. For fuck's sake. Like, are you not in the burrow? ESHTAN. Yep, you're in the burrow. Not technically supposed to be able to leave. I guess there's just like enough areas in this burrow that like... Yeah, there is. Okay. I didn't realize... Okay, this actually still needs to be in here. I also need to finish that project. That's a project that got completely lost. Whatever. There you go. Must have forbidden it. Whatever you're going for. How you doing today, Deep Space? Mods, could I get a shout out for Deep Space, please? How are you assigning werebeasts to your soldiers? Oh, war beasts, not werebeasts. You hit creatures. You get pets and livestock. You find a creature that is war trained. So a creature with that icon. I need to actually find one that isn't already assigned now because I just assigned all of them. And then you click on the little war button once they're war trained. And then once they're war trained, you click on that button and it gives you a list of every single dwarf in your fortress. And then you select a dwarf and it's assigned to them. And then it just follows them around. Or it stays in its pasture if it's supposed to stay in a pasture. How's things with me? I'm all right. I didn't get enough sleep last night because like by the time I finished editing and like eating, it was like 1 in the morning. So I got to bed at like 1:30, which is way too late in the day to get to bed for me. I got like maybe 5 hours of sleep. So I'm like, bleh, but fine. Bye. Getting by. We'll be fine. I will survive. I will be all right. But right now, a little... It's kind of how I'd say. Kind of a, like, it's starting to feel like it's the holidays. I'll say. Because, like, things get a little quiet around Twitch usually when the holidays hit. Okay, so I've interrogated Andre and Baka Glass. No new information. Subject complied. How about you? No new information. Subject complied. I guess leaving the fort for multiple years doesn't necessarily mean you're going to go off and commit crimes. News and rumors. Humans are attacking the elves. The glad flax. Too scared to not comply, I think is what it said. Subject complied. Subject was too afraid to not comply. Yeah, there we go. I don't always read all of the words because I know approximately the meaning and sometimes I say them wrong. You know. It's not a good habit, but is a habit. All right. Elves have not left yet. But I can to here and just lock these doors. And then remove these burrows from the dwarves. Okay, so we are like I said, still just waiting for this to fill up. That's what we are waiting on. We are waiting for this to fill. Once this has filled, which it's getting there, you know, this is up to 7 of 7 mostly. This is starting to fill. Once this is full, yeah, so we've got this layer needs to fill, this layer needs to fill, and then this layer needs to fill. I'm getting a phone call. I think I have an Amazon package to go pick up. It's a Christmas gift, so hold up. That's weird. Normally, I get called by Amazon Dispatch when they can't get into the building. This guy got into the building. I'm like, well, I'm on the first floor, so you can just leave it in front of my door or just leave it in the lobby. I don't care. I don't think I've ever been called by an Amazon driver who was already in the building before. Considering there is literally like a bin up front that says, Amazon, put packages here, like in the lobby. So, interesting. The call is coming from inside the building. Literally was, actually. Literally was. All right, so I need a soap industry. So I'm going to, I guess, make several soap shops. Let's make pyrolusite soap shops. Yeah, he's right outside the door right now. I'm going to go grab it in like 90 seconds once I hear him leave. Put it in the fridge-sized box, and now we have blocked the door. I mean, there was I think a package left in front of somebody's house or somebody's apartment in my building recently, which looked like a TV, because TV boxes are pretty obvious, right? But it was inside of another box, and it was literally blocking their door, which I thought was kind of funny. Which probably is like some sort of safety hazard, but couldn't be asked to actually care. I really like making little operation rooms, even though I know it's like super impractical. You know what? Actually, let's hollow out some of this and make a bunch of operating rooms over here. Like, let's go this way. All right, I'm gonna go grab that. 2 seconds. Never mind. Wasn't what I expected. Not the Christmas gift. That, I guess, will arrive later. No, this was is a replacement crampon for me because I lost one last year. And I'm going snowshoeing soon, so I need crampons for the initial trail before the snow gets too deep. Snowshoeing spikes, basically. For when you want to use hiking boots at the beginning before it's too deep to use hiking boots. Chat room, when you build hospitals, do you portion out different portions of the hospital for different tasks, or do you put it all in one big room? What do I got for a tent and sleeping bag? I have a minus 10 Celsius sleeping bag from... Oh, God, what's the brand? I'd have to actually go look at it. It's not one of the super big brands. When I'm winter camping, I have a sleeping bag liner from Taiga Works, which is a brand that you basically can't get unless you live in British Columbia, Canada. Which is it's a quilt. It's either a summer quilt, or if you stitch the side using a string, it's a sleeping bag liner, which makes my sleeping bag, I could probably sleep in minus 25 and be okay. I don't usually use a tent Because I'm crazy. I sleep on a tarp, and I bring a shovel, and I dig a hole. I do have a 3-season tent. And the 3-season tent is like can be like fitted into working as a winter tent in the snow. But honestly, I'm usually warmer if I don't use it. When winter camping, when winter camping, what? When winter camping, dig a hole, yes. I posted pictures of me winter camping last year. I'd have to dig to find them, but you put them in one room usually. Boom, boom. Yeah, I kind of like, I don't know. I like to have like either a surgery room or like a storage room or something, and I like to put windows in and things and make it nice. I'm actually gonna put some windows into here. Down here we got those. So I've got those. I need asheries. Because lye can freeze. For those of you who don't know. I need an empty barrel. Let's make, oh boy. Wood barrel. Let's just make, I guess, 10. Ah, I see. Well, I've got stupid amounts of foodstuffs right now, so let's actually just get this one. And yeah, we're good. Wait for a barrel to be empty. For each bed and traction bed would make it easy for were creature containment. That's part of the reason I like to have multiple rooms in my hospital, but it's very rare that were creatures even get into my fort, and I haven't seen a single one in this fort yet. Although this world's pretty young, so that might have something to do with it. The one thing that I do find is if you're going to build a hospital, do not do what I do sometimes, which is, I like how that's, for some reason I'm not getting the ad notifications again today, so I don't know when they're coming. Do not, I'll repeat this after the ad's done, but do not put guild halls in the hospital, because if there's a doctor that's in the hospital that grabs an item to give it to another dwarf, when they walk past the dwarf, or when they walk past the cross from one zone to another, if they're not fully overlapping and separate zones, it cancels the job. How do you deal with were creatures? Have doors. Don't let them in. Usually skilled dwarves can kill them. You have to go through the combat logs one tick at a time and figure out who got bit. If they got bit, they'll turn into a were creature, and if they get bit and get into your fort, you contain them. It's a bit of a process, but it's very rare that I'll lose forts to were creatures. I've done it, obviously. Like, I've absolutely lost forts to were creatures, but I think, like, in the last year, I've lost 1 to were creatures proper, where it's just kind of a... And even then, I probably could have gone through and sussed it out and figured it out, but eh. And then, yeah, and then in the summer, I usually use my bivy tent. I have a summer slash... like, not super cold weather bivy tent. Very simple little tent from, I'm blanking on all the brand names that I own. Eureka! That's the brand name. It's just a little one-person bivy tent because, you know. And then my friend Kevin generally just brings his hammock when we're summer camping. I'll sometimes bring my hammock, but it's easier to give myself insulin or check my blood sugar in a tent, turns out, so, than in a hammock. As much as I actually prefer the hammock, it's usually just smarter for me to use the tent. What, Eureka? I think it was originally filmed in the, or not filmed, but founded in the town of Eureka. Let's just place these beds all over here. And over here will be more the operating rooms, the tables and whatnot. You'd rather sleep in a hammock too? I sometimes will bring both because my hammock, like the bag for the hammock's like that big. So sometimes, and it weighs like nothing. So I'll bring the hammock as well and just hang out in the hammock during the day and then sleep in the tent when I'm backpacking. Well, I need chests. Let's do... rock coffers. What material? It looks fun. Do dolomite. Do 5 of them. I don't need many. You can buy chair hammocks too. I've seen a YouTube video where the person made the infected the manager, and so they took care of work orders. Terrible idea. Terrible idea. Terrible, 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 terrible idea. Some diplomats want to speak with the manager when they arrive, and so they leave pissed every time unless you let them, like, die to them. And, dwarves want to complain to the manager if you don't have a higher noble. And if the dwarves try to complain to the manager and they can't, then they will just sit there until the job time's out, which is when they get hungry. So some dwarves just insist on speaking to the manager and not the baron. Some dwarves insist on speaking to, like, I don't know, the king. Some dwarves insist on speaking with the mayor. But some dwarves insist on speaking with the manager. And so if you do have a were creature as your manager and they're sectioned off from the rest of the fort, which is usually what people do in these instances, just keep in mind, it will be impossible for some dwarves to quell their need to complain, which will make them tantrum. Brass homes. There we go. Basically, the only one of those that is viable is Vampire Bookkeeper, but if they're in, like, a room by themselves and they don't have all of the amenities of a normal dwarf, 2 things will happen to a vampire. They will slowly, desperately need blood, which gives them major debuffs. Basically, like, they slowly get crippled, essentially, if they don't eat blood. The second thing that happens is, as they get crippled, they get upset. And as they get upset, they'll do one of 2 things. They'll either tantrum, and then they'll knock their table over, or they will demand to see a manager, or that particular person that they want to see who's in charge. You used to be able to do this before all of the therapy jobs were in for your nobles, because they will demand to see who's in charge, and they'll get the conduct meet or attend meeting job. But because vampires don't starve to death and don't die of thirst, they will never count your items again. So unless it's like a freak of nature vampire who's eternally happy, that basically doesn't work. You can use intelligent undead for this because they are more resilient generally, but even they can, like, get melancholic if you, like, keep them from normal dwarf things long enough, even though they don't feel anything ever. So just, like, I guess keep that in mind. A lot of those are older strats that, like, appear to work in the current game, but I would largely argue don't. If I build a medic guild next to the surgery room with windows that link to another, can they look and learn on the surgery? Aesthetically, yes. Do they actually? No. It won't speed them up or anything. But if you do link them together, they will hang around the hospital more. Should add a feeding hatch with an alcohol hatch. You should give them, like, a minecart that just, like, automatically dumps alcohol to them once every X amount of time. Like, you really need to, like, go out of your way to take care of those dwarves. You really, really do. So, I don't know. To me, it's like, I maintain that was a strat that worked really well before nobles had their expanded duties, but ever since they expanded the duties, it's like it kind of stopped being a thing. Unless, of course, you know, you just, like, use DF hack and remove stress, right? Like, that is a thing you can do if you just want to do that for the fun of it. But if you're not using any commands like that, then I mean, I do that all the time, Mini Big Boss, just because it looks nice. To me, it doesn't matter if it actually speeds things up. Like, if it's speeding things up is, like, important to you, then, like, yeah, I get it, but... Oh, I need mechanisms. Oh, duh. Why do I keep doing this? Why do I always type in there? It's like I see the first typing field and just start typing, assuming it's going to do the thing.
Today and making a new one today or tomorrow blind.
When did I say I was flooding the fort today? What? I don't think that's in the plans. I mean, I'm kind of planning on collapsing it. I never said I was doing that today or tomorrow. I said I'm trying to get it close, but I never stated a date. So, I don't know. But thank you very much for the 9th month. Welcome back, MMO Junkie. Thanks for looking. Yeah, I don't have a set day in mind. It purely depends on when I'm bored, and in order to actually do that, I still need to dig too deeply and probably build some cannons. But like, that big pit hasn't even filled up yet, and I'm already 4 hours into the stream today, so kind of happened last night. Not the fort, just one section of the fort. I'd be ashamed to see it go. I mean, every fort has to end. I mean, believe it or not, there is a portion of my audience that only watches new forts. There's a bunch of names that I see in chat very actively whenever I'm starting a fort, and they usually tune in for the first 2, and then none of the others. Which I think is kind of funny. There's a few of them. There's a few of them. Or like they'll tune in for short periods, but not as long, unless it's a brand new fort. Favorite part of the game is new fort time? My favorite part of the game is endgame fort time. Like, this is my favorite part of the fort. When intrigue is at its max, the stories are like getting going, and like, that's the part of the game I like. I mean, starting forts is fun, but it's like, to me, it's kind of samey, I guess. So I have to like go out of my way to change it up, which doesn't mean like it's bad per se. It's just I prefer the end game. Like if you were to say, what's your favorite part of a fortress? It's like around now, where you have like 200 dwarves, everything's mostly set up, kind of doing the finishing touches. Everything looks really nice. It's very mesmerizing to watch it run around. But yeah, new forts are entertaining for sure, because you get to see all the surprises, right? Find out where everything is for the first time instead of like trying to stabilize and maintain. It's both fun. It's just a different kind of fun. So, rock mechanisms. 30, and let's make these out of gabbro. You dread starting new fortresses, but after the first 30 to 45 minutes, it gets really fun. Yeah, I mean, I don't dread starting new fortresses. I do it when either I get bored or chat is noticeably bored. I didn't want to actually auto-complete that, but use that. And a ginkgo barrel and a tower cap block. And I need a wood burner. You know what? Let's put the wood burner in its own little room back here. For no particular reason. Other than there's not much space in here. I know I always will manually set up work orders every single time because I like doing it independently. This dwarf's been found dead. Uh-oh. Coated with dwarf pus. Looks like an infection. That's a shame. That's kind of concerning. Let's just check some of my other dwarves. I 'Cause 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 ' both these squads training. Ability to stand lost, smashed apart. Our lower spine is smashed apart. You know, Edtur, the Hammer Lord, the sprayed holiness of hammers. You were a very, very, very good dwarf in the military. I think it's time for you to retire and have a secondary career, doing something else. As for what, I'm not totally sure. But I really hope that you're able to have a new career. Because your back is broken. That's all. Your back is broken. I think you deserve a break. I'm going to interrogate this Lord Consort. Been hanging around for a bit. He's a treasure hunter. This guy. I thought he was part of the human trade caravan initially, but no. And he's a treasure hunter. Noted treasure hunter, even. Doesn't have any artifacts in his inventory. Vulture nail crown must be brooding looking. But yeah, anyway, Bird Bones, when it comes to setting up work orders, even though I would never use this command, you can use DF hack to just import your work orders. You can do that. Naively complied, no new information was revealed. Well, all right. That's the Dwarf Bone Floodgate. This one? Yep. Yeah, no, that's Ghana Tank. That's what happened to Ghana Tank. I like how they leave immediately after being interrogated if they're a guest. I think that's kind of funny. It's like, well, time to go. I mean, I would too. But like, I just think it's kind of, I just think it's a funny mechanic. All right, let's get back down to this. And down here. Yeah, guests are like to heck with this place. I mean, I think that's the perfectly logical response, honestly. Like, genuinely, like, if that's, you know, how you get treated as a guest somewhere, I would also leave. I think it's a pretty valid response to have. All right, well, this is continuing to fill. Boy, oh boy. King has mandated certain goods. What goods? Oh, nothing, in fact. Well, that's nice of you. Just certain, air quotes, goods. Okay, so I need a wood furnace. Okay, we'll use the one... Actually, let's use the one green glass block that I have. Did this get forbidden? Yes, it did. Feels like cheating, but there's just so many work orders. I mean, if you're somebody who sets up like 250 work orders at the start of a fort, then I don't consider that cheating at all. If you're somebody like me who sets up 2 repeating, like, condition work orders and then never touches them again, then don't worry about it. How so? Chaco? I just wanted it to look kind of nice. Some statues, you know? Kind of off in the middle of nowhere in the fort. You might as well have something pretty to look at. All right. Make ash 30. I'm gonna actually have to import wood again. Lye 30. And soap from tallow 30. And I'm going to make a little stockpile here. And it's going to be for... I think it's literally called tallow. It's under food, right? Maybe it's like glob. Extracts animal. Okay, yeah, it's literally fat. But they render the fat. I see. None. Tallow, yes. That's a stockpile I almost never make, so I lose track of the fact that it exists. All right, actually probably just get rid of this one. I can spell tallow, right, the second time. All right, there we go. I can move the tallow down. It's one of those stockpiles I make once a fort and then forget. Tallow, not tallow, yes. What you moving, Dwarf? There's a book there. There's 3 books there. Of Completion, the Book of Equation, and World of Balancing Completion. I think the hyphen down here just keeps on carrying items. I want to give you stone. Oh, nope, I just screwed that up, right? Yeah, I'm gonna give you jobs again. Let you go do other things. This fort is looking quite nice. Thank you. Actually, you know what? Let's just do this way. Work orders. Unrotten fatty glob. Thanks for that mental image game. Is greater than 10. Yep. If lye containing items is greater than 10 and that is greater than 10. Then make 10. Nope, not that one. That's the wrong one. This one. I guess this can have barrels. Maybe a lot of dog tallow. But thank you, Waywood. Means a lot, dude. Hope your holiday's been good as well. Also, just as a reminder for anybody who missed yesterday, Crypt Zoom is now animated. And I am working towards, what's the word? Getting even more animated emotes. Got a few ideas. And that's also freeing up a lot of space for the ones that weren't animated previously and now are. Because the ones that weren't animated previously and now are will have the option of being new emotes. This gives you an idea for a Roman bathhouse? What, just like a bath that's full of soap or something? Gonna need more buckets if I had to bet. My Hydra reverted to a wild state. Somebody training it? Is it a time saver for your boilerplate task, but starting to use commands to automate things is a slippery slope? I think it's a slippery slope if that removes fun for the game for you. Which is why my argument is always, if you want to play the game that way, play the game that way. But, like, I'm not going to fault you if you do, because I do understand that this game can be very tedious for some people. Like, and, there was somebody who was talking in the comments section of my recent DF hack video, and I actually can't tell if they were mad or not. It's hard to tell when reading comments sometimes. But essentially what they said was they have kids and a family and don't have time to play this damn game otherwise. And you know what? Honestly, I get it. Like, absolutely. Human beings should not have as much time to play video games as I do. I am an inhuman freak of nature. That is very much not the norm. There we go. Making dog soap. You play DF in the morning when you drink your coffee? That's pretty cool. How long a session is that? I also play DF in the morning while I drink my coffee. And in the afternoon while I'm still drinking the same cup of coffee. And in the evening when I'm still drinking the same cup of coffee. I sip my coffee. Which is why it's in, like, a thing that keeps it not cold. Well, I mean, Manticore, I know somebody who has all of, like, the auto slab, auto clothing, auto butcher, auto tree chop, auto farm, all that stuff on and plays with Dwarf 2 on at all times, because otherwise they wouldn't have time to play this game. Right? And if that allows you to get enjoyment out of this game, go nuts. Quite literally. Have fun. Hope you have a good time. Enjoy it. But if you're like me and you feel like that would take away from the experience, then yeah, don't do that. No, it is, I think 300 mils. Yes, vote Gremlin. Naturally. Is that emote right for horrified? It works. Horrified, surprised, startled, disturbed. Since we're in an ad break chat, now's a perfectly good time to remind everybody to jump over to the YouTube channel and, you know, give the YouTube side of things a like. Help that number go up. And also a perfectly good time for me to, well, actually we're through the ads now, but it's still a perfectly good time because there's never a bad time for me to remind all of you of the existence of my merch store. This is the Blind IRL shop on Fourth Wall. This is a place where you can buy mugs that are dwarfy, and stickers that are sort of dwarfy, and t-shirts that are dwarfy, except for the one that isn't, and other things. They won't arrive in time for Christmas, I'm sorry, but if you wanted to get yourself an early New Year's gift, you could do that. It'll probably arrive after Christmas. 2 new mugs? Well, I mean, the most recent mugs are these 2. Lore and minecart certification. Those are the most recently added ones. Okay, so we have soap industry. Making giant koala soap. The bars are still normal size. And everybody happy. Oh, they're missing in your collection? I get you. I know somebody who just bought those two and said that they're now in their collection. So, or by that, I mean, there was an order that popped up from like a couple days ago where somebody was just like, now my collection is complete. So when are you making more mugs? Certainly. Although I wouldn't consider that a valid certification in that case. You know, part of the reason I have my firm stance of like, I only use the minimum possible DF hack functionality, since chat was talking about that, is because I don't want to be one of the people that says, no, I don't want quality of life changes for Dwarf Fortress because DF hack does that already. Because there is a portion of the community that's always like miffed whenever quality of life updates come in. Purely because of that. It's like, well, DF hack already does that. You don't need to add that to the game. I don't think that's a good way to think about the game. Dark Schultz, hello. What's up? How's things? Just building all of that. They'll run in and do stuff. Keep a bunch of other dwarves busy. And before flood of dwarves. Absolute wall of dwarf. The red flooring, it's goblin cap from the caverns. Mushroom trees. To be fair, most of the dwarves act like they've never used minecarts too. Yeah. Also high in both chat rooms, Dark Schultz. That's not how you should program. If a mod has a function that is useful to you, you should incorporate it into a program. Oh, I completely agree with that. But, I mean, I guess I'm sort of referring to the people that still think that the fact that that Dwarf Fortress is on Steam is bad for the game. And believe it or not, it still exists. Wait. When you launch DF, what are you launching first? Bird Bones? Actually, you're right. It does say that you're playing Steam DF Modding Edition. I thought that you could, like, swap that out. Guess you can't. Interesting. It does count time for both, but... actually, I don't think it counts time for both if you launch DF hack first. Although, actually, there would be a workaround for that. If you didn't use the Steam install of DF hack, and instead just installed DF hack from the GitHub repo, then it wouldn't do that, because it wouldn't be tying into Steam. Also kind of curious, how many people are using DF hack on Steam? Okay. At night, it's like 145, and during the day... So it's less than, like... 10% of the people that are the people who use DF hack. DF hack is like, there's about 310 people using it right now. And about 1,300 people playing Dwarf Fort. Just turn on your Steam to invisible. But then your friends don't know that you're online. I don't know, I never. It's on Steam. Yeah, no, but there are some like weird old fogies from the Bay 12 forums who like, I don't want to, like, jump to conclusions about people, but there are certain people on the internet, and I say this as somebody who makes a full-time living on the internet, who, if you are very open about the amount of money you make, they look at that and they go, $10,000 a month? That's huge. That's more money than I've ever made in my life. And then person making $10,000 a month goes, well, I live in the greater Seattle area. I have an apartment. My brother has an apartment. I have a pet. Brother has 4 pets. This funds both of us. Brother has a partner. We don't have health insurance. Brother has expensive meds. Brother's wife had a cancer scare. Also, $10,000 a month doesn't go very far after taxes. So cut that actually down to $7,000 a month. So let's just be like nice and say that rent for the two of them is like, let's just say 5,000, maybe 2,000. Because I don't know actually how much Zach's rent was. I know Tarn's rent wasn't that bad because he'd been there for forever, but he got evicted and then his rent went up by $800 halfway through development of the Steam version, because his building got condemned. So like those people tend to be the ones that are like, fuck you, you don't need to make more money than you already are. Now keep making the thing. There are portions of the DF fan base that just make me want to put my head through a window. And there's like probably dozens of them. There's not very many of them, but they're loud. They don't need to disclose how much they make? Yeah, but let me tell you this. You know what's better for society? Disclosing how much you make. You know who believes that that is better for society? Bay 12 Games. And while they don't give exact numbers anymore because it's weird with like employees and like Kit Fox taking a cut and that, Tarn still states how many copies they sell every month. There are not very many developers out there that do that. In fact, it's part of the reason that I do those quarterly updates where I show my YouTube revenue. I can't actually show my Twitch revenue, but I give a ballpark. Because I think that people should do that. It gives people a better understanding of different industries. And also, one of the greatest things about being completely independent, I guess technically working as an independent contractor, is I can do that and not get fired. Every other job I ever had, I would get written up for doing that. I don't know what a sec is, but that sounds like a money. So I don't know what that is even worth, which is, shows how much I know about the world, but 10 seconds about 1 USD? Yeah, that's not a lot. I guessed what country it was, but it's not against the law. It's against corporate policy of a lot of corporations. Most of them. So ask America why that is. Because it's the first step towards forming a union, usually. You got reprimanded for talking about wages with a lead because she felt uncomfortable talking about them with me? Yep. No, you can get written up or, sent home. You can get in trouble in a lot of workplaces. Talking about wages. Even just, casually with coworkers. It's something. You're in a union, it's wonderful. I'm happy for you. Okay, I need to do something with this space. Because all of our progress is paused while I don't have access to my forges. I like working for the state because you can... I can look at people's wages when they piss me off. That's funny. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do... Okay, I'm going to make a secondary pumping system. I should be able to make this safe, right? What could possibly go wrong? Yeah, they'll be fine. I mean, I'm gonna have to, like, dig around this and, like, make this, covered with, you know... Those are the prison cells. Speaking of prison cells, the humans have arrived. Which means I can turn these off. Oops, actually, I had that backwards, but I'll open this up. Delete that, actually. We're just going to go back to selling clothing. Well, this will be in ceiling heating for temporarily for some. Nice that the king hasn't banned low boots in a minute, because the king often tells me to make low boots, which is why I have so many low boots. Net zero, and we did it in the year 117, way before 2020. Shoutouts to those cat leather leggings. Still steel chain leggings. Keep the steel greaves. Crowns. They're all just in the bins. Rings. Tons of them are in the bins, which is totally fine. Give me a lot of items. A lot of items. I think I asked them to bring me whips. It did actually bring me whips. I should buy those. 239 items. I feel like there's way more than that, but... I mandated the construction of 2 types of goods. What did you mandate? Backpack. 3 low boots. I think he just said 1. I ever played Kenshi. Yep, not a fan. Okay, so you're all supposed to stay in there, but where are you going to get these items from? I will watch you. Looks like there must be a lot of items somewhere. I don't like the fact that this dwarf has some other dwarf's blood on their teeth. Why do you have someone else's blood on your teeth? I've talked before about why I'm not a huge fan of Kenshi, and it mostly boils down to I bought it on Desura, and if you're as old as me in indie gaming, you will know what a Desura is. Then Desura ceased to exist. And speaking of games that are hitting 1.0 that I need to play more of, that's another one, actually, is Keeper RL. Because that's hitting 1.0 this year, or next year, I guess. Anyway. I bought it on Desura, and then when it went to Steam, and then when it was taken down because Desura went offline permanently, I lost access to my games on Desura, and never got a key for it for Steam, and didn't want to rebuy it. And I remembered the early versions of that game being really crashy and not fun. I did get far enough into it to like understand what the game was, but it never really grabbed me in that state. And then I bought it on Steam, played it for about 5 hours off stream, and went, nah. And then kind of uninstalled it and never went back. And I don't think I will ever go back to it. I think I'm good. Didn't I tell you to not unless you have a lie-containing item? And we'll do that. Oh, I'm sure. It's not like, it's not a matter that I don't want to play it. I probably would enjoy it if I got into it once it was complete, but I played it when it was in early access after buying it twice and kind of just felt not scammed. That's the wrong word to use. Just not happy with it, I guess. And it's one of those games that when that sequel comes out, then I'll try. Because like right around the time where I was thinking, you know, I should probably give Kenshi a second shot. Because like after it had been out of early access for like, I don't know, 6 months. And a lot of people were talking about it. I was like, maybe. But at that point, they'd already said they'd started working on a sequel. And I was like, well, I mean, I waited 8 years. I guess I can wait another 8. So I'm just, yeah, that's me now. That, and I like to stream games that I like to watch. I find that game painfully boring to watch. Which doesn't necessarily mean the game is bad, to be clear. It just means I find it boring to watch. So it's significantly lower on my priority list. Also, I have this weird like moral thing where if a game is super financially successful, I'm significantly less likely to stream it, which is weird because I stream Dwarf Fortress, I know. But I started streaming Dwarf Fortress actively when literally nobody played it. And it's still a game that literally nobody streams. I've always kind of found that Kenshi has a pretty consistently large audience. They don't need my help. That game's doing just fine. And so it's like it's automatically lower on my list than something like even Songs of Six, which doesn't have a super big content community. Like there's a few people making tutorials and the occasional thing that pops up, but really not that much going on around that game. Oh, certainly, but also I'm pretty sure every single game I've mentioned in the last 2 hours are considered niche, right? Like we live in a world where like RimWorld is a niche game, right? By some people's definition, like SimCity's a niche game. I'm actually going to buy this Splints and Crutches because I don't want to make more out of wood. The heck's a pouch? Must be adventure mode stuff. I don't remember pouches, but it's been a while. Now, did they bring whips? Nope. That's a shame. Must have been the time that I didn't get to trade with them when they brought whips. Yeah, see, that's the difference, though, is I don't want to play Heroes of Might and Magic. And I don't want to play Heroes of Might and Magic for the exact same reason I don't want to play chess on stream, specifically. Silver Falcon wishes to reside in Sunbirths for the purpose of study. Welcome. Looks like Recognize has been reelected as well, which is interesting. So welcome back to a second round of power. Or third round at this point. See, I would actually disagree with that. Like, are we talking niche as in game that not a lot of people play? Or are we talking about game that people know about? Because renown-wise, if we're talking about mainstream media, more people have heard of Dwarf Fortress than RimWorld. And there's two reasons for this. One goes viral every 3 years because of something dumb. And did that for a very, very, very long time consistently when nobody played it. I didn't actually say out loud, look, Kenny. I'll say that in a second. Whereas RimWorld is just a game that a bunch of people play. Did get a lot of public press when it released out of early access. But as somebody who follows traditional games media, Dwarf Fortress gets talked about a lot more. Dwarf Fortress is also in, it's in 3 museums that I know of. It's in the MoMA, it's in that one museum that I can't pronounce the name of in Iceland, and it's in the Museum of Pop Art in Seattle. So, good to see you, Sniper. How you doing? So I think, like, when it comes to general, like, I guess, video game lore, also because Dwarf Fortress is the game that inspired Minecraft, largely, sure, absolutely. But if we're talking, like, player counts and popularity, absolutely. RimWorld is, like, significantly more popular. Yeah. I was just trying to clarify what exactly you were talking about when you're saying lesser known old grandpa. No, it's the lesser played grandpa. Kind of like NetHack. But now here's a diversion. Outside of very, very specific circles, NetHack is Diablo's net lesser known grandpa. Anyway, why don't I want to play chess on stream? So I said I don't want to play chess on stream for the same reason I don't want to play Heroes of Might and Magic on stream, and that's the people who stream that game are know-it-all backseaters, and it would be an absolute fucking nightmare playing that on stream. Fuck that. Absolutely fuck that. And even worse with Heroes of Might and Magic, most of them are Russian. So not only are you getting backseaters, but you're getting backseaters with broken English. No thank you. Hard pass. I would rather do anything else than fucking stream that game. As much as fantastic as a game that is, like, to the point where, like, I don't even enjoy streaming games that are inspired by Heroes of Might and Magic because you get the same thing. Glacier elephants? We have cavern elephants. They live down here. Okay. I have this I need to make this video, the why I quit RimWorld video. As somebody who has thousands of hours in RimWorld and thousands of hours in Dwarf Fortress, saying that RimWorld is more enjoyable as a game to you is a ridiculous statement. It's like taking Microsoft Flight Simulator and Ace Combat 7 and saying Ace Combat 7 is better as a video game for me. Why the fuck are you comparing them? The only reason the two games get compared is because all of RimWorld's early marketing came from Dwarf Fortress existing. RimWorld, in my opinion, wouldn't have had a fraction of the success it did if it wasn't branded RimWorld is Dwarf Fortress, but sci-fi. By the end of the development, the developers had removed, or not Tynan, because by the end of development, he had a team, but Ludian Studios had removed almost everything. It does now, official RAM. It does now. Originally, it was purely inspired by Dwarf Fortress. Most of that stuff has been removed from the thing at this point. It's like there's way less of that all over the game now because it sells so well. But the reason its Kickstarter succeeded, the reason its demo was so widely shared, it's a shitty storyteller. It's a garbage storyteller. Like, you can tell stories with it, but I can tell stories with SimCity. I talked about this earlier. Like, I don't even put the two of them in their same bucket. I've stated this for years, and I've gotten into, like, almost heated arguments with people who play a lot of RimWorld, not a lot of Dwarf Fortress, because it's like, yes, Civilization 6 and StarCraft are both strategy games, but why are you comparing the two? Like, what? Stop it! And then people, like, get weird with me when I say that, but you're the only one who keeps stating the word RimWorld here, though, right? You're the one who keeps bringing up RimWorld. You're the one who keeps reinforcing RimWorld. Proving that marketing your game with buzzwords works. Let me show you a headline that was posted the other day. This isn't about either of these games. Yesterday, I think, actually, was when this headline was posted. This is courtesy of PC Gamer. Streets of Rogue promises to mash up Deus Ex and Dwarf Fortress in a chaotic immersive sim that is 10,000 times bigger than the first game. Yeah, huh? Sure. I like with that. That shit bothers the ever-living fuck out of me. Because I am making a video game that is loosely inspired. Every video game is derivative. All video games take things from other video games. That's how the medium works. But if you take a game that is mythical in its size and stamp that all over it, yeah, sometimes your game will sell super well because people will think, man, I don't want to learn that, but this looks more approachable. Well, I mean, Pong's a unique example, my friend. I mean, it's the Dark Souls of Dwarf likes. Here's an example, right? You know what's another game that marketed itself off of being like Dwarf Fortress? Okay. Who cares then, official Rams? Get cooler friends, I guess. I don't know. Like, why? If they don't want to play it, they don't want to play it. Right? You mean Mountain Core? Someone? I mean, Mountain Core absolutely did that. The interesting thing about Mountain Core was, or is, I suppose, because that game does still exist, this thing, is that it's trying to be like old Dwarf Fortress, but more RimWorld-y. Which is actually what I would want RimWorld to be, but nobody bought the game, and people reviewed it badly, and devs fucked. Oh, just the look? Yeah, I guess. It does kind of have that same kind of sprite look. I actually really liked the look of Space DF9. People use Dwarf-like unironically already, so go fight people, I guess. Need to put a wall around here, otherwise someone's gonna fall in. Okay, I've completely lost track of what I was doing. Right, I was making a event right here. What? Why you no dig up? Oh, I know why. But, eh? All right, well, let's just let them finish doing this for a little bit. Well, I mean, every single game in existence is just purely inspired by Barbie Horse Rescue. No, it's not. Because you can solve that entire... See, this is the problem with old information breaking Dwarf Fortress official RAMs. No, it's not. Because if you are playing any temperate biome that has plants growing, you can solve all of your food needs by clicking Select Plant Gathering, going to the surface, and clicking and dragging and dragging and clicking. Done. And then just make sure you have dwarves set to Plant Gather, and you'll never need plump helmets again. So you just spread false information. So one of the biggest pitfalls of Dwarf Fortress in the early game is wrong by your statement. I kept a fort alive for 10 years without ever building a farm by doing that. Or what Casmerl just said, ran a fort solely off of tree fruits. You don't even need to farm. Fishing and plant gathering is more than sufficient in the vast majority of maps. And if you're in a glacier like this, well, even better. You can just go down to the caverns layers and do the same thing. Although you can't, there are no fruit. But, like, and some of these are sort of seasonal. So, like, you can't harvest cave wheat in the winter, in certain seasons. But you can still harvest, you know, like the plump helmets that grow everywhere. Not so much over here because my dwarves run all over them, but, like, they're around. There's some dimple cups, although those aren't edible. But here, if I just click and drag and see what is edible, like, hey, there's stuff. It's mostly dimple cups around here. But there's absolutely plump helmets in the caverns. So now I'm in an ad. Because you should still toggle it off for food for a new player, right? But if you watched my tutorials, I also still taught you that you can click and drag. You can butcher animals. It's like, certainly, it can be a pitfall. But you are stating that the biggest problem with Dwarf Fortress in the early game is plump helmets and seeds. When that's also only an issue if you're cooking food. And if there's no other food to cook other than plump helmets. Not in every world. Only if there happens to be ones in the general vicinity. Although, Rams might be in an ad, so I don't know. Corin, what up? It's going all right. You know, we're doing the classic Dwarf RimWorld, why many people play RimWorld, and why am I still talking about RimWorld? God damn it, it's gonna hunt me for the rest of my existence. Conversation. Plaster's easy. It's just not every map has plaster. I would say paper is the only hard thing to actually make, and it's completely optional. You know, ask a dumb question, get a stupid answer. Rain Renee? Yes, of course. Duh. Great strat. Yeah, but not every map has papyrus! Sorry. I can't say papyrus in any volume except for in that one SNL sketch volume. It's papyrus! Papyrus! Talk about RimWorld? I mean, I streamed 3,000 hours of RimWorld, right? I also stopped playing it when they started putting out paid DLC because they said early on that they were not planning to do any paid DLC. And then they walked that back very quickly and started doing paid DLC as soon as they got a team because, well, that's what games need to do when you have a team. And then by the time I got to the point where I was like, maybe I would think about playing RimWorld again, I look at it and I go, oh, it's $100 for all the DLC. Nah, I'm good. Hard pass. Hard pass. That and I have mixed feelings about Tynan as a developer. Yep, walked back on never doing sales. The game was never going to go on sale. That's like almost some, like, these 3 letters equal this number, which means this levels of stretch giraffe, but sure. Because you have this button. It's for the same reason that dwarves can cook alcohol by default. Like, if I go into the kitchen menu, they cook alcohol by default. Look how much alcohol I have. Oh, okay, I understand where you're coming from now. Like, yes, I have cooking plump helmets disabled. I could enable that and be fine, largely. But, like, you cook alcohol by default. All of this is on by default. Yeah, there's no fish. The only things I'm hunting is the what do you call it? The forgotten beasts are the only things I butcher, and my livestock, I suppose. But like, I think that all of your, I think that, okay, this is the reason people are scared to play Dwarf Fortress. We're going back to this well. It's all XKCD's fault. It's all XKCD's fault. Also, this is a Photoshop. The original one said, I think the original one just said StarCraft, but anyway, this is XKCD's fault. This is a meme that went viral, I want to say, like early 2010s, I think, was the first time I saw this. This got shared around a lot. Is the original one about this, about EVE Online? Okay, gotcha. I couldn't remember what the original game was. Anyway. No, it is completely wrong. Especially in the current day. It is completely wrong. It is 1,000% wrong right now. It was debatable in 2014, 2013, 2012, when every single tutorial insisted that you install 3 external pieces of software, which was Lazy Noob Pack, DF Hack, and Dwarf Therapist, in order to play the game. I learned the game without any of that. I learned the game vanilla back then. It's wrong. And it was wrong back then. Okay? It took me about 20 hours to be competent at Dwarf Fortress. Where's Dark Souls in that chart? I don't know. Dark Souls is a rhythm game anyway. Which I like saying, which bothers people. That's not crazy. It was definitely tedious. And it took time. But that shit's wrong. It's just flat incorrect. And it's not gonna stop bothering me anytime soon that people still believe that. Dwarf Fortress is a very easy game that has some obtuseness. And most of that obtuseness can be cleared up with watching, like, 20 minutes of tutorials. Or literally opening a wiki and typing in the thing you're confused about. In fact, you could even just go to the wiki and go to Fortress Mode tutorial and follow, like, a page guide. And it'll walk you through step by step what you need to do in more detail than the in-game tutorial. This is a step-by-step tutorial explaining every single thing, to the point where, for years, the most viewed tutorial for Dwarf Fortress copied that wiki page word for word. Dwarf Fortress isn't hard. It just takes a little bit of effort because the way it's built isn't the way most games are built. The way it plays isn't the way most games are played, which, yes, makes it obtuse. H Bomber Guys entered the chat. He stated at the beginning of the video he was reading the wiki, okay? He credited the wiki. It wasn't not a plagiarism. It's not a plagiarism if you tell people where you're getting the information from. Still a learning curve? You are broken, mate. What the fuck is wrong with you? I give up. I quit. This conversation is moronic. Ugh. All right. Sag. You kind of got off topic anyways. No, you're perpetuating false information about a video game. This conversation that you're talking about stating that we're off topic is why people are afraid of playing this game. And people like you still believe it. That's it. That's the problem here. This game isn't hard to play. You know what's hard to play? First-person shooters. Like, really hard. First-person shooters are extremely hard. Hand a controller or a keyboard and mouse to somebody who's never played a first-person shooter in their life and watch them struggle. It's just a slightly different control scheme that requires you to roll a mouse wheel up and down. Oh, that's so hard. Oh, it's so fucking hard. Oh my god. Game's so hard. So, I don't know. I give up. We're currently playing Minecraft. Hey, Minecraft's a good video game. That's a fact. It's also like the most popular game that parents play with their kids. Which I think's cool. We need more games like that. It was, technically. It was also inspired by an open source game that was also inspired by Dwarf Fortress, vaguely. Minecraft was. And he forked the code for that game and only credited the guy once, aside from credits, obviously. And won a bunch of awards that the guy who wrote the code for that open source game was at. And the guy who wrote the open source game never got paid a penny. And Notch became a billionaire and then posted transphobic bullshit on Twitter. And then the other guy went off and made a new studio and made, well, what's the name of that game? This. So it worked out. Yeah, and accepting the ASCII graphics was the learning curve. Like, yeah, it still has a learning curve, but this is a far lower learning curve than even RimWorld. People just get weird about the fact that it's 3D. People just have these preconceived, presumed notions about how this game plays and what this game is. Like, yeah, you'll feel lost, but try playing Civ for 10 hours without ever playing Civ before. TIS 100, yep, that's Zachtronics. Zachtronics made Infiniminer before they were, or Zach, I guess technically, made Infiniminer before starting Zachtronics, which is what Notch forked to make Minecraft. And there's a video actually of Zachtronics at the Spike, it was DICE, I think, DICE Awards, while Notch is on stage accepting an award for Minecraft. and he doesn't mention Zachtronics or like his name at all in the entire time. And he just looks crushed. I've played Civ for 30 hours and I have no idea what I'm doing. Absolutely. Same. But I love Civ. Civ's a lot of fun. You can have fun with a game without knowing what you're doing. And as long as you're having fun, congratulations, you're playing the game. Also, especially as somebody who's gone back to older versions of the game a lot recently, specifically with Dwarf Fortress, because I'm recording footage for No Clips Dwarf Fortress documentary. I gotta be honest with you, game was a lot fucking harder in the old days. Just in that there was stuff that would kill you, like just out of nowhere constantly. Like, you know those memes that people post about, oh yeah, no, I started a map and a crocodile ate half my dwarves. What if that was like every other embark, regardless of difficulty? That shit happened a lot more in the old days. Fuck around and have fun until you understand it. Yeah, if you go into a game understanding everything, where's the fun? Isn't learning the fun? Why are people playing Kerbal? Kerbal requires like basic knowledge of physics. I would argue that Kerbal is a harder game than Dwarf Fortress, significantly. Anyway, this is such a stupid argument. It's just, this is therapeutic for me. It's me getting my pent-up frustrations out at the people in my YouTube comments. That's really all this is. Like, genuinely, that's all that this is it's like a combination of people saying, I'm too dumb to ever play this game, and then followed by, thank you so much for these tutorials. It showed me that this game isn't that bad. Your second embark and your wagon fell into the river. That's very funny. I do love it when that happens. It is very funny. But, like, it doesn't happen anywhere near as often. I'm starting to think people like it when I'm mad or ranting because my view count has spiked up by like 70. That or maybe someone else turned their stream off or something and people moved over. I don't know. You've never seen it in the Steam version? Really? I died to giant chinchillas in about 90 seconds once. That was pretty funny in this version. Or rather, not in about 90 seconds, but I didn't get more than 7 dwarves. We didn't make it through a season. It was like before I could like get a fort started. But that was also because in the very first version of the Steam version, agitation was bugged in Untamed Wilds biomes where fishing per tick, so per turn tick, was causing the same amount of agitation as chopping down a tree. So essentially you'd max out your agitation in about 90 seconds. Yeah, because RimWorld doesn't like fun. Because fun ruins my balance. Unless you're modding the game, then you're permitted to have fun. Okay, I can lock these doors. Let's let you out. I will argue the tutorial for Dwarf Fortress is pretty bad. Like, I will agree with anybody who says that. I think that the tutorial is pretty bad. But that's more of just because of how the game works than anything. Am I unable to get there? What's going on with this? I could just dig from over there, but I don't want to. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Should link to the DF wiki. Or as people were saying, they should link to my tutorials. Which I don't actually agree with. But I'm out of logs. Elf said I could chop down 10 trees. How much ash am I trying to make? Let's cancel those. Well, I mean, like, Paradox has released several games that have no tutorial that just link to a Quill 18 sponsored playlist. You know, honestly, official Rams, I'm going to tell you something. I wish the tutorial was 1,000 times better. Nobody needed my tutorials, and more people played this game. And I wish that people would stop going around saying dumb excuses as to why people refuse to learn this game. And instead just say, oh, that's not a problem. Because if people are dismissive of issues or perceived issues that aren't actual serious issues with the game, people would be much more receptive to learning the more complicated parts of this game. Are you saying it's easy to stream RimWorld? Someone over there? Because I will tell you for fact, because I tried to play RimWorld more like Dwarf Fortress, I had a really hard time retaining an audience. Why are we talking about DRG? Where did DRG come into this? Is it because it also has dwarves? I mean, Deep Rock Galactic, in my opinion, this is going to hurt a lot of people. Deep Rock Galactic is a horrible game with absolutely wonderful characters and aesthetic. But it is a horrible video game because I can play it for about 25 minutes before I want to throw up because of how badly it triggers basic motion sickness. And there are no settings in the game to fix this. Controversial opinion done. It makes me want to vomit. So fast. That is the most physical pain I've ever experienced in a video game. Minecraft does it too, but I can last longer in Minecraft, and Minecraft does have settings to fix it. It's not FOV, it's the size of the gun model, it's the helmet, it's the head bob, it's the, I don't even know, like the movement, it's the height of the characters in relation to the environment. It has an FOV slider, doesn't do shit. I can crank that FOV up to a point that I normally would like in a video game, and it doesn't do anything. And you want to know why that is? It's because on console, the guns need to be that size so that it doesn't render too much. That's why games started doing that, specifically on Xbox 360, and it became an aesthetic, and they've stuck to it. Back in the day, you could remove gun models. I'm looking at you, Quake! All right, anyway. Anybody want a dwarf? I also need to unlock the doors so that I can let the dwarves in. You do? You do? All right. I mean, also, here's the thing, right? And just bouncing off something that somebody said on YouTube. In regards to if the tutorial for this game was better, I can think of multiple YouTubers off the top of my head that all of their most viewed videos on YouTube are RimWorld tutorials. So, in fact, like a lot of my close friends, a lot of their most viewed videos are RimWorld tutorials. So, it doesn't matter how good the in-game tutorial is. If there's a billion people playing, some people are just going to watch tutorials regardless. All right. Some people also just like watching tutorials. Blue Owl. He who lives in glass house type chat right now? What? What are we on about? I don't know what that means. Also, hi, in Fragrance. What's up? All right. So, this is Blue Owl. Blue Owl is not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He doesn't experience strong cravings or urges and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He can sometimes act without deliberation and takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible, and he is often cheerful, and he prefers to present himself modestly. He likes to take it easy and has an active imagination, and he doesn't often feel lustful. He sticks out his tongue when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of raising a family and personally values self-control, finds blind honesty foolish, and, like I said, dreams of raising a family. Doesn't have a lover and worships the most popular god in the world, and is a member of the most popular religion, which is the sect of waving and the god of rivers. Yes. Today, it's literally your 30th birthday. Happy birthday! Good, Charles. The DF RimWorld comparison? Yeah, no. Okay, now I understand what you mean. I thought we were talking about, like, Deep Rock Stone. I was like, what? Where does that fit in? Hamburger is one of my modded monsters. It's a super critical so that it can't exist in any other state besides directly outside of the monster's stomach. What? Okay. Next up here is Soul. Actually, Soul, did I give you one on the last wave? But I did. No, I didn't. Soul. Shinery. I'm just going to name all of the dwarves from the current pick-me route that I see here so that I can scroll down and keep up with chat. Didn't I, like, just miss you on the last one, Piranha? The IRL. P-I-R-L. And MMO Junkie. Yeah, at some point, I'm going to, hopefully early in the new year, I'm going to make a YouTube video titled Why I Quit RimWorld so that I can just, like, whenever people bring up RimWorld, I can just link that and just be like, here, have a 30-minute video. I'm going to leave now. All right, so Soul Shinery is a person who cuts shiny rocks. And Soul Shinery is incredibly brave in the face of looming danger, perhaps a bit foolhardily. She's not a private person and freely shares details of her life. She is intellectually stubborn, rarely changing her mind during a debate, regardless of its merits. She tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She often feels lustful, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and often feels envious of others. Begins to stammer when she becomes exasperated, and stiffens up when she's surprised, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values tradition, values tranquility, and a peaceful day. I mean, I'm going to put you into the Marksdorf squad, actually. Because I think you're a decent fit for that. Piranha Pearl is gripped by crippling shyness. And he dislikes receiving advice, preferring to keep his own counsel. He doesn't handle stress well and often is nervous, has an active imagination, and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is assertive and has a greedy streak. He talks to inanimate objects when he's trying to remember something, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees war as a useful means to an end and doesn't feel strongly about the law. And yeah, you're also same god, same everything. We're also going to put you into the Marksdorf squad. This dwarf down here is MMO Junkie. MMO Junkie never deliberates before acting to the point of being considered thoughtless. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, is bashful and not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He often feels envious of others and tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others. He likes a little excitement now and then and is brave in the face of imminent danger, He finds obligations confining, and he's conflicted by this since he values the importance of the rule of law. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. Thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things and is rarely feels discouraged. He tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. And Peter, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. he thinks he's very important in the grand scheme of things, and he tends to make a small mess with his own possessions. He doesn't try to get things done perfectly and is moved by art and natural beauty, and is troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. Dreams of raising a family and personally sees sacrifices wasteful and foolish, values peace over war, views loyalty unfavorably, and doesn't see the attainment of knowledge as important. You know what? Good. Charles. This dwarf's 60 instead of 30, so 30 years too old, but that's like 30 for a dwarf. He can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, is an optimist, and is often cheerful, has a sense of duty, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he occasionally overindulges, is very humble and doesn't seek out excitement. He works to square this natural tendency with his he needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he personally sees value holding back complaints and concealing emotions. He personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and does not particularly value the truth. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Worships the same god as everybody else, the god of rivers, and is in the same religion. And, you know, holler if you want one. And thank you seriously, Peter, for the 7th month. Trainer, Tanner, Trader. All right, not bad. Population go back up. Okay, so let's turn this back on. Add everyone to it. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a risk. Leave it off. No, I want this to be full. I want this to be full. Aimless Alpha, we'll see you later. Also, if you're wondering, your sword master is quite happy. And has several notable kills, including several of our own dwarves. And a Forgotten Beast. I think it may be time to try cleaning the caverns again. Your dwarf could be a good executioner. He could be, but I think that squad is full. Which is the Cold Citadel. No, it's not. Do you want to be? I mean, I could put you into the military, the Cold Citadel, which is like my cop / executioner / house guard squad. If you want that, I can do that. Spicy topics. Your username is relevant today. Although, what is your need for training? You really do want to train, so... You know what, why not? Let's give you that. Thoughtless, values peace, emotionally distant. Disdain, sacrifice, hate. You don't like truth, though. But I guess that's okay. Merchants will be leaving soon. That's okay. There they all go. Just have to be really careful. I don't know where all of these piles of extract are. Like, for all I know, they could just be, like, around the edge of this thing. Cool? Question mark? Good for you? I don't know what else to say, I guess. Fragrance. I'm going to throw a bunch of borders out here. And let's see if we can wall this off. Because if I can wall this off, then I don't need to be as picky about keeping this stuff safe. But things like this. This guy got covered in the extract. It's like, is there any around here? Not seeing any. All right. Get your dust detecting goggles, chat. Yeah. I mean, half of the Dwarf Fortress, like, things that you can do, largely, require exploiting bugs, but the thing about bugs in Dwarf Fortress is Dwarf Fortress's development is a lot like, what's the name of that video game? Warframe, where the community finds something cool and fun, and the developers go, well, it ain't breaking the game, so here, it's a mechanic now. And there's a couple things like that in Dwarf Fortress. Quantum stockpiles are one. Particularly noteworthy version of this. This area is kind of suspect, but sand. Creature's blood is right there. As long as they don't walk down in there, we should be okay. All right, let's go. Meaning we should get the dwarves running out here to go finish the stuff up. And open the slower door. If you have the merchant skilled, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. What would you like us to bring next year? Wood. For the love of everything. Wood. Also, I'm going to jump down to... wrong button. Jump down to this layer. And we are going to start digging this way. You have to type an exclamation point tickets to see how many you have, Kaz. All right, let's jump up to the surface because that bit's more important. Figurines and metal bars, okay. I'm just gonna pause the game for a second because I really need to pee. I'll be right back.
Cheese for everyone!
Over here, he has a sword!
Ah. Wait, what? What about Apple stock? Oh, right. Those tickets. For a second, I was like, is there like an apple soup that I'm unfamiliar with? So far, so good. Nobody dead just yet. Damn, Soul Shinery, that's a big win. Well done, I say. Oh, somehow I made a bunch of these into floors by mistake, but that's okay. You just have to ask me nicely for a dwarf. And Pepe's don't work in this chat. So, would you like a dwarf? If you would like a dwarf... You worship Pum. You have plenty of friends. You are a member of the Foggy Guild. Wow. You are a member of the Foggy Guild and a member of the Doctrine of Clearing. He cuts any corners when working on a project, regardless of the consequences, rather than wasting effort or resources. You would do really well in a corporate situation. He has no sense of vengeance or retribution. Okay, never mind. You wouldn't work well in a corporate situation. He takes no pleasure in his talents and his talents and appearance. He is very rarely moved by curiosity. He is trusting, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He doesn't often feel envious of others, and he doesn't handle stress well. He occasionally overindulges, and he is grateful when others help him out. And he tries to return favors. He's easily distracted during conversations when he's bored, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally thinks that the entire concept of sacrifice for others is truly disgusting. Thinks that tranquility is one of the highest ideals. Sees competition as wasteful and silly, and does not really value skills related to fighting. Welcome to the fort. You did 15 with a spike trap, but that's somehow not enough. What are we talking about? Okay, so if you're throwing stuff down layers, the damage that is done to them when they hit the bottom, once it's more than 10 layers, they're at terminal velocity as far as I know, unless this has changed. Once they are down more than 10 layers, it's terminal velocity, and then the damage that's done to them when they hit the base of it, it's entirely based on what material they hit and the density of that material. Basically, what I'm trying to say is if you're making a drop pit and you want to do maximum damage to them when they hit the bottom, when do you do maximum amount of damage when you hit the bottom? You want to use lead, platinum, Gold, sure. Obsidian, stuff that's dense. I think obsidian's dense. The higher the density, the more damage it does to them when they fall. And spikes, there's a chance they can dodge them, or block them, or deflect them. Water, I mean, that'll drown them. But that's not high density in Dwarf Fortress terms. Is it bad that I'm kind of tempted to just like let the children out into that bottom area to see if they can just clean up the Forgotten Beast sludge instead of risking all of my dwarves? I feel like that's mean. Because there's some Forgotten Beast sludge down here. Anybody steps on that, they're dead, basically. Right there, and right there. And right there. I think there's also some along here. Somewhere around here. This is still filling so slowly. As they fall. I mean, elves are slim. They can wear slim clothing when dwarves can't. I get very amused when I think of like elves wearing dwarven clothing. Because it's like, well, it's not slim. So it obviously doesn't fit them properly. But I get the image in my head that it's like, it doesn't fit them properly, but it's like, you know, when my ex used to steal my hoodies. And it's like giant hoodie on tiny person. Except it's like giant baggy pants. Or like super baggy but like crop top because tall. This is funny to me. I mean, there is no child labor. There's child chores. And most of the children, if they're smart, or if the fortress overseer is wise, the children spend most of their time playing with toys and hanging out in guild halls learning skills in school, like they should. Most of my children are legendary to, or at least proficient weaponsmiths by the time they were an adult, at least in this fort. I don't do that in every fort, but most forts. Oh, let's do this, this. And doing chores isn't labor. They call it chores? Yeah, it's in the UI. Here, I'll show you. Chores. So you can say whether or not children do chores, and you can select what chores they do. I don't make them bury bodies, and I don't make them do refuse hauling, because the way dwarven chores work is they will do a chore, and then they'll play for a bit. So a chore will be like, I'm gonna pull a lever, or I'm gonna haul an item, or I'm gonna clean some messes. Although I don't think that the cleaning messes or pulling levers, they always do this, but after they complete a certain number of chores or spend enough time doing chores, then they play. And they play in the last place that they finish the chore. So let's just say you have your dwarves hauling dead goblins out of the battlefield into the body pit. Well, when they get to the body pit, they'll then play in the body pit, which is why there's a lot of like constant posts of like, why are my kids playing in a corpse pile? Well, it's because you let them go to the corpse pile. They're gonna play wherever. They don't care. You're welcome, Casmerl. So all those jokes that you see people saying about like, oh, well, all my dwarves are fighting horribly and I don't know how to handle it. Well, duh. I'm going to connect. Can I not do that? It's not. Does that just make that part of it then? Yeah, it does. Okay. That wasn't what I wanted to do. All right. I was curious if that would work, but it doesn't. But I will make this public. Well, more public. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has its moments of being kind of dark, but it's not that bad. Got any Crundles? I haven't seen a single Crundle this far. You know, true story, I've only found 2 of 3 cavern layers. I don't know where the third one is. Somehow I've missed it. Also, it's party time. So, 4th party of the day? Huh. Well, what a buzzkill. Ooh, bah! Big meanie. Threw off my groove. This is the Forgotten Beast Yusan Pastradusta. It has come. A huge crocodile with external ribs. It has a pair of fan-like antennae, and it is ravening. Its dark scarlet scales are round and set far apart. Beware its noxious secretions. I mean, that's not too bad. It bleeds. If it bleeds, we can kill it. Where is it on? Ah, it's on the easy to fight layer. That's good. I think. Nope, never mind. It's on the less easy to fight layer, but that's okay. I can still set up to fight up here. These 2 layers look almost identical. Oh, wow. I'm so sorry. Just realized my soldiers are still stationed here from the last beast. My bad. I will give them a break after this. They've earned it. You two, however, can come down here. Well, add that to the list of things I feel terrible about. We're gonna do this and then follow that beast again. The Dreamy. Well, the Forgotten Beastie already found baddies. And is, probably gonna make short work of them, I would assume. Although they're smart to jump into the water. That'll wash off all of the deadliness that it's got. Make it less effective. I love when caves solve cave problems. Yeah. Titan fights and all that. It's just nature, you know? You've seen this one? What do you mean? Have you seen this name before? Because there's only so many names they can have. You get a blow dart stuck in you? No. It does have some bruising. I once had a Forgotten Beast that was, it was a bug of some sort. I want to say it was like a praying mantis. And it showed up on a tree, and it immediately jumped off the tree to go attack some cavern creature. I want to say like a troll or something. And immediately died of fall damage. Which, it literally was just like the lower part is crushed. It was like what the combat log said. It's like, wow, gravity too intense for you. All right, here it cometh. Squaddy's up there. Squaddy's over here. Let's wait. Uh-oh. Once again, Logan the genius. It's right there. Hasn't been hit by anything yet. It's moving forward. Well, I mean, it's not actually going for that dwarf, so shout out to that dwarf for not getting immediately deaded by it. Uh-oh. Do any of you dwarves actually have ammo? They should just go right there and collect ammo unless none of it's... well, that's not good. Well, I'm sure these dwarves can kill it, hopefully. That's my bad for letting them, you know, sit up there for so long. Actually, you know what? Where did that dwarf go? Logum? I think they were called. Logum. Oh, you're already back in. Sweet. Let's go down here and go up to here and pull this lever. And here we go. Dwarves run through. The dogs attack it almost immediately. Logam right there is immediately starts shooting bolts at it after dropping, or maybe somebody else dropped that. Thought they dropped their backpack, but nope. There's a lot of blood everywhere. Hopefully it's not that puppy. Nope, it's not the puppy, but the puppy is overcome by terror. This dog is bleeding, however, but fortunately it was able to bite the Forgotten Beast, doing at least some damage to it. This non-war dog is just probably screaming in terror. This dwarf here, this is not the dwarf. This is Andre, the regular guy who's finally back in the military after such a long period of time away. Has no clothes on for some reason, just armor. And you know what? Honestly, I respect the hustle. This dwarf is a nervous wreck, by the way, and is conflicted is confident under pressure and only rarely feels strong cravings or urges. The fighting continues, and the blood is pouring everywhere. Immediately, a dwarf has appeared dead. This dwarf is Napalm Sideburns. I have to say rest in peace to. And then shortly afterwards, the creature is killed. I think Andre got it? Yes. Andre, the regular guy, got the kill. I'm also going to forbid this. That is a damn shame about Napalm. That is true bravery. I mean, you gotta. What else are your options, really? Seems like an old man made it in here. I love it when there's just like a glass eye. It's like, oh, it's a fish. There's just a fish on the ground there because the dwarf had it in their pocket. I think that's the butchering animal. Yes, it is. Okay. And we can butcher this creature. Hold up, where'd the fish come from? A dwarf's pocket. Now, because I feel bad, full heal that dog. Also, this dwarf had a giant owl egg roast in their inventory, which looks delicious to me. To prepare giant barn owl egg roast, the ingredients are exceptionally minced guinea hen egg, superiorly minced duck egg, and exceptionally minced turkey hen egg, and masterfully minced barn owl egg. It's like a multi-egg type omelet. Uh-oh. I'm suddenly concerned. Okay, no, we're okay. Never mind. It's an omelet? Yeah, pretty much. For a second there, I was under the impression that we were dealing with a problem syndrome again. Five eggs in a bowl, roasted. It's purely minced. I don't know if you have enough giant cheetah statues. They're clearly leopards. Are you trying to call me a cheetah? Is that the problem here? Because I healed that dog? I've told them to make statues of the kitties. Your buddy gets fire snakes. That dwarf either loves or, alternatively, hates fire snakes. That's usually how that stuff works. No, Fumi. If you want to play the legacy controls, your only option right now is to play the old version. About 300 meat that thing had on it. It's not bad. Pebble carving. Picture of pebbles. Also, now we're in an ad, so I'm not going to do anything, but a weaponsmith has been possessed. And call me unfaithful. All right. Unfaithful, glass half empty. Possessed with pizzazz? Yeah, I'm gonna make another cool stabby thing. Oh, good news, everybody. Eddie Burback uploaded a new video 4 hours ago. My evening entertainment is set. Excellent. This one's about the Las Vegas Sphere. I'm sure that'll be very entertaining. Spoilers, it's not worth it. As somebody who's seen it, it has dead pixels on top of it, which is very funny when you think about how much that thing cost. You're excited to watch some more Burback? Damn right. Love me some Burback. If I leave work early, my evening entertainment is going to be the rest of yesterday's VOD. Yeah. No, yesterday was something. I've been, like, supremely cautious today, maybe even unnecessarily so. All right, ads are done. So we have a dwarf that is going into a strange mood. Where is you? Exactly. Oh, there you are. Little icon. Dead Pixels. Is there a band called Dead Pixels? I feel like that has to be a... Aw, man. One of my giant war leopards died after that fight. What's it called? I feel like that should be like a synthwave, like synth pop group, or a video game cover group. The Dead Pixels, Jimmy and the Dead Pixels. That would be the way I would do that. That would be like person's name and the Dead Pixels. I'm going to just state the same thing that I've been stating about this repeatedly. I know adventure mode is retaining all of the controls, especially because of the screenshot that was released yesterday, which looks like this, right? So we know that adventure mode is retaining complete controller or keyboard controls because of this and because they stated it. The difference is when they built this UI, they went into it assuming they were keeping the full keyboard controls or adventure mode, right? They didn't when they built it for fortress mode. I don't know why, but that was just a decision that was made early on in the development. And so, like, the reason you can't have the classic controls is, yes, you can move the cursor around with the keyboard, but And yes, a lot of these keys have key bindings. A lot of them don't, and you can't bind them to anything, right? Like scrolling on this, you can't bind it to anything. This isn't keyboard bindable at all. Panning through different UI elements isn't. Tabbing through different UI elements isn't bindable at all. So it would require a lot of work. And what building is carpal tunnel speedrunning? He said that before they added this button. So yes, it was, but they fixed that within like 3 weeks. So, as the other DF content guy said, he said that a long time ago. As the other DF content guy says, they said that a long time ago, and that's been changed. If you get carpal tunnel from using a mouse, you're sitting wrong. But yes, in the very first release of this version of the game, you had to click that button 110 times or whatever. Most of them are kittens right now because, yes, we do in fact have a mating pair. Color. Okay, so you need rough gems. Bones. Yes, you got that. More bones. Yep. Tree life. Wood. Okay. So I can chop down 10 trees per year. Someone's coming to do this. I'm going to go down to here, and we're going to find some bigger trees. I'm going to chop down these two. It's 2 spore trees. That'll be plenty. Do I even have anybody allowed to chop down trees? Yeah, I do. I still have Elfie. Devilish, you should have that job assigned. What? I have no empty buckets. Who are they trying to... Oh. 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 Well, I fucked up somewhere. Did I? Ah. Right. Yeah, this is a prison. So I exported the wrong thing. And King got angry. All right, well, time to build a well in the prison. Oh, actually, that's the wrong tool. This is the tool I wanted to click on. Still have the prayer need if they go pray if there's no altar. Altar does not do anything in Fortress mode. Altars are a completely irrelevant, pointless item that they added for flavor. It's a lot of dwarves chained up. That also explains why a bunch of dwarves went to the hospital. I'm confused. For a particular reason... Okay, you know what? I'm just going to increase the priority. Not sure what's going on here. Something's up. Oh, wait. Shit. I can't actually do this here. That's funny. All right, let's fix this. Let's do somewhere slightly different. A little further down here, maybe. hungry and thirsty. You have food. I think this dwarf needs to move now. Well, there you go, in fragrance. Happy to help. I mean, okay. You're chained. You're not. There you go. Where are you even going? I have a dig job all the way down here? Oh, right. Yeah, okay. That bottom cavern there, right? This thing? Okay, so did they... Oh, I see. Somebody's already on this. I love it when they just, like, burrow straight down in the channel. Good. Okay. There you go, and you can dig back up. I'm just building a second well in this prison because if we don't do this, all of my doors are going to die. In fact, they may all still die. Stray dog has been missing for a week. It died of an infection somewhere. I'm starving because you haven't eaten in 24 hours? Can't say I've ever done that. I generally wake up because of hunger. All right, well... Another thing I could do is this. This is the nuclear option for these poor dwarves. I'm gonna make drink stockpiles where they all get beverages. This is the other option that I usually try not to do because it feels weird just having these stockpiles like this. Because this is all one big stockpile. These aren't little stockpiles. All one big stockpile. And if you're wondering what that other stockpile of things is, that's actually definitely not alcohol. That's all venom and poisons. All right, this drink plant, go. Might have to catch this VOD too. Don't work too hard, Shaku. Okay, you're giving food. Puppy bone. All right, let's just... brew, drink from plant, 500. Brew, drink from fruit, I don't know, 50. I don't know how many we have, so maybe like 50? Was just about to say that. Yeah, I mean, it's the nuclear option. They are getting food, they're just not getting drinks, which is the problem. Because well situations on mostly surface ice forts is a pain, let me tell you. Like, it's doable, it's just, it's a lot. Anybody felling trees? Oh, nope, they did. Okay, well then it must not be, like, no, okay, this is in the zone. Okay. Well then in that case, what do you want then? Strange mood, Dwarf. Your life. Stone rock. Likes graphite. Well, I've got granite, no graphite. If it's graphite that you want, then we're SOL. Also, Killer Spud over on YouTube says, John Romero and the Dead Pixels. Yes, I would go see that Doom cover band. It's holiday times. Sometimes when you gotta rest, you just gotta take it. Yeah, you don't work too hard. Currently, everything is on fire at work, so I don't care anymore until the new year when things start coming down. Yeah, I can relate. Understand that. Actually, hold on. Okay. Yeah, I haven't seen any graphite in this map, so I don't know. This dwarf may be dead. I don't know. I'll stare at this a little longer, see if there's anything else I'm missing. So emerald, I got 2 gems, 1 wood, and 1 bone. Gem shining. Yep, got that. I got tons of cut gems too. Rough color, so we got that. Bones, yes, yep, got that. Free life, that's the one thing I don't have. But the dwarves should be hauling those eventually. I screwed up something somewhere. Weird. Those are the worst on Seacrest? I mean, if he wants to die, he wants to die, right? And there's not much I can really do about it. Okay, you know what? Let's turn everything off. Let's find out what. Something is off right now. Well, aside from the fact that most of my dwarves are in prison for 100 days. That's obviously off. But, like, nothing is getting put away, like, at all. I made a custom detail, and I added all hauling to it, and then I deleted it. Something weird going on? That or I just have too many guild halls. It's also a possibility. Something's weird. This is getting a little odd. Why is this happening this way? It's like they're tending to their own needs, so like there's nothing broken. It just feels like there's jobs that are disabled. So it's like they haven't dug this out. By all accounts, they should have dug this out. So I don't know. I'm kind of confused right now. There's no burrows turned on. Burrows are inactive. I've checked them like 5 times. They are disabled. Well, the tasks I'm looking for are hauling, right? Hauling isn't a task I need to designate. It just happens. And there's a lot of things that aren't getting hauled. Unless I accidentally turned off something in standing orders. Yeah, these are all set. I haven't changed any of these. Children do chores, yeah. Yeah, everything's normal. And I've got web collection turned off, but that's also intended. Yeah, I wonder. Let's try that. Nope. No, the general, the general strikes bug only happens when you're literally out of seeds. Or if seeds are broken. But that's not the issue. Fix corrupted jobs, maybe? But, like, the result is I've got dwarves starving. Like, I've got tons of food. Like, is my manager in prison? That wouldn't change anything. No, he's not. Totally fine. Well, there was a bike that got dubbed the general strike bug, and I was largely because of that. Because there was an issue with seeds in the very first version of this game that got fixed. Basically, the highest priority job at all times was planting seeds, and if you ran out of seeds of a certain type, they would just, like, cease to function. But that was fixed a while ago. I think Putnam fixed that one, actually. Let's just do this. Let's just queue up a buttload of meals. I'm gonna go to standing orders. I don't know, kitchen, actually. I'm gonna go to drinks. Please don't cook my drinks. And in fact, please cook my seeds. Don't need prickleberry seeds or ratweed seeds. Don't brew raspberries. Don't brew bloated tubers. Don't cook fisher berries. Don't cook muck roots, and don't cook parsnips. And don't cook raspberries, because I like raspberry wine. And then everything else can be made into meals. I am at a loss right now. I'm just gonna try this. We're gonna go pray. That's what's gonna happen. Yeah, I can't say I'm not actually certain that there is an issue, which is like the weird bit here. I will put the dining hall back, or rather the tavern back. Yeah, I'm not entirely certain what this issue is, or if there even is one. I feel like there is, but it might also, like I said, literally just be because so many of my dwarves are in prison. But I always thought that, like, more dwarves than that brought food to prisoners. You know, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna try something else. I'm gonna get rid of this stockpile, or rather, shrink it down to almost nothing. Frosty chocolate. There it is. And that's this one. You are the frosty chocolate, and then you are connected to the frosty chocolate. Yes, and then you are also connected to the frosty chocolate. Now it shouldn't yell at me. Okay, it still yells at me about overlapping. Fine. There you go. There you go. What are we overlapping with? Along here? Gotta just be that, right? Whatever. I give up. Now run over there and start praying. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to this stockpile and just shrink it. Yeah, it's just like, I've had stuff like this happen before, but I always... I might be misremembering. Absolutely a possibility that I'm misremembering. But in my memory, when a lot of dwarves are in prison, more dwarves feed them. Are they pending sentencing? That's not how that works. Once they're in prison, they're sentenced. But just hauling jobs appear to not be working, really. Only children are hauling, which is what the issue is, right? So, what I'm going to do is I'm going to unassign my captain of the guard. I think is what I'm going to have to do. Assuming I even can. Better idea. Pause game. Go to the world map. Find an empty location that's far away. Or maybe even an empty location that's not super far away. Better if they're up here. So that looked like one, but it's not. Goblin Fort. A lot of abandoned sites. Damn. Oh, there's one. No civilized population there. There we go. Well, let's send them to go explore this location. This empty place called Stewed Sword. What's up, Rusty? And the second they've all left the map, I'm going to deconstruct all the chains. We're doing a mass prison break, is what I'm doing.
It has been a while since I booted up Dwarf Fortress.
Hey, Fanyogs.
Farming work again.
How's farming work? Watch my tutorial. I think you might be right with the pending sentencing thing. No, I don't think something broke and they no longer haul items. They're just not hauling items. I don't think anything is broken here. I think I just had a mass arrest is what's happened. I'm going to wait for all of these dwarves to be off map. Specifically you. What are you doing, Fanyogs? Farming is very simple in Dwarfort, so. A 2-minute tutorial for a reason. So you leave. You leave. Just need aimlessly to leave, assuming you're still on the map. Sleeping. All right, well, I can orchestrate my mass unarrest now. So I'm going to deconstruct. Going to deconstruct. Going to deconstruct. I'm going to deconstruct. I'm going to deconstruct. I'm deconstructing all of my chains to try and save these dwarves' lives. And let's see if this'll work. Because this is kinda my last effort here. I realize we're in an ad, but like nobody's missing anything. I'm just clicking buttons and my life has no meaning. It's one of my favorite like bad pieces of video game writing references. As somebody who really likes video game writing, it's a really bad piece of video game writing. You have paid time off, as we call in Europe. Oh, I mean, that's not a unique thing to Europe. People call it that elsewhere. Just not everybody gets it. PTO. Survived on caffeine and prayers and a lot of elbow grease. Sounds like work, especially end of the year work. That's old news, Salty. So I know that there's a problem with the empty bucket situation. I realize that's a problem. Hold on a second. Let me try something. I think I do actually have the general strike bug, but I think it's happening with something else. Bet you it's happening with orderlies. Let's just delete this because this is irrelevant. So nobody's doing orderlies now because I'm just getting mass job canceling. Let's see if disabling that allows other dwarves to do things. So look at this. They're suddenly doing other jobs. Look at that. Neat. Well, some of them are. Yeah, literally. Okay, I found the problem. Because the most important job is keeping the dwarves alive by giving them water. The only job that the dwarves are willing to do is orderlies, because everybody is assigned to orderlies, or was, up until about 10 seconds ago. When I turn off orderlies for everybody, they're now suddenly going and starting to plant. So, ideally, now look at this. See? Found the issue. Interesting. So it's another iteration of that bug. That is something. So if we wait for yeah, here they come. Time to report a bug? I'm just gonna DM Putnam. vicious typing. Found you some holiday work. Sure. This is also a pretty niche case, so. Anyway, we're just going to wait for the dwarves to come running in here and free everybody. I'm literally orchestrating a mass prison break because of this whole situation. See, starving and dehydrated. Hunt for small creature. Come on, dwarf. Meanwhile, Moses has created a lead spear. That artifact also I don't think would have completed otherwise. I will look at that lead spear in a minute. I've definitely missed some of these. Here they go. This one I'm worried about. Starving and dehydrated. Come on, dwarves. Get to it quick. Blind justice? What do you mean? Run, dwarf. And because I don't have any metal right now, I couldn't make more buckets. And because I didn't have any, and because nobody would do any other jobs, I couldn't make them anyway. And because I don't have my forges right now, I couldn't make buckets. And because nobody would do any other jobs, even if I queued up buckets, it wouldn't matter. So literally all they did was stand there socializing because all the buckets were full of ice. Shit, we lost 2. Come on, Thob, you can make it. We lost 3. Do I jump back to a save file and make this happen better? Quick recap on what happened. When buckets are left with liquids in them on this map, they freeze. I had no buckets left. I traded a bunch of low boots, I think, which are not allowed to be sold. I thought I could sell them because it wasn't listed as not allowed to be sold. I'll get to that in a second. Then, please clip this. And then, because the buckets were all frozen, they couldn't bring water to the dwarves that were in prison. Okay? And because they couldn't bring water to the dwarves that were in prison, what's the word? Because they couldn't bring water to the dwarves that were in prison, there was just mass cancellations. And because orderlies is the most important job, aka bringing water to dwarves who are in prison, is the most important job in the fort, according to the game's internal logic, when I disabled orderlies from everybody, suddenly they were able to do other jobs again. So the only job that every dwarf in the entire fort was able to do was orderlies. And if you actually look at this, weaponsmith cancels need empty bucket times 85. So this was preventing them from doing literally any other job aside from standing there with mass canceling. There you go. Fanyogs, thank you very much for the 10 pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. That's the first notification of money in 4 hours, actually, aside from your resub. So appreciate you. Bunch of sales on Twitch the last few days, so it's been a little bit on the slow side today. So I did lose 3 dwarves, but it looks like it's just the 3. 4. Kib. Sorry, Kib. I don't know. You can't figure out how to? Well, number of clips that people have made today have went up, so I assume somebody did. I'm also going to screenshot this and send it to Putnam. All right, so let's take a look at this spear, assuming it's still there. It's not. Okay, well, let's move it elsewhere. I'm gonna need to rebuild all of those. And also make some buckets. This would be a point where you go back to a save. What do you think, chat? Should we go back to a save? I think it's a fun little bit of storytelling. And also no named dwarves died, but it's up to you guys. I could. We're only in early autumn. Like, I haven't missed much time. But I think it's a neat little storytelling element. Like, that something was preventing them from having, like, getting food, and then, like, it's the captain of the guard's fault kind of deal. So I think we'll play it out. Besides, it's good to learn why things like that are happening, right? Also, there's a certain satisfaction in, like, discovering a bug or another iteration of an old bug in real time. So I'm then going to go put those chains back, actually. And then figure out how I can fix that problem, because it's going to happen again. I guess just make sure that we have beverages in every prison cell, I suppose. Because the only dwarves that were actually doing jobs were dwarves that had no other, like, jobs assigned, right? Also, I'm just noticing that they fixed another bug. There used to be a bug in this game where if you had a dwarf that was chained up like they were in prison, and you unchained them, they would wear that chain around their neck for all eternity. Cheers, Quiet Giant. I mean, username checks out. Also, can confirm. You've been around for a bit, so that checks out. I still don't know why this isn't working. The chain of shame, yeah, something like that. But yeah, no, that explains why, actually that doesn't fully explain why the children it was still working for. Because the children, I guess, were just doing other things. I don't know, it's kind of odd. I mean, like, it always sucks to lose dwarves, but it's also gonna be kind of fun when the captain of the guard comes back and everybody's out of prison. Because all of these sentences are technically still going, right? Yeah, see? So a lot of these dwarves now are going to get a beating. Which I may need to lock the captain of the guard out and just repeatedly send that squad out on missions for a bit. Is the captain a maniac? Yeah, and that's by design. That is actually by design. Actually, what's my dungeon master doing right now? Watching a shield demonstration. Well done, you guys. I did say the number of clips. Yeah, it went up to 15 clips now. Because this dwarf may actually just go do it. Although first, I'm guessing you're just going to go get some new clothing. Caravan has arrived. That or the more optimal thing will happen when they all get here, which is they'll all just get chained up again. Because there still are chains available, because I've replaced them already, right? Like, we've replaced all of the chains. So there's a possibility it'll just be fine. There is a possibility of this. Bedtime was like 2 hours ago. Oh no, you should go bed. All right. I need to put that lead spear here. It's called Moses. Aklil Bomrek has created Yuna Lushrier Nakol Zersul. No. And also, like, that whole situation was my fault. I fucked up and traded things because I thought I could, but I couldn't. Right. Because the Dungeon Master, in theory, should go arrest everybody, but is actually, like, just doing nothing. Let's see. What do you do now that you have an office? Because I've seen the Dungeon Master do their job before, which is, you know, go beat people, but let's check this. Well, jobs are actually getting done now, as they're supposed to be, so I guess that's a positive thing. It should wipe the sentence. I don't know if it will or not. The thing is, it might wipe the sentence because the captain of the guard is not on the map. If you have a captain of the guard and you allow them to cheat their sentences, usually what happens in my experience is the captain of the guard just goes and beats the ever-living crap out of everybody. Speaking of beating the ever-living crap out of everybody, please don't beat the crap out of our Raiders chat. How are you doing, Raiders? What's up, Jess? How was Strem? How was things? Hello, Jez friends. I'm trying to do some dumb things, as I do. Currently waiting for a really big hole to fill up with lava. You need your crap inside. That sounds important. Speaking of things I need to do, is put a little Dwarf right here. Although I need to make it out of very specific materials. But if you don't know Jess, she plays a variety of video games over at twitch.tv/WhatJess. She played Dwarf Fortress once in the past, so if enough of you follow her, maybe we can get her to play Dwarf Fortress again. I'm not holding out too much hope, but thank you for the raid. How was your stream today? What were you guys up to? Cat update. He put his head down as soon as the raid went through. Is this a good thing? I'm unfamiliar what's up with Kitty. Played more than once? Well, once upon a time is more what I mean, but yeah. She did play more than once. I'm going to play in January. Ooh. There you go, chat. Go give Jess a follow so you can see more Dwarf Fortress in January. I just freed all of my dwarves from prison early. Because I found, I guess, a job assigning oversight, which was a bit of a problem. And is a bit of a problem. This might cause this to collapse when I turn it on. He was sleeping all weird with his head up. Oh, now he's sleeping like a normal cat. I don't think cats sleep normal ever, but interesting. I kind of can imagine what you mean, though. Okay. Just need one of these. It's almost, yeah, it's almost January. You are correct. Do I like cats? Theoretically. I'm not one of those people who's like, a cat, and I have a panic attack and run towards it and, like, fiddle with it. It's a cat's a cat. Like, sure. I like cats well enough. I babysit my parents' crotchety old fucker every now and again, and he's lovely. Would I describe myself as a cat person? Definitely not in the way that you are, clearly, when you say, oh my god, or get distracted whenever you see a cat. I think most cats are better off if they leave me the fuck alone. I like a cat that's antisocial and leaves me alone and doesn't talk much. Same way that I feel about roommates, generally. The issue is cats don't pay rent, so... yeah, no. Cats are fine. I would actually generally describe myself as not a pet person. It's like, it's got nothing against cats in particular. I don't like pets. Really? I have a dwarf that keeps going tantrum. Is there a way to calm her down besides time? Give her what she needs. Although generally by the time dwarves are tantruming, it's going to be really hard. Sometimes a prison sentence can do it. Just as a reference. If they value the law and are repentant when they go to prison specifically. So I'm going to pump lava out of this moat into here. And I'm going to connect this lever right here to this bridge. And then we're going to pull it so that I can have my reservoir full while this is draining. Because I need my reservoir. This is getting silly. Which wouldn't want to be with her family and her family keeps beating her because they're guards? I think I found your problem with that dwarf. Was you in Japan too? Ray grew up with cats in the States and went to live in Japan and pet every community cat that would. Yeah, I don't know. I don't obsess over cats the way some people do. But then again, I don't obsess over animals the way some people do. I like animals, and generally my take on animals is I like animals. So thus, I don't take care of animals. I let animals be animals. And I leave them alone. Anything that I have to factor in as a thing that I need to take care of if I'm not at home, unless it's immediately essential, probably not something I care enough to have. At least, that's my opinion. You're more than welcome and entitled to have pets. Just because I'm a crotchety old weirdo who, you know, doesn't personally keep pets. Yeah, I don't know. I like my neighbor's cats. I go outside and I pet them once in a while. That's about it. Is it combined full-time job? Yep. Okay, well, I can cancel the food making things because I don't actually need that much food. I queued up food out of confusion and fear. Because if I didn't, then the outside, these walls would immediately become obsidian and cause cave-ins and other weird shit. Because this is a glacier that I'm on. The bit above will become water, but that's okay. But if the walls become, it'll destabilize things and cause cave-ins. But if it was just dirt, it wouldn't be an issue. Oh yeah, also vet bills. Yeah, I'm pumping lava out of my moat and into here because this pit is taking way longer to fill than I thought it would. Admittedly, it's getting there, but it's going to take like another 2 hours of real time, I think, to fill of just the game running. Whereas this will just get done. Is that pit to heat up the fortress area? I've said what it's for a couple of times, but I'll say it another time. This is my lava forge. I don't have ready access to trees for 2 reasons. 1, because I'm staying friends with the elves, and 2, because I'm on a friggin' glacier. So I need some way to power my forges. And I need my forges to be up and running. It's got nothing to do with heating the above fortress. I just need fuel. I mean, I could build it along the edge of my moat, but what's the point of that? Do what I did and convince a stray cat that it wants your love and affection and keep it as an outdoor cat then? Absolutely not, because cats shouldn't be outdoor cats. Especially here. We have all kinds of tiny little lizards and birds that are very, 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 very stupid. That are less common now because of moronic owners allowing their cats to be outdoors. Now, if I found a stray cat, I would do what any smart person would do, which is I would take care of it enough until it's comfortable with me, take it to the vet and make sure it's not chipped, and then take it to the SPCA so that it can get a new home, which is the ethical thing to do with a pet. Yeah, that's where you live. I mean, my neighbor keeps his cats outdoors, and they're gonna die to traffic soon. And I regularly see them bringing hummingbirds home and small lizards from the local forest. So, like, you know, 1, garter snakes are pretty rare, and I've seen them kill multiples of those already. And phone call from Telos. Hang up. I've seen them bring protected creatures home already. I mean, yeah, like, there's lots of rats and whatnot, too, but it's like, for every winter wren they've killed, they'll kill 1 rat. Rats fight back. You spilled ketchup everywhere? That's illegal. How you doing? What's up, Islay? Yeah, because cats should be trained to be indoors from the get-go, Suey, and not be outdoors. Anyway. Sorry. People who have outdoor cats make me kind of angry. You brought it up. It's to the point, actually, here where they are making it literally illegal to let your cat outdoors, to the point where you could get fined for doing it here. How do you know it was abandoned? How do you know it didn't run away? How do you know it didn't go get lost? You don't. Because I can't speak. Anyway, please stop talking to me about outdoor cats, because I will just keep being annoyed and perturbed about it. It's one of those topics that just makes me very angry. Some places here in Australia have cat curfews. That's interesting. How would you enforce that? Oh, it's a very much a talked about problem here at the very least. Well, then once again, you don't. So you can't state something factually unless you know it's a fact. Right? Which has shockingly bad consequences, like more mosquitoes. They also like, for us, like, the main threat locally are two specific breeds of birds, which are particularly stupid and ground dwellers, and two specific breeds of birds and garter snakes. Especially considering there was a family that had their cats taken away because they refused to not let their cats outdoors. They lived in the country here, and they happened to be a couple kilometers, not even, from a cave here that is very, 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 very important, because that cave is where the annual garter snake orgy happens, and it's where the vast majority of the garter snake babies are made. And their cats were just killing them, and they had quite a few cats. They lived was essentially in a forest, right? So these cats would just go and basically play no Russian against these things. Yeah, they're like sharks. They have a very particular place that they go to spawn. Or like salmon, actually, is maybe a better example. But they have particular places that they go to mate. If you literally just like Google garter snake orgy, maybe don't say orgy, breeding ground, you'll just see pictures of piles of them. It's for former partners to share pets still. Pet taxis? Oh, like, huh. Like for divorcees, eh? Huh. Where they get up? I don't know. I doubt it. Snakes are pretty good at untangling themselves. You'd rather not look at pictures of piles of snakes, though? The number of times I've just been in a forest here, seen a garter snake, and picked it up and scared the shit out of somebody, I couldn't even tell you. At least a dozen. Sounds like an Indiana Jones movie. Yeah, but they're like this big, like that big around, and couldn't like even bite your thumb. It's okay. The snake love will keep going in fragrance. Yeah, they're harmless. They are defenseless, harmless little buggers, and I love them. I used to catch them in the summers, and we'd keep them and then let them go towards the winter until we learned that that was illegal, and we stopped doing that. But snakes, nope. We'll never understand irrational fears of spiders and snakes. Unless you live somewhere where being afraid of snakes or spiders is perfectly rational. But most places, especially like fucking like garter snakes, are completely irrational. They are, it's like being angry at an oversized noodle. But, or afraid of an oversized noodle. It's like, what is it going to do to you? This cute little nose boop. That's all it's going to do. It's going to boop your nose. Let's see how much this thing caves in when I turn this on. We have black widows and also rattlesnakes here, but you have to go like north and up the valley. I stepped around a rattlesnake once. Rattlesnakes are pretty chill. You just kind of need to walk around them. Just give them like 2 meters berth. And if they look angy, then walk around them. It's the ones that don't rattle that you have to be afraid of. Because, fun fact, people kill rattlesnakes when they see them on sight because they're scared of them, right? So you know what this does? It genetically punishes them for having a rattler. So there's now varieties of rattlesnakes that can't rattle. Yeah, that's justifiable. Anyway, don't kill rattlesnakes. There was one time, actually, a friend of mine who lives in Arizona. I was on a Discord. I can't remember what game we were playing. A couple of us were playing a game. It might have actually been Trackmania. Ah, dang it. I was worried that would happen. That's funny. Well, I was slightly worried that would happen. Anyway, well, I answered my question of how much is this gonna cave in and flood. Anyway, lives in Arizona, and he's just like, I gotta go, guys. I gotta go to work. We're like, okay. And then like 10 minutes later, he came back. He goes, so I'm not going to work. We're like, why? He goes, there's a rattlesnake on my front patio. I'm like, do you have another door? And he goes, nope. It melted the glacier above. The water fell down, and then it caved in. Yes. Actually, you know what? Let's just go along here like this. Channel up one, because I'm gonna have to go up to the top anyway. That's very funny. Very, very, very funny to me. Doesn't have another door. Isn't that a fire hazard? I think he was just looking for excuses to not go to work, but you know, we all have our problems. I guess to kind of elaborate on the cats and pets question, I care about wild animals more than I care about pets. Like, all these selfish pet owners can, like, stop abusing local wildlife with their pets and insisting that it's normal and not the pet's fault. But I miss my chameleon. Some migrants have arrived despite the danger. Guys have been gone for a bit. Wilmot. Peasant. Pie maker. Fish cleaner. Yeah, exactly. That's my whole point. Oh, I'm drunk. You brought a goose. Why would you do that? I mean, it's not like there's a shortage of coyotes in the world. All right, let's get back to this weird side project. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Okay, Yeah, what about alien ant farms? Because it's a smooth criminal. Bum, bum, ba-da-da-da-dum, bum, ba-da-dum, bum. Where'd it go? Forgotten Beast has arrived. This thing. Umu the Ashen. It is a towering eyeless tarantula, speaking of spiders. It has large mandibles and has a bloated body. Its clear exoskeleton is rough and cracked. Beware its poisonous bite. I've been watching a YouTube channel of a guy that breeds geckos. So, you know, there's all kinds of weird random pet channels. There's all kinds of weird random pet channels that are quite entertaining. Well, this dwarf, or this creature, is literally right here. Let's open this up. Turn these on, jump down here. Jump up here. And you down here. And you over here. Kind of all I got right now. The infinite worm glitch. Describe it to me. What are you talking about? It's one of those, like, maybe, but I'm not sure what you're referring to. Spider found cavern dwellers. Because it's a tarantula, it doesn't do webs. Oh, they're pretty common in Dwarf, but yeah. Oh, okay. I thought you were talking about Dwarf Fortress for a second there. Yeah, fair. I mean, it's just like I explained to somebody that I unlocked the secrets to infinite mushrooms. By planting, like, store-bought mushrooms and growing mushrooms with store-bought mushrooms. If you buy fresh enough store-bought mushrooms, you can plant those mushrooms and make more mushrooms. And I've done that. I've sowed mushroom spawn and made infinite mushrooms before. Okay. Speaking of this issue, actually, no, you know what? I can't actually do this. I have to lock this because I don't have enough bolts. Because I've run out of bolts due to not having my forges running. I literally can't deal with this fight. I literally can't do it. You're literally making an imperfect environment for fungus and mold to grow as long as you're careful. Oh no, I didn't. I'll be honest with you. I didn't eat them. I just grew them to see if I could. No, if I were to do that, I would do it in a sterile environment with a kit. Or build a specific environment for it. I was just more curious if I could. And a friend of mine was just like, I think you've unlocked the secret to infinite mushrooms. Are you duping food IRL? Also, did someone just make a discovery or am I crazy? So my Necromancer's Experiment scholar discovered simple formulas. This guy, who's currently discussing dialectic reasoning, made a discovery. Also quite the mathematician and philosopher. Duping food, also known as farming. I mean, I'm doing that in my closet right now. Also, I've got lettuce leaves that are like that big that I've been growing in my closet. Pretty proud of, actually. How do I want to do this? I'm still, like, cautious about when they're going to come back. And also, like, suddenly weirdly worried they're not going to. Because think about this way. This is a little bit nutty to think about. But what if they didn't come back the first time? Because every time they tried, the way melted. Because where we're at is all the way down here. But it's definitely possible that, like, a little further north, these ones melt. So. Nope. Here. 2 seconds. I'll go take a couple photos and then post them on Discord. Ugh. So you're saying the trail is a perilous and slushy one. Wait, what? I'm confused. Okay, hold on. Planting and farming. Dip. Planting and farming. Hold on. Let me get these tabbed out into a browser so I can zoom in easier. Not everything is super happy here because there's a lot of experimenting going on. These are snap peas and snow peas. They are self-pollinating. That's mustard back there that's getting a little leggy. It needs to be repotted. That's something that hasn't sprouted yet that I planted 2 days ago. This stuff needs some, this bed needs a little bit of reworking. I need to change how I plant stuff. I'm doing some microgreens with extra seeds that are mostly dead at the end here. The reason they're mostly dead is the seeds themselves are old. So they're like 3-year-old seeds that my mom gave me. And then that's some lettuce that needs to be repotted. These are the bigger ones. Those are the real big ones. They're like about twice the size of the palm of my hand. Those are like green leaf lettuces. That's a romaine that's getting pretty big. And then the baby greens that I don't grow all the way to max size and just kind of let them sit. And that's a cactus that Elfie gave me. These are like baby greens, so I harvest these once a week. All of these were harvested last week, and I got a whole salad out of it. So I'm getting about a salad and a half a week out of it in my closet. And it's literally just like some AliExpress lights. They're just full spectrum LEDs. Be careful when staring directly at them, though, because it is the equivalent of staring directly at the sun. It's excellent production speed. I planted everything on November 13th. Some of the really small plants in there, obviously, I planted before that, but the micro, or the what do you call? I'll get to the raid in a second. The like baby greens that I'm growing is those were planted at the same time as the big ones, except the big ones I put them in bigger pots, and everything was planted on or most of them were planted on the 13th. And since then I've uprooted a few and replanted and whatnot, but that entire top shelf is all on the 13th. Quendel, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome, raiders. I don't know if I have any mods around, so I will do this myself. What were you up to today? How was stream? I was just talking about plants. This should solve that problem of the whole melting thing. Cheers. Well, thank you. What were you guys up to today? I found a bug, sort of. If you have no buckets, or all of your buckets are frozen, which was me in this case, then, and if you have everybody set to doing orderlies, everyone, so if you set orderlies as everyone does this, dwarves are incapable of doing any other tasks but orderlies. I don't think it's a new bug, I think it's another version of another bug, which is General Strike. So, took me a bit to determine it, and to attempt to fix... Uh-oh. Some elk bird made it into my fort. Well, I will send them down. I will send you guys down here, because they're still sitting up here. Oh, I see. This is just locked. That's the problem. Here comes my soldiers. Bastet and Baka Glass will follow Bastet. And problem solved. Trying to work out why your elves in your fort don't exist to each other. No signs of each other in their relations lists. Interesting. Are you running multi-threading? Because I do too, but if you are, try disabling it. Well, then you're probably not. So maybe that isn't an issue then. It's a setting... it's this one. Enable multi-threading. Had some weird things happen in the past. And I turn that on, and they get fixed. Or I turn it off, and they break more. Maybe worth looking at, I don't know. I can't say it's an issue I've ever encountered, so. So this is going to take a minute, but it's going to fill up my lava reservoir. So I need to stare at this until it's mostly full, so I can get my lava production up and running again. I don't know. I'll be honest, I've never paid that much attention. Sorry, Omegas. I've definitely had, like, humans get married in my forts before. But I don't usually have much interspecies stuff in my fort. It's usually just like dwarves. I don't generally let visitors in. They're elves who are older than the world. That's not uncommon. It's most elves. At least in young worlds. I mean, there's some goblins and some humans and some elves in this fort, but that's not the norm for my playstyle. All right, I'm going to give it like another month before I assume that because of my location, stuff just can't get back to my fort most of the time. Because I sent them up to... Actually, it may have been like all the way up here. Even that's like 15 days travel. Where did I send them? No, I sent them to a monastery that was far away. Was it? Was... Stood Sword. It was one of those closer monasteries. I didn't.
Oh, caught a stream for once. Huzzah.
What's up, DB Explorer? Hello. It's good to see you. Tix muffins. I don't want to know anything about tick muffins. Thank you very much. That's the name of that monastery. The Monastery of Tick Muffins. There it is. That's 11 days travel. Been gone a while. Your queen is elvish? Oh, that's fair. But you need to remember that if you have a elvish queen of your faction that has a dwarven name, they're a dwarf. It's like, you know how dogs think that they're people? That's maybe a weird way of putting it. But you know how, like, when you're completely immersed in a different culture, going back to the culture that you came from can be weird. Yeah, I mean, if you were raised by dwarves, spent your whole life with dwarves, and your parents live with dwarves, that's one thing. Especially if they're older than the world. You would also compare elves to animals. I mean, obviously an animal everybody loves, like puppy dogs. Yeah, because she's a dwarf. Because, like, the cultural needs of a character isn't based on their species, it's based on the faction they came from. Speaking of faction, it's party time. That's enough pumping. Turn this pump off. Chad, you ready to party? Grab your favorite party emotes. Post them in my chat. That's what I was trying to hit. It's also the 5th party of the stream. 5 and 6 hours. The official video on YouTube for this song on Dabu's YouTube channel has the lyrics in English. It literally starts off with "Hail beauties." Which is what Elan Kinem translates to. Hi, I'm a nerd. Okay. Also, something that's kind of hysterical is if my Captain of the Guard doesn't come back, I don't think I can assign a new one. So...
Nice party. Back to work, Dwarfs.
hopefully they come back. Really? Wow. Deep thoughts there. DB Explorer. Deep thoughts. Devilon, thank you very much for the bits. That's the first bits in 5 hours. Thank you. A crime fort? Wouldn't it be funny if we just became an absolute crime fort before the cops got back? Guys, their dad's not looking. Quick, it's time to change our entire, like, methodology of everything. Okay, I got so much magnetite. You know, actually, let's say if it's greater than 50, smelt 25. And, check monthly. I'll just do that. Run that, Jib. All right, so now that that is done, I'm gonna see if there's any other ways I could speed this process up over here without me actually having to dig, without me actually having to send dwarves into here. Really wish these bridges weren't here. Wait, actually, I wonder. Ooh. See a way I could speed this up. Interesting. If there's no fluxstone around you, yes, you have to import it. It says if there's fluxstone on the map when you embark. And thank you, Enoshi1986, over on the YouTube channels. 2 people just spoke for the first time in like 3 hours on the YouTube channel. I had to say something. Let's go. Okay, where exactly am I going? Am I going to like right there? Do a little cave in, shall we? It's a long story to explain the magma. It's magma when it's, no, it's lava when it's above ground. When it's underground, it's lava. It's magma when it's below ground, it's lava when it's above ground. And it's below the entire crust. So it's the magma sea and the lava moat. Also, now we're stuck in ads. Terrible timing. It's always terrible timing. Never a good time for ads. Yeah, TLDR with this fortress. We had a plague that killed 2/3 of my fort, and I had to terminate and cause a rapid deconstruction of my fortress using a shall we say, lava and cave-in. Yeah, it was good. It was yesterday. I featured a bunch of clips about it, and I'll make a video about it by the end of the weekend, probably. Should be up by Christmas. My favorite song on the OST. Probably Strange Moods. Is the best part of the Earth pizza pie? Sure. I feel like this is a really, really roundabout Final Fantasy VII reference. Okay, so what I can do now is I can make iron buckets. Let's just make iron buckets and get those going. And I can turn orderlies back on. Although I'm not going to do it for everybody this time. I had orderlies. I usually like space orderlies up just a little bit between some dwarves. But in this particular fortress, I had it on everybody because I had a couple bad calamities happen. I was like, well, I need everybody doing orderlies. So we're going to just assign a couple dwarves to orderlies this time. But I have to be, I guess, careful about the number of buckets on the map. I guess that's now another thing. If somebody tunes into the stream and they're like, my dwarves are doing nothing. What's wrong? Do you have any buckets? I guess is like the next thing I can ask now. Is orderlies assigned to everyone? And do you have buckets? If orderlies is assigned to everyone and you don't have buckets, or if they're all frozen, if it's like a weird me situation, that's how you know that you have a problem. All right, so I'm going to put a Gabriel block there and a Gabriel block there. I'm starting to think dwarves that leave on this map cannot return. Because that squad should be back by now. Which is weird. Could add heat grates to the dungeon to defrost the buckets? Not a bad idea. They're on vacation. Well, I mean, they're slowly starting to return from these squads. Slowly. But like... yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird. Elfie committing crimes in art chat. Did you draw a tick muffin? Just because you made a face in chat when I said tick muffin out loud. Besides, if you're not allowed to commit art crimes, what's the point of there being an art room on a Discord? don't actually need this to go this far. Yeah, just right there. I'm trying to fill this thing faster. Let's see if I can fill it faster with a cave-in. Yeah, true. You've committed art crimes before. This is very true. All right, Alfie, what atrocities have you done today? Yep. That's terrifying. It's a tick pretending to be a muffin. It's like those lovely images of hedgehogs pretending to be muffins, except instead of hedgehog, it's a tick. Maybe they just like the warmer climate and don't want to come home. Aside from the fact that I now suddenly don't have a captain of the guard. I don't think I can assign a new one while he's gone. And I'm pretty sure I can't, like, delete that squad either. So, I think I might jump back to a save. Actually, let's do a... Ooh, no. I hate saving. I don't want to do it. I don't know. I don't want to do it. I'd rather just wait and hope that they come back. Also getting those fun lag hitches again. But it does mean, however, that I need to actually expand this squad. Lucas Bat wants to train. Orbam the Peasant wants to train. This Armorer wants to train. That's a soldier who's in the fort to be in the military, so might as well put it there. This Poet's an adequate hammerman. Should just make it human squad at this point. We do actually have enough humans I could do that. You're an adequate swords dwarf. Wait, what? How did that happen? Weren't you in the other squad? I guess not. I thought this dwarf was in the other squad. Okay, that's confusing. Wait. Oh, these dudes are partying again. I'm wondering, actually, if I just, like... I had a dwarf that was stuck or something. I don't know. Anyway, weird. Climate is getting warmer because I'm dumping lava everywhere, right? I'm assuming that's what you mean by that? At least in this fort, because this game doesn't actually represent a warming climate. As interesting as that would be as a mechanic, it's not a thing here. Fortunately, I guess. Oh, they did queue that up. Oh, no, man. You know, finish up Christmas shopping? We'll see you when we see you. I'm gonna be finishing mine up on Friday. Yeah, Friday after I'm done at the lab because I got a lab test in the morning. Meditate on Earth. Well, I hope you're not meditating on the moon. There's not enough oxygen up there. All right. Well, I got that. I got this squad training now. This is all getting done. Okay. So that's gonna fall down. I should. Well, actually, yes. Then I will put one. Okay, that won't work. So put one more tile right here. Sandstone's fine. Then because this is here, I can deconstruct this. I can connect you to you. So what this is going to do is this is going to remove all support except for this pillar.
Oh my gosh.
When I pull this lever, the pillar will collapse and put some holes in the bottom of my moat and fill this thing faster. Time sure flies. Damn right, dude. It's been kind of neat as December has hit because all of the people who followed me back in December last year are now hitting their, 1 year resubs essentially, which is kind of neat and pretty humbling, actually. And cheers, Quendelf. Also, Ryoshin Cat used to be rich. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for Ryoshin Cat who used to be rich? Means a lot. Like, I appreciate all you guys so much. Like, I've said this a number of times. It's like, I guess over a year ago now, this channel like averaged like 3 to like 500 subscribers on Twitch, which is already above the average and doing very well, for me at the very least. But like ever since December, stuff's just been so much better. Stability is nice, okay? I'm quite new to this stream. Ages ago, this was a long time ago. This was like 8 years ago now. Somebody said about my stream, blind stream is a hard stream to find. And it's not the kind of stream you know you want. And it's not the kind of stream that you go out of your way to look for. But when you find it, it's really difficult to leave. Let's bring this over. And we're gonna do a little cave in. Who likes things that cave in and go crash? This is a controlled demolition. So now there's a hole here and a hole here. These two are now holes. So hopefully, this will fill a lot faster now. So now there is 7 of 7 lava dumping down into this thing way quicker. And it'll be way faster than this little drizzle. I mean, look at this. Oopsies, I can't even scroll because the game's lagging. There it is. Kind of hard to see. Actually, this might be easier to see in ASCII. Yeah, so you see these higher numbers here? This area is right beneath where that collapse was. Once the hole is filled, what will I do with it? Build a defensive structure and then start attacking people. Like, actually, that's what I plan to do. There's a Dwarven faction I'm going to invade because they stole my sword. Quite a long time ago, admittedly, but they stole my damn sword. So I'm going to kill them. Or at least attack them, start a war with them. And then maybe go start a new fort. I don't know. But, it's gonna be my front door. I still do want to build lava cannons. It's just becoming less and less reasonable the more time passes. Although, actually, how tall is this? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I need to build... I don't know. Turns out building lava cannons on ice is very difficult. Wait, where's this? Oh... That's a problem. It's draining, gentlemen. Interesting. I'm gonna do something stupid. Like, extremely risky. But you know me, I wouldn't do anything extremely risky unless I had some faith that I could complete it. We're gonna try and plug this hole. Now, how am I gonna do that, you might ask? I have absolutely no idea. But I have a few ideas. Or I have absolutely no real idea, but I have a couple possibilities that may work. I figured out why it's not filling. It's because it's draining. Although, just like any other fortress, I play it until chat starts to get bored, right? So if you guys start getting bored, just let me know. We'll finish this fortress up real quick and start a new one on the same faction. Because I'm actually totally okay with doing that. Oh, you know what's another thing I could do? I have two options of how I could fix this. This is gonna look really ugly. This is going to be one of the sketchiest constructions I've ever made. Because I need to build a dam. So something I can do to make this look significantly less terrible. Let's go along the sides here. Spilled your tea all over your desk? That is tragic. Clean up your desk and apologize to your desk. Okay, so... I need the stairs to be one further out. That's what I need to do. Let's go to the top up here. Okay, so this won't actually cave in just yet. I mean, it'll cave in. It's not right away. Fixing my own previous problems. Actually, no, not that. This. So it'll have to go right here. Oh, a more important question, Neff. What kind of tea? You know, I'll be honest with you. I feel like it's every couple months that I hear about a streamer like spilling something on their desk and like destroying a bunch of really expensive gear to the point where, one, part of me sort of feels like it must be some sort of scam to get your audience to pay for new gear. But two, this is why I use a sealed top cup. Decaf normal tea, gotcha. This lowest layer is going to be lower priority than the rest of this. So that I don't have dwarves randomly falling into lava. So I'm building a dam. That's what we're doing. Because I need to plug this. So I'm just going to drop a dam in front of it. The problem with dropping a dam in front of it is it might also eject a bunch of lava up onto the surface, but that's fine. What could possibly go wrong, right? When there's alcohol involved. I like my coffee to stay hot by 5 p.m., so. All the ice is melting. I'm turning to water. It's hot down there. Okay, so these are both built. This is actually like a tutorial thing that people keep asking me to make. It's like, hey, could you make tutorials about caving stuff in? It's like, I kind of have a bunch of times, but I guess I also just don't do it all that much. But essentially, once these two are connected, and I've connected that lever to that support, I can then cave it in. The whole thing will collapse. Disaster is possible? I mean, it won't be a disaster as long as there isn't any dwarfs nearby. It might just cause some weird cave-ins to happen. But that's fun. I like that. God, it would be awesome to just have a way of, like, rebuilding the glacier and then being able to drop it repeatedly. That'd be so entertaining. Let's just put this at a lower priority to walk in the middle. Okay, slightly lower priority. Like, don't cancel it. Like, they can still stand there. I just want them to do that last. Because they're cleaning up everything else first. Sure, Sage Bitey. This fortress is running like ass, which is actually like kind of part of why I'm like gonna end this fort this week. Is because it is really starting to run like ass. Miners fighting. Oh, somebody fell. Fortunately, didn't land in lava, so everything is awesome and cool when you're part of a team, etc. Okay, so you're built. That's not done yet, but I can connect this. I mean, the frame rate's fine. It's just unstable, which is admittedly weird. It's actually I can test something. Let's test something for a second. Is it temperature? Let's see. I think it's temperature. because I've got lava and ice in the same general vicinity. Okay, it's not temperature. But no, this has been happening intermittently for the last like 3 or 4 streams now. You know, try as I might, I was never actually able to catch a giant polar bear. I've even got beef tripe as a bait. Bloody shame. Can I just destroy this guild or the rough guilds squad? It's gonna remove everybody from this squad because this squad is just gone. And if they come back, they'll come back one at a time, and they'll come back regardless of if they're in this squad anymore. Squad can go away because there's nobody in it. We're going to do the same with this one. Miss Sneezer. That was a good dwarf. Okay. That's going to remove a lot of my brain rot about this fort. Not having to see those squads stuck away from my fort. Okay. I mean, they'll go after drinks and food. But they stopped showing up entirely. Lever's connected. It's just a matter of that last piece up top getting built. Be possible it's the squads causing issues? I mean, I'm going to miss all of these dwarves. I don't think so, but I'm under the assumption it's the amount of lava and stuff. I'll find out. If I keep getting hitches, there's no way to fix that now, but... I'll let you know if it keeps stuttering. Yeah, we're literally just waiting for this floor to be built. And then I can cave the thing in. Although I have one thing I gotta break first. Because if this fort just stays at 60 FPS, I could play it for another 2 weeks. That actually may be it. Because my suspicion is that no, see, it's doing it again. Okay, never mind. Spoke too soon. I jinxed it. It could also just be the fact that I have so many animals. Nothing. I don't die to FPS. To me, okay. FPS death that kills forts is when the frame rate is so low the game is unplayable. Okay? I have not had the frame rate get so low that the game is unplayable in this version, period. Ever. At least not since SDL2. However, I do sometimes end up in situations where it does this, where it chunks. And that's just really annoying. The game's still perfectly playable. It's just annoying. So, I mean, the other thing I could try doing actually is turning off multi-threading. And then turning that back on. Because maybe something's going on with multi-threading. Because there's a lot of unknowns with multi-threading. But multi-threading usually causes crashes, not lag, so. Full? No. Are there critters in the caves? Certainly. Does killing them get rid of the stutters? No. Have I tried that? Yes. Because I know how to nerf the critters so there's not that many of them, and them being there isn't something that inherently causes lag unless there's hundreds of them. Yeah, that's the problem. Like, I would be totally fine if my frame rate was at a steady 30. And that's another thing that I'm going to try doing if I wasn't because like before I started streaming today, I kind of had this thought in my head of like, if I can't fix that stutter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try just dropping the frame rate down to 30. If this game goes below 15 FPS, it can get kind of unpleasant to play, I think. As long as the UI isn't lagging, it's fine, though. Okay, so we're gonna do a cave-in. So this whole thing, this is a suspended, like, set of tiles, right? And what's gonna happen is it's gonna fall into here, and I'm just realizing that I didn't make this wide enough. Fuck. I'm gonna have to do another one if this doesn't work. But what should happen is it should cave in, the ice should melt, and it should become obsidian, which should seal this off. And if it doesn't, I can do another wider one. Because I just realized I should have made this one tile wider, but I didn't, because I don't know. That's all I can say is because I don't know. But anyway, let's try this. Cave this sucker in. There it goes. So, yep. Lava teleported to the top. Well, that worked a little too well. Needed the sides too. Well, so that'll work. We can do that. Just made all of the ice disappear for some reason. That's interesting. How deep are these? All right, well, let's do this, but wider. So prototype 1 worked. Let's build another one. Let's do it. Connected to it right here. So funk. 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 Let's go all the way up. There we go. This time it should work. Although I gotta erase the bottom ones on the ends. There. And there. Because I don't actually want to channel down into this, so maybe on the ends I'll just tell them to dig normally. One down. And all the way there. Because I want it to land right like this. Posted an update on your city progress? Second. Just let me queue up a bunch of jobs. Just use ice. That's totally fine. I can just leave the lever there. All right, let's take a look. Hey, you figured out how to make screenshots. Much nicer than the camera photos. Dude, this is nutty. Thing's huge. I have a question. What'd you do with all the boulders? Are they literally just like all blocks? Wow. But like, seriously, what in the world did you do with all the boulders? Also, this can be connected to this. This shouldn't take too long. A minute. And then I can also, you know, just do this. Which will hide the fact that this ever even existed. And also... Wait, what? This down at the bottom is going to be lower priority. But nobody falls into lava. Or is less likely to fall into lava, anyway. If they do fall into lava, it is what it is. But less likely to fall into lava. Yes, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Trying to figure out how I can do this without breaking the wall's integrity, while still being able to do this. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to do it this way. Should be fine. No, I'm aware. I've done similar things like that before. But it's always a question of, well, what did you do with the blocks? A fair question. The last time I did something like that was Long Death, which was in version 44, I guess. Actually, not even 47. No, I did move it up to 47. It just started in 44, I think. Or no, did it? No, it started in 47.04, not 47.05. That was the version change. Further to the left is a pile of boulders. Well, there you go. Now I wait. Stepped away and missed if I said anything about the boulders. Oh, yeah, well. Nothing really. I mostly just responded to Boom Boom and said, "Oh wow, yeah, that is a lot of boulders." But yeah, that's how's the frames on that actually? Since we were talking about frame rate. Yeah, so it's not multi-threading. So what I'm gonna try doing, although no, because the game keeps chunking down. Huh. If I disable weather, it'll disable snow. But weather may have something to do with it as well. I'm not even going to worry about it. The most boulders I ever had on a map, I think, was Long Death. But I don't actually remember what the boulder count. I just know that I had 70,000 blocks by the end of it. But that fort lasted for like 500 years. Although a lot of those blocks weren't actually boulders, they were glass. In fact, I would say most of that was glass by the end of it. It was all green glass. Ah! Nobody's on fire yet. That's kind of miraculous. See all this lava mist that's coming up? Oh, wow. This is starting to, like, fill up and overflow because of this dam that I already placed. That's nutty. There's going to be a lot of lava shooting up with this one. Just a heads up. For those of you who like drama. Careful, dwarves. Wow, nobody's died yet. I'm kind of amazed, actually. Hmm. Well, that's not gonna work. So before I do anything, I'm gonna try something silly. Or not water source. Pit pond. It's like magic? Okay, so you know what a boulder is, right? It's a big rock. I've dug through the, are you suspended? What? I've dug through the entirety of my glacier, and I've built a little support beam to hold the block. I've then removed all of the support for that boulder, so it's just a suspended boulder with the exception of this one tile. When I dig out this one tile, the only thing that'll be holding it up will be this once this bit up here is done. And then when I pull this lever, it then makes this disappear. And when this disappears and nothing's holding it, so it falls straight down, the ice explodes when it touches the lava and disappears. And this strip of rock clogs this drain. It's pretty simple when you think about it like that, I guess. Or it's extremely complicated, I guess, depending on how much you overthink it. This is absolutely a lava piston, yes. This is just a non-repeating lava piston. So it's a shitty lava piston, I guess. I'm literally dropping a large rock, yes. All right, let's see if anybody's actually filling pond. Okay, one dwarf is. Let's see. Well, one dwarf is injured in hospital, so new hospital is working as intended, seems like. Okay, so there's water in this. Let's see if this dwarf can get this bucket out there without the water melting. Without the water freezing. Although, admittedly, you'll then be... Like how they filled extra water to have more water with their water. Now, admittedly, there's also a chance it'll then thaw once it freezes because it'll then be running past really close to lava. You know, also, I'm going to take a gamble. That body's causing us some trauma. Well, they were able to dump the bucket. But it didn't have the effect that I wanted. I love how I tried to not screw this up, yet managed to screw this up anyway. What am I making? I'm trying to plug this, but screwing it up repeatedly. Dwarf was taken by a Feymood. I'm going to pause the game for a second, and I'm just going to go to pets and livestock. I'm going to slaughter every single dog. Sorry. That isn't named. And I will keep 2 puppies alive. I'm here trying to stop the game from stuttering. What do I have a lot of? Leopards. You two are supposed to get trained. What? Spay that. Oh, we're at the point now where we're hitting critical mass of elephants. I do not need all of these baby elephants. I didn't slaughter every single dog. I slaughtered every single dog that, air quotes, wasn't named. Okay, why did that get canceled? God damn it. War elephants? So I'm training them for war, but I'm not going to assign them to my soldiers. For one simple reason. You really want to micromanage grazing zones? Be my guest. I don't want to. They are sitting in the caverns, though, so any forgotten beast that decides to eat themselves into that area is going to get a very big surprise. Oh, wow, this is actually filling more effectively now. Well, I mean, it was a good idea, I suppose. Nothing else. Let me just tell you something, though, and be as honest as I can. War elephants are not good. They're about as good as war bears. In fact, I would actually argue cats are better, like leopards and lions and whatnot are better than cats, are better than elephants, normal elephants, not giant elephants. Giant elephants are a different story. But normal elephants aren't that good. People assume that they are because they're massive, but trust me, if you're doing war elephants, they have to be giant or it's not worth it. Okay, so this ain't working. Not enough water. He's not enough water. Not enough water. Crud. They weren't great? Nope. But at the very least, polar bears do not need to graze. Now, what if you had polar bears that would starve to death whenever you, like, actually sent them out to go do something? Because that's what war elephants are like. They graze, they need a huge area to graze, and they're very inefficient. Literally, the only reason I have them is because chat was like, elephants, because chat wants to, like, you know, like, I don't blame chat. It's like, chat is obsessed with the idea of, boat murdered, right? I mean, who isn't? Boat murdered is awesome. Like, it's a great story. But, like, as a practical thing to do in a video game, especially in this version, not really. Taming animals in the version of the game that boat murdered happened in was just, you get it in a cage and it's tame. And they didn't need to graze. So. They're great livestock, yeah. So, I need to get more water here. Oh, more buckets. More buckets it is. Yeah, and the koalas are there because they're cute. Not because they have any practical purpose. They're also, like, making jackets occasionally. Or rather, sorry, they are made into jackets occasionally. There we go. Okay, let's see. Ironically, most of my soap is dog soap, but yeah. What's up, SG and YouTube chat? Also, a reminder to those of you over here watching on Twitch, if you want to help out the YouTube side of things, because it always needs help, the best way to do that is by leaving a like on the YouTube stream, or alternatively, leaving a lurk on the YouTube stream and a like on the YouTube stream. It does help me earn some very small amount, passive revenue. But it also, you know, increases the reach of the stream, helps more people find out that the stream exists. It is actually, like, I would say, arguably a better way to support the stream at this point than friggin', you know, tweeting about it, which is what people used to always say to do. Okay, they're all filling ponds. All of these dwarves are running around with buckets. Come on, Martin. Protoquin, thank you very much for that Prime subscription. Appreciate you. God damn it. Well, I could cave it in, and then we could dump buckets of water on it. This all hooked up yet? Now it is. Okay. I'm going to remove this. That's good to go. I'm going to go down to... Just going to set all these to this. It's a pit, not a pond, so they'll stop dumping water in it. And so... Alrighty, so once this has been removed, we get to do another cave-in. Is the light gray steam? Yes. The, like, weird lines that come up from the stuff? That's steam. Thanks for the extra handful of likes, chat. If we could get that up to 100 likes, that'd be fantastic. It's currently sitting at like 80. I mean, there's 210 people watching here on Twitch and 40 on YouTube. It's 250 all in all. That's a big number. All right, big numbers aside, let's pull this lever. So now it's just a matter of a dwarf coming over here and pulling the lever. We're gonna do another cave-in. You may want to look up if you're lurking. And before it was actually just the dogs making the game lag a little bit. Kiddo. Just gonna be honest with you, it may not be wise to be down here right now. But if that's your choice, that's your choice. I will turn your burrow back on because it's not your fault. But it may not be wise to be down there right now. All right, well, anyway, look up. Well, I'm aware that most people, or maybe not most people, but a large portion of people are probably tabbed out doing something else. Oh. Pull the lever a second time. Oh, no, you just haven't pulled the lever yet. Okay. Mm-hmm. There it goes. All right, so there is Kiddo here. So this is Volbach, 13 years old. Dad's alive. It's the Duke of the Fortress. Lucas Batts is her older brother, and her mom's Vixen Rose. Do you think this dwarf's gonna survive? Tabbed up playing dwarf. That's also totally fair. Do we think this child's gonna survive? This. Rolf, what up? It's good to see you. I mean, currently, satisfied at work. Let's see. Well, I mean, it blocked off all that. Lava shot up. Lava can still spill around the edges here, which I fucked up. I may actually need to do another one of these. Although these are fun, so it's not actually that big of a deal. So, well, I guess I have an answer to that question. At least it was a quick death. Sorry, kiddo. I'm trying to dam some lava and I keep screwing up. Is what's happening. Although I am making progress, sort of. Let's see if turning all these back on helps. Let's see if we can just bucket this, because if I can just bucket this, that would be the best way to do this. Before it fills up enough that, like, it starts to bubble over, because that's what's going to happen. Doran the Weaponsmith has created Menkiltis, an iron crossbow, and offers it to us, the Frosty Beards. I also, in my headcanon now, the reason the captain of the guard left is because we exiled him after, exiled him and all of the police officers after they arrested the entire fort. This is a iron crossbow. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with round gabbro cabochons and decorated with pigtail. And this object menaces with spikes of microcline and giant koala bone. On the item is an image of a Cybrek call tool, the dwarf and dwarves in iron. Cybrek call tool is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates where was I? The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Cybrek to the position of Queen of the Insightful Handles in year 1. Hey, it's our first queen. On the item is an image of Lord Ubda. On the item is an image, pine trade. The dwarf and yaks in dog bone. Lord Ubda, Pine Trade, is admiring the yaks. He likes yaks. He really likes yaks. I think it's actually just Baka glass, even. Crossbow. Okay, I've got a lot of iron crossbows. This one is this one. Wink. Added to the pile. Let's see if dumping buckets of water will solve this. Also, kind of funny fact, I'm going to need to build flooring along here, otherwise this whole thing's gonna overflow. It's gonna bubble up, and these are gonna become holes in the ground. Unless we want that to happen. All right, well, let's wait for some dwarves to show up. Is that a gecko? It's a rhino lizard. I don't see them on the surface much, but I've been seeing them underground a lot. So dumping buckets of water on lava sometimes, makes it turn into obsidian. Sometimes it makes it cool off and disappear. But I've been having very inconsistent luck in this particular situation with these buckets. Thank you, Caveman Doc. All right, I give up. This ain't gonna work. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna cave it in again, one more time. One final cave in. Speaking of cave-ins, Caveman Doc, thank you very much for caving in the entire chat with a wall of subscriptions. I mean, not my best work. Thank you very much for the 20 gift subs. I think you just, like, maybe, probably not doubled, but added, like, a considerable third onto today's revenue. Appreciate you, dude. This area's gonna overflow first, so I'm just gonna do this. All right, so that was my 2 prototypes. And thank you very much, Suited Giraffe, for the $25. Appreciate you. What just happened? The heck, man? Let's go all the way back to there. Go across by 3 and go up to here. Let's do that, and that, except these are going to be priority 4. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go all the way up. Darren, thanks for the $5. Did you guys coordinate this? It feels very coordinated. And if you didn't, then, well, I guess, well done, I suppose. I'm just, like, digging. This is gonna go wonk, 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 wonk. Rolf, thank you very much for checking out yet another gift sub. All right, well, that was 20 gift subs, $25, $5, and a gift sub from Rolf. Now it's a hype train. Thank you. Just a reminder to everybody, there are new hype train emotes, if you missed that. But thank you so much, dude. And Ramsey, you don't need to see ads anymore. Congratulations. Unless you didn't to begin with, in which case, good for you. Well done. You're one of the lucky ones. Toot, toot. Yep. Sure seems that way. Don't know how silver is the... Oh, actually, it's probably because of trading. But thank you. That's a level 5 hype train right at the start. Fight Attack, thanks for the $6. Well, that's literally more revenue than I've made all day today, so thank you so much. Or at least most of today. There was some gifted subs earlier, but... All right, I'm blaming all the livestock for the frame rate now. Wait. Why is there a... Why is one of my trained polar bears this far outside of the fort? What's going on? Maybe it sees all the animals getting slaughtered and it's panicking. I wouldn't blame it. I would too. Wow, that took a while for that notification to go through. But happy holidays, I suppose. Ah, right. Child's been missing for a week. What a shame. I will, go and memorialize the child. I mean, I wonder what happened. I don't know. It's so strange. They just vanished out of existence. You know what's ironic? I could probably end up actually using chunks of this as part of an actual defense. You know, what if I just build a bunch of ballistas and just have a big hole with lava in it with a bridge over top of it and shoot at stuff on the bridge with ballistas and bolts? What if we just did that? Because that would be significantly less effort than making cannons. And I could have that done in an hour. Before you skedoodle for a while. Is it dinner time? I mean, I realize it's not cannons. But this will fill up pretty quick. With all of this silliness. So, like, realistically... I could just set up some towers at, like, some ballista batteries at the end of this. And just... Maybe pump the lava up a little higher and then into this. But I have to be careful I don't cave in the whole fort again. Yeah, that's much easier. Maybe that's all we'll end up doing. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you very much, chat room, for that very generous hype train out of nowhere. That's one thing I do really like about hype trains on Twitch is like, it's just kind of like an explosion all at once. How nice of me to make hot springs? Yeah. Hot springs. Mm-hmm. Definitely. That's what we're building. Hot springs. Thank you very much for the literally out of nowhere hype train with $41 in bits and 21 gift subs. Thank you so much, chat room. Toot, toot. Something like that, yeah. Okay, so the lava should be much shallower than on this side, so this shouldn't be as hazardous as it was for the last chunk. At the very least, it seems like we have completely sorted out the spreading extract stuff. That is good. Maybe the best of all of this. Okay, let's see. That's okay. Sweet. It's not. We're not coming up enough that we're gonna have issues with spray this time. And then something I have to do here. This is gonna look kind of confusing for a minute, but trust me, it'll be fine. When this falls, it's going to block all of this. What I'm going... Actually, I didn't need to channel that all the way out. What I need to do now is I need to go all the way along here with a wall. Sure, ice. Why not? Sure, microcline. Why not? Things aren't supported diagonally. Is this connected? Wait. Getting there. Oh, that one disappeared. I told them to make it out of ice, and I have a feeling the ice just melted on the way down. Okay. It's done. You just cancel? Oh, that's starting to spill over. It did. A dusting of snow. And I'm pretty sure I can just forbid all this, these items down here. Also, I unlocked one of the animated confetti emotes. I think that the disco balls are my least favorites, though, out of the new ones. I really like the more distinguishable ones. I think that there's like a point with certain like emotes on Twitch where they have too much detail and they're just hard to see. I don't know if you know what I mean, but also, I gotta be honest, it's probably real warm in here. in this room. Currently, where are you going, Dwarf? Just walked really slowly over to here and then really slowly back. You just have to go there. That's all you have to do. Are you wearing like 200 pounds of lead gear or something? All right, big lava sploosh number 3. I don't think these will support you, so here's hoping they don't. This should work. And before it doesn't. Chat, do you think 3rd time's a charm, or did I screw it up again? What's your suspicion? You think the new wall's gonna hold up? Here's hoping. You're here? Oh, that's good. You're not an expert? Neither am I. I'm not very good with lava pistons. I may actually slaughter my polar bears. Because they've been very bad at their job. All right, let's pull this lever. Chat, look up if you're lurking. Stuff's about to go splash again. I've done stuff like this, but not above ground and not on a glacier. Only ever below ground. Oh, there it goes. Wait, what? Oh, well, I guess that answers my question. This does support it. Okay, well, let's fix that quickie fuck up. Shouldn't be too bad. Just have to reconnect this lever. Turns out I learned that diagonals do support things. Unless there's somewhere else that I missed that I didn't dig out. Okay. So, getting lag hitches again. The only real issue that I have with the lag hitches is I'll go to scroll my mouse and I'll be scrolling and I won't realize that I've over scrolled and then shoot past where I'm trying to be. It just kind of makes steering the camera a little bit annoying. Oops. I'm smart. Well, it worked. That's what I get for becoming impatient. So there's a dwarf there. It's Aether Null. Stressed and unconscious. Well, pick one. I mean, it worked. That's the good news. The bad news is, holy shit, you landed on ice. Nope, no, you're falling still. Okay. Okay. Just don't. What a way to go. What a way to go. Well, at least you witnessed it. Hi, Aetherno. Welcome back. Not how I thought they would have died. Also, now the game's frozen. Okay, let's pause it. Just like that dwarf. So that was a catastrophe. Let's just let the game think about it for a second. There is a lot of temperature processing going on right now because there is lava mist on the surface of a glacier. The game's thinking about it, we just have to give it a chance. It'll get there. As the frame rate goes down. I could hit pause and turn off temps. Give it a minute. The game's having a good thunk. I mean, think. The rock went thunk. Good news is we are on the 2nd of spring, so I can simply go back to before this happened. Which might actually be a good idea. Yeah. Oh, stuff moved. Yeah, I think I'm going to go back to before that happened. I just turn temperatures back on first. Yeah, 1st of Granite is the first day of spring. So that was 1 day into spring. Whoops! I just don't want to wait for it to do its thing. So Aethernell, you're getting a second chance at life. Now you just need to harness the discovery to make a steam cannon. I can tell you for a fact that won't work because I've tried. Okay, so. The game was still thinking about it. Still. Was still thinking about it. That's very funny. Okay, so you're going to pull that lever. I'm just waiting for somebody to get over you. Arm. It's okay. I have the clip for later. So I have content for YouTube. It's all fine. Everybody wins. You guys get to see me make a turbo oopsie. And the dwarf doesn't die. Aethernell gets another chance at life. You're still trying to figure out a blood cannon that you read about years ago? You want a pro tip? Protoquin? If you read about something years ago, 3 chances. 1, it was some esoteric mod somebody made once, and it never actually worked in vanilla. 2, it was an old bug that got patched out years ago. 3, it was a weird mechanical situation that got patched out years ago. In my experience, most things where it's like, this weird thing happened once, and there's a recording of it, vast majority of the time it was somebody's one-off mod. And Dwarf Fortress, back in the day especially, also now still too, but back in the days especially, Dwarf Fortress was such an easy game to mod that people would make mods for themselves and then never release it. A good example of this is people always ask me about, well, maybe not always. It doesn't get asked about so often these days, but maybe like 4 or 5 years ago, people used to always ask me about thermonuclear cat explosions. Yes, there was a bug in the game once, which is exploding cats, by the way. There was a bug in the game ages ago, and I do mean a bajillion years ago. Why is there a bunch of... Oh, I guess there's just that much meat down there. There was a bug in the game a bajillion years ago where cats would breed faster than you can slaughter them due to a typo, which was patched out in like a week. And somebody modded the game for themselves so that cats' blood was hotter than the sun. but their skin wasn't flammable. So so instead of having many cats, you had rapidly exploding nuclear cats. And I used to get asked about that one all the time. When in reality it was like a non-thing. All right, anyway, we can try this again. So, you can look up now, should function this time, and should not, kill Aethernull. There is a 100% chance that Aethernull will not die in this situation now, unless some weird non-miracle happens. Okay. Ha! I plugged it! Success! Okay. See, that's what I kind of thought would happen the first time with the ice just like piling up on the sides like that. All right, so now what I gotta do is I gotta get down here before there's actual issues, and I gotta microcline, or whatever. Whatever's closest, actually. Mudstone. 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 Actually. Okay, it's mostly just this back one I gotta seal up. I don't mind if this thing eventually fills up with lava. That's totally fine, actually. It's I need this back bit to be sealed. I don't want it to jump over this last spot. I can actually, deconstruct that. Or whatever. First try, yeah! Don't ignore the other two. Those were necessary additions. But hey, anyway, it worked. So I've now plugged this thing. So this is all just going to be filling up now. That's all it's doing now. It is no longer doing any weird side hustles. It's just filling. No more gimmicks. Just filling. I have no idea. I have absolute... Why is there Quendelf blood everywhere? Well, I haven't lost any dwarves. Quendelf is dead, but there's Quendelf's blood is everywhere. Odd. Anyway, the elves have arrived to trade. Don't worry, we're not torturing nature elves. There's nothing to see here. Everything we are doing is entirely ethical, I guess. Dwarves are very much not natural. This is a well-known fact. Okay. We are now up into the fort again. And it's party time, I think. Yep. Getting good at noticing when that song cuts in. Chat, it's party time.
mega noble. De kon vår slamraffel och många sirapgatall.
Low key, Dominoc, that's the best new hype emote, the OD remote. Right. I think we're pushing the game to the limit with this fork. Like to the point where it's starting to develop some gremlins. There's much to discuss. Blah, blah, blah. 14 trees. Sweet. World is the same as ever. Alrighty. I'm totally okay with trading for 14 trees. That seems totally fair. Let's see what they got. Please tell me you brought big animals for me to snack on. Ooh, they brought lots of things. They got giant dingo. They have a toad and a skink, not giant, just a toad. A giant crow, which I already have. Another king snake. They have two normal one-humped camels, our bunny, great horned owl, giant Cody, and an echidna. I guess I'll take another giant cardinal. And another giant crow. They had a cougar? Wait, what? Where? The crow? I don't see the cougar. Oh, no, that's a normal cougar, not giant cougar. I don't care if it's normal. Wait, they have a large roach? I mean, as long as if it's a giant large roach, I'm interested. But problem with roaches is they only live for a year if they're the giant variant. So I already have a giant Cody, so I will buy them from them though. This is like as big as elven trade caravans get. All right, thanks, elves. Yeah, I have a hard time caring about cougars unless it's they're large. Which sounds kind of weird without any context, but I think we have a prisoner to throw into the moat. Really kind of curious to see what happens when this starts bubbling up. As it should. Well, maybe it won't. Oh, no, it will. It absolutely will. In fact, that's like a prop. Maybe it won't. Probably will. I mean, I've talked about the cougar sign many times. That's around here, which is warning cougars in area. Oh wow! You actually can fill buckets with magma. The more you know. There's a real. Wait. Okay, I just. Can I specify full buckets to be placed in a minecart? And if I can specify full buckets to be placed in a minecart, will a dwarf catch fire if they pick up a bucket with lava in it? These are the questions. I have no idea how I would even find that out. Also, I'm pretty sure you can't. Because, like, if I make a stockpile... Yeah, it's just buckets. And they don't put full buckets into stockpiles. I already know that. So if they don't put full buckets into stockpiles, I can't make them go into a minecart. Maybe dropping it? What's up, Wolfie? Will it still have magma in it? I mean, there's other ways I could do that. But no, I can't. There's no way to put them separately into a stockpile. So, oh, shit. I need refuse from outside. Why are they not dealing with that body? Oh, nope, they are. No. No, because lava is not a gatherable liquid. No, the only way to gather lava is by using minecarts and some tricks. Oh, in the fort? We had a little bit more than that. We were up to 214 at one point, but, you know, Dwarf Fortress. You'd have to mod the game to be able to do that. Because otherwise they would give themselves baths with lava, and I don't think I need to explain how that would go. You know, actually, hold on. I want to test something. Game's paused. What if I deleted this pen pasture? And I go into pets and livestock and type in polar bears. And actually, let's just go up to here. Pull the polar bears into this cage. Wait for them to go wild again and then release them. I think probably is the best bet. Because those polar bears are causing me some grief right now, and I just kind of don't feel like dealing with them, if I'm being honest. I haven't found any more of them. Although the second I kill them is when we get more, right? I beg your pardon? Why can't I assign them to the cage? What? Can you war train polar bears? Yeah, and they're not good. Giant polar bears would be much better. I'll tell you this: my giant cats are significantly better than the polar bears. Why are they not available? That's weird. Maybe it's because they're currently being tugged along, but this one isn't. That's weird. Yeah, all bears are war trainable. They're just not great at it. Yeah, that's weird. I can't assign any of the polar bears to anything. That's bizarre. Well, I don't want the dwarves to keep running back and forth and, like, grabbing them, so... Yeah, generally the rule of thumb with war-trained animals is if they're not the giant variant, they're pretty bad. Don't bother. That's my kind of rule of thumb. It's like if you have an animal and you want to use it as a war animal, if it's not the giant one, don't bother. Unless it's just like dogs and you're using them as like scouts or something. Or like bears and you're using them as scouts. If they're tame and you're using them as scouts, it's not a bad idea. But if they're not tame, just don't, first and foremost, because you'll end up in situations like this where you'll have a war polar bear that's semi-wild and I can't actually do anything with it right now because it's semi-wild. You know what? Because currently I'm seeking out and trying to destroy suspects of lag. You have giant bobcats, just need a female to start breeding them? That works. What? I thought I killed you. There it goes. Uh-oh. That's an interesting one. Probably kind of pretty. I mean, it's made of blue garnet. Yeah, that's probably really pretty. I was like, that's what Google gives me for blue garnet. Neat. The Forgotten Beast, Losta, has come. A huge humanoid composed of blue garnet. It has wings, and it squirms and fidgets. Beware its poison gas. Can it fly? Looks like it. That is just really good at climbing. Nope, that can absolutely fly. All right, well, on the bright side, it's going in the opposite direction of my fort. On the problem side is it can fly. Something else I need to do is I need to put an animal training zone like right here. Because I do actually want to war train those elephants at some point this year. Send this squad down here. How are your bolts looking? Done. How much steel bar do I have? Steel. Why? Okay, where the actual fuck are all these bolts? Oh, they're all up here. Okay, well, let's do this. Yoink. Let's move. Actually, let's cut this down to just one bin because they're just all in this spot. That's the issue. There it goes. They're already moving. Okay, so let's just get you. I'm gonna say just to go get ammo, but as fart gas too. I have steel. I'm a little worried about my Arc Dwarves, but aside from that, we should be okay. We have a full squad, mostly decked out in steel. I don't know what the human has, but I do need to make bigger gear for the human. So let's do, hold on. Let's do steel helm. Steel greaves. Steel gauntlet. And steel... Did I say breastplates? Yeah. Made for humans. 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 And then let's just do 2 of each. All right. And you know what? Just for sake of completionists, let's go, let's make some steel bolts as well. Let's do 20. Okay, where's this creature at? This thing. Losta! He's lost to his way. He's heading directly towards the fort and is now fighting with a bunch of creatures that I haven't seen yet. Alright, he's gonna just vault the wall in a second. Is he taking any damage? Yeah, so just because he's made of gems isn't that bad. It's more the gas that I'm worried about. Although gas is better than dust, because dust is more disruptive than gas. Game's hitching again. There he goes. No, unfortunately, it doesn't mean walking payday. The gems are not recoverable, so. This isn't Caves of Cud, where the gems absolutely are recoverable from creatures like this. Okay, let's follow the creature. Oh, right. Duh. Wait, what? Is it dead? Or am I just spelling the name of it wrong? Okay, there it is. Never mind. Oh, it's Losta, not Lasta. Oops. Got no wounds. It does have vision loss, though. Game isn't lagging. It's just sitting there. Did it, like, fly and then land somewhere it can't walk out of? Just like always, the dwarves have impeccable timing. Okay, creatures flying up. Yeah, it may have actually just gone somewhere that they can't path out of. It's literally like directly in front of where my base is too. Okay, so can I... There's just so many trees. It's like, can I even path down here? Maybe. Maybe not. So, okay, I know I could. I could. So could it. Population climbs! Bugs are always extremely weak. So don't ever get too worried if you, Don't ever get too worried if you get a bug Forgotten Beast, unless it's a spider that would have webs. So as long as it's not as long as it's a tarantula, you're okay. But if it's a spider that would have webs, be afraid. Be very, 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 very afraid. Interesting. Are you in there? What do you think, chat? Do I send him in? What if it's made of steel? Well, that's kind of a different question. Yeah, I'm just gonna send the dwarves in. All right, so Bastet's up in first, right behind Dr. Funk. Dr. Funk is dueling with the thing pretty effectively, it looks like. And he says, I have a part in this. This might require an answer. The elite Marks Dwarf bashes the beast with the steel crossbow, fracturing it. Yeah, he's fracturing it with a crossbow. That's pretty weak. Bastet runs in, and it dies. It's gonna look lovely on the mantle, though. You know what? Let's put them both on Route 2. Just let these dwarves patrol the caverns for a little bit. And their giant kitties will follow them. I wonder how this guy got down here. Okay, so I'm going to let the dwarves patrol for a minute. And I'm also going to be like, okay, what was the name of this creature? Lost a pair of marbles on that one, eh? Shiny monster indeed. Also, hey, Fuzzatron. What's up, dude? Ballista parts, body parts. I need corpses. There it is, right here. Well, this is almost done filling. It's getting there. 'Tis, in fact, getting there. All right, so let's turn off all the burrows. And let the dwarves travel as they please. To family for the holidays? How far are you traveling, if I can ask? I'm gonna zoom out of this. I'm gonna go grab this. I'm gonna unforbid everything in the caverns. This is also an area I need to get to and explore. Because God knows there's something evil back here that wants to kill me. I mean, Armok knows, rather. I think that upper cavern layer should be clear, otherwise I would have seen something at this point. Let's do some cleaning, shall we? I also need a new captain of the guard. Let's look at the captain of the guard position. Competent tech. Nope. Baka volunteers. Baka. Would you be any good? I mean, you could. Fine. You can have it. I'll give you the gerb. I'm also going to give you the office. Like, I had to think about that for a second, but yeah, okay, you can have it. No, that's not your job. Your job is to beat all citizens who can think about committing a crime into pieces. Not lead us to victory. You don't lead us anywhere. Although, I think the Pink Paints is a bad name for your squad. So let's instead call you the... I don't know, what do you want? It has to be something to do with ice. I'm trying to stick to this glacier theme. Let's call you the pink... No. Although that's actually not... That's not wrong, because glaciers get pink because they get algae growing in them. Let's call you the flaming... No. Flaxen? No. Burning? Mm-mm. Red? Armored? Nah, I already have the armored something. Pointy? I could call you the Pointy Glacier. The Bad Glacier. Bald? Ing? Bleeding isn't an option. I could say it's the Bloody Glacier. Let's go with that. The Bloody Glacier. Train. Constantly. And, you can train up there. Angry is pretty good. It's between bloody and angry. As long as it's not the bad dragon. Why do you have to, like, always bring up the sex thing? Every single time, Bastet, without fail. You need, like, a swear jar, but for the time that you, like, make a out-of-context horny reference for no reason. You're, like, almost as bad as King the Space Disco Fox. I never said that we're kink-shaming. Sheesh. I'm just asking. Why? Why? Oh, I'm afraid. Trust me. King the Space Disco Fox single-handedly cured me from ever having, from ever even considering getting a P.O. box. Single-handedly cured me of that concept. No. That's it. But I do actually find it a wee bit weird. It's like, if it's already the topic of conversation, I get it. But, like, when it's just out of nowhere, it's like, really? Why? Why must we discuss this in this context right now, at this exact moment? Why are you giving Bad Dragon free marketing? Like, are you sponsored by Bad Dragon? What is happening? Are they paying you to market themselves on my stream without my permission? I'm pretty sure that's against Twitch's rules somehow. And if it isn't, I will call them and make it against their rules. This bit's gone too far. I'll shut up now. All right, let's just keep queuing stuff up. So we're cleaning caverns. See what I mean, chat? She's in cahoots. It's her fault. She wishes. should have searched that on incognito. I mean, I didn't make it clear, did I? Clear enough, clearly, then. No, ramp mining just does multiple layers. So in these multi-layer areas like this, it gives my Marks Dwarves more space to shoot bolts, that's all. Gives things less ability to dodge out of the way of me shooting stuff at things. All right, I'm just going to reassign their uniforms. Something odd is going on with my bolts. What if I do this? No uniform. Oh, that's interesting. There you go. Just completely removing their bolts and giving it a chance to reset. Okay, that fixed a bunch of them. Interesting. And the ones that didn't get... Okay, hold on. Let's try this again. Metal armor. Reset that. Crossbow. Reset that. Huh. All right, well, we'll let them fiddle around and see what they come up with. All right, let's check back here. Oh. Turns out there is dudes back here. Well, Dalmas, hopefully you're actually competent because you're all alone for right now. Literally all alone. I don't know where all of your friends are. But you seem to be doing a decent enough job by yourself, so I guess that's a good sign. Okay, there is help here now. Monum's also here, who's skilled. And it appears that Dumed, the Swords Dwarf, is also here. I do actually have 3 dwarves in the general vicinity of this. Send you down into the middle here. Send the dwarves back there. I also got to say that I love the fact that this is right, and I do mean right, next to the lava sea. It's literally right beneath this. Chop down some, chop down a tree here and it'll make a hole that could potentially set this whole forest on fire. But we're in an ad, so I'll pause the game. Also, hi, Puphead. How's things? So, speaking of regretting nothing, chat room, we've made some really good progress in this fort today. I'm going to finish cleaning out these caverns. But once I'm done finished cleaning out these caverns, I think that we go do a run of Path of Acra. What do you guys think? So I had a dwarf return. Bread pitas here. Okay. So a couple of my dwarves did return. Sort by swords. There you go. Ah. Well, look at that. It appears that my captain of the guard has returned. So, I got bad news for you, Baka. You have to give your old job back. Although, this also means you're losing your new bedroom, and your new office, and your new dining hall. Thank you for keeping the seat warm, though. Your fort is currently being wiped by a forest titan? The city that you've built that you spent so much time on? That's awful. Are you gonna save it? Or are you gonna let it go? What kind of forest titan, if I can ask? That sucks. You're gonna save scum? Okay. I was gonna say. I mean, I would too, probably, because I know how much time you've spent on that. Having built projects that big before, that's no trivial feat. Send the military over this way. Let's actually not do that last one. You were so happy beating your fellow citizen. Spoken like a true lawyer. I'm trying to find hidden cavern dwellers and finding them easier. I'm also kind of low-key prepping the caverns for a future where we invade hell. That's another thing I'm doing. So it's kind of a combination of trying to source out lag. Titan is on Discord? Okay. Let's see. Great scaly snail. Ooh. Regal bearing. Where its webs. Oh, it just has webs? It's not too bad. If you had Mark's Dwarves, you could kill that without too much difficulty. Mark's Dwarves would deal with that. Noishin Creek. I need to seal this off with this little bit of lava here. I don't know if there's actually enough here, but hopefully there is. Yeah, no, like I said, if you had the I don't think I've ever seen a flying snail before. That's your problem, is that you need to get them set up? Gotcha. And Damn it, not quite enough lava. Oh, well. I tried. Now, I mean, actually, what I can do now, probably, to fix this is I could go over here. All this off. Pump this. Let's check something. All right, there we go. That sorted out all of their ammo issues. That was weird. It was like they stopped, like they were trying to get to ammo that they couldn't get to or something. I don't know what was up with that. But none of it's, yeah, I mean, every single snail that tries to eat my kale in the summer goes flying. But yeah, again, it's not of its own volition. Snails have been to the ISS. So have dogs. What's your point? Wasn't it just dog, not snails? Also, of all, I mean, next you're going to tell me they've sent mosquitoes to the ISS. It's like, of all of the things we should be doing our best to eliminate from the planet, not like, you know, multiply. No, snails are fine. But they provide food, and I step on them. And you know what? I think they're into it. It's fine. Now 39. Good lordy. So you were able to kill it. Set them on, like, rotating training or whatever. Oh, it's still going down. Okay. Come on, Dwarf. Get to pumping. Pump it. Need to get to it first. There it goes. No, Dwarf's like, floor's warm. No, not louder. Just pump it. Again, this may be another area I'm not able to get to. Let's see. Big hitch. Where's the lava going? To seal off the corner of a tiny pond right here. Which is currently infinitely flowing off the map. I just want it sealed, so. It's gonna go down into this little trench and psh, almost immediately. I've told them to station, and they're actively running away from the station, meaning I don't think they can actually get there. In that case, let's place you right here. Pro tip, do not ever channel up directly underneath a tree. It will kill the dwarf. Most of the time. Okay, never mind. They can totally get here. Mostly just getting rid of the center bits and essentially just slowly building this into an open cavern instead of a closed cavern. I have a question. Why is it taking 5 minutes? Do you know? What's it stuck on? Because if it's stuck on saving game world, literally just finished. Okay. Because I was gonna say if it's stuck on loading adventure data, I had that happen in Waterlungs, and I actually like reloaded Waterlungs recently, and I made the mistake of hitting save and quit. Anyway, 15 minutes later, it was done saving. I don't know what happened with that version of the game. Putnam doesn't know what was happening with that particular save either. It's kind of a weird mystery. Like, quite literally, nobody knows. That's 1/3 of the dwarves. I don't know. I think it's I think it's just picking a number for the sake of it. I don't think there's anything significant about that number. Can I get up to here? Yell when I play Path of Acro. I'll put out a ping on the Discord, but you should go to sleep, Bastet. But probably about 10 minutes. You have an army of cats, Dwarf. This area as well is also one I gotta check. There they go. This is good, though, that we're back to scouting the caverns. That means that we've completely recovered. We've also recovered the population from that plague beast. Which is also good. I'm playing Caves of Cud for the first time tomorrow. Well, I'm planning on playing Caves of Cud on Christmas Eve. Planning on doing that. How is Path of Acra? Very different than Caves of Cud. But very good. I really like it. It deserves the reviews it has, and it has 100% positive reviews recent and 99 all time. I think it has 2 total negative reviews. It's actually if you go to Steam 250, which is like the highest rated games, and you go to the hidden gems, yeah, it's the 9th highest rated game with less than 500 reviews. Every single one above it has 100% positive. So, yeah, it's pretty good. That's all I have to say, is it's pretty good. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to stocks. And I'm going to go to blow. That's a lot of blow darts. And that's a lot of blowguns. Means I'm probably about to have a lot of dwarves dumping. Is that what they're doing? Are they dumping? Ah, a couple of them are. Clean the caverns. What's up, Gloves? Path of Acra is the game I was just talking about. Here, I'll put a link in the YouTube's chat for you over there on YouTube. I'm getting rid of these blow darts. As well as these bones. Them bones. The other thing that I'm going to set to dump is I'm going to go over to here and I'm going to go to corpses. I'm going to dump all these. Except for the Forgotten Beasts. Because I may want to keep those. Screw that creature's salt. That creature's salt damn near killed my fortress. All right. It's cleanup hour. And actually, we'll leave you on training. Up top. And there we go. It's one of those games where I've heard people have said that it plays fine on the Steam Deck, but I myself haven't seen it. Because I don't have a Steam Deck. But probably. There we go. What, cleaning everything up? Unless I'm missing something. Look it up. But hello. Good to see you. Look at that. Yeah, I haven't seen it running. I've seen photos of it, so I know it runs on Steam Deck, but I don't know how well it runs. Blood everywhere? Oh, that's because we're in the caverns. We're cleaning up the caverns, okay? And there's birdie people everywhere. Or maybe not everywhere, but in a lot of places. Nope. Because there are no plans to update anything until Adventure Mode is out. What do you need to change about scheduling for squads? Just hit the edit button. You've got tons of options. A lot of stuff you can do. Yeah, you can attach a monitor to the Steam Deck. Okay, so there's actually a bunch of things up in this tree. Can you squeak around the corner? And you got your bolts. They're literally inaccessible. Well. I love that my dwarves are just gathering up the bits, yet they're all just stuck up here. I think they're stuck. Oh, that one might not be. Yeah, no, that one definitely isn't. It's okay. The dwarves got this. Come on, dwarves. Punch it. Keep punching it. Yeah, they got it. It's fine. Okay, now we just wait for a dwarf to come over here and chop this down so that all these flying creatures fall because they're not on flying mounts. Yes, my schmelly. Unpleasant. Honestly, I'm just hoping that this fiddling around in the caverns is going to be the thing that absolutely fixes the frame rate. Because if I can just get this fort back up to 70 FPS, because I know it runs at that speed, it just cancels constantly. Life will be very good if we can get there. We just needed to get it there. Who's coming to Fell Tree? Or Elfie coming to Fell Tree. These cats are huge. They are giant leopards. And my militia commanders each have like 3. Hello, Pablo. Come bearing greetings from the depths of the internet. Let's embark on a journey of salutations that even the legendary mega... I'm an epic legendary mega beast? Does that mean you're all trying to kill me? That's upsetting. It's gonna... Uh-oh. I was gonna say, did that just kill a dwarf? No, okay. But, surprise, motherfuckers. Ha. Got him. Got him. Okay, let's get back to, patrolling. Also, we're gonna claim all this stuff. Ooh. I'm really hoping that there's just like a spot like that with just a bunch of stuff behind it. And finally, human shows up. You slowpoke. Also, I should see where that lava is. Or I accidentally build Pumpy the Second. Ah, sweet. It's doing exactly what I wanted it to do. Actually, I mean, it's done exactly what I wanted it to do. It means I can go all the way up here and push this button. All right, chat. Today's been a fantastic stream so far. But I think it's time for us to end the fortress portion of the stream. Tomorrow, my goals for this fortress are to prep to dig too deep. And if I get around to it, also building a, building some cool stuff here once this finally finishes filling up. Because it's getting there. It's getting there. We did some fun damming projects. So that was entertaining. We expanded some small portions of the fort. And did a lot of shenanigans, and I ranted for a long time. And it was good. We all had fun, I hope. If you didn't have fun, that's fine too. I can't please everybody. I don't try to. I do need to make more soap, though. I went to the dispensary and you're so high right now, Stevens. Well, let's spend it all in one place. Pablo. Thank you very much for the resub. Very, very kind. But the stream isn't ending. However, the YouTube stream is. So if you'd like to keep watching, jump over to Twitch. We're going to go play some Path of Acra. If you don't want to watch Path of Acra or you don't want to keep watching, that is totally fine too. But of course, I prefer you stick around. Thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs, Pablo. You were very kind. Cheers, dude. So, over to the people on Twitch. You want to say goodbye to YouTube? Now's the time to do that. Stream's just getting started. Pretty much, yes. Stream is just getting started. Nah, you're all good, Pablo. But thanks for the kindness all the same. Gonna DM the dev of the game first.